You know, that does bring up something that just was brought to my attention as I said it. The track does simply look amazing, so you guys do me a favor. If you know who Kelvin is, and I do believe Kelvin's going to be out there, he's probably just sitting tight in the blade over there. If you guys see him, man, give him a thumbs up, a thank you, everything you can do. If you've never seen Kelvin, he is the only tractor driver in the world that will come dressed to the nine. Like, he has a cowboy hat, he's got a button-up shirt, he's got Wranglers and boots, and he drives these tractors dressed like he's ready to go out. I'm not kidding. And if you guys look at this track, just moments ago, it was so muddy, the blade couldn't even travel down the front straightaway here without drifting sideways. The blade was actually pushing the entire tractor up the edge of the track. It was so slippery and so muddy. We had to actually get a six-wheel drive blade up here to make sure that everything was ready to go. And Kelvin, the man, the myth, the legend, he was able to get it done. And look at this track. It is about as perfect as it comes. So, and in store for us, and I gotta keep it hush-hush, Witherrow Construction has got a special surprise for what's going on for the winners of the beginner class, the limited expert modified 170s. Wait till you see what this is. We're ready for the anthem? All right, well, let's get these guys out here. I'm going to slide over here. And like I said, we are about moments away. Let's get these vehicles parked. And I'm getting told here by Race Command that we're about ready for the national anthem. And I'm coming over here to the mixer board. This is normally where I come on over. And if you're just joining us online, we're going to have the live link listed here. So that way you guys can all join in the festivities. We're going to wait for Shane, are you getting out or are you sitting there? What you going to do? All right. Well, once again, everybody, welcome to round number 3 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. If you guys would please rise and remove your cap, we are getting ready for the greatest song of the greatest country in the world.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah, let's get it on. It's time for some off-road racing, round number 3. We're going to start here with the 170 beginner class. And let's get over here. I'm going to slide on over here and let's meet the drivers. That is going to be round number 3, race number 1 here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. And wait till you see what the winner has in store for today on the row number 1. It's the 138 of Jackson Witherrow. And 190A right next to him, Alexandra Easton. She's quite the racer herself. Crew Hart will take the row number 2 here in the 136 car, and Logan Menster in the 777. And 152, Luke Vale. And the 170 of Jake Hill and Cash Martinez will end up in row number 4 there in the 21 car. And we are getting ready to get started. Beautiful, beautiful weather. and it is ready to go. So let's learn about some of these things out here. The sponsors out here, R&R Steel, Robert and Meredith Van Beekum out here. They're based out of Queen Creek, Arizona. Bobby has been racing UTV since 2005 after having been professional motocross racer from 2002 and 2005. And he is providing the trophies. If you haven't seen the trophies out here at Cord, they are second to none. And very excited to have R&R Steel here as our presenting sponsor. Cactus Splash Pools, Chris Kidd out here, family-owned and operated pool cleaning. If you're out here in Arizona, you get a house. How you doing, young man? Good to see you. Make sure we get an interview with you today, whether it's on the podium or up here. All right. Very good. So back to Cactus Splash Pools. They're out of Surprise, Arizona. The services also for the Phoenix West Valley area. As I was saying, if you live out here in Arizona, a pool service is absolutely mandatory. So I have a feeling when we come around, I'm going to get a couple more in here. Hoosier Tires. You guys were here for the drivers meeting, giving away a lot of product here for today's race. Tires designed for champions. Hoosier Racing Tires, the largest tire manufacturer in the world for racing. Hoosier has grown to produce over 1,000 different tire race types, and the company has its own 300-mile-per-hour test wheel. That's pretty crazy. If you're spinning a tire at 300 miles per hour, that better be a pretty good tire to come out here and go racing with. The Technology Center and state-of-the-art, fully integrated production facilities and a high-tech mixing plant. So as we watch the beginner 170s on the tarmac, we'll see if our pace vehicle will pull off, and we will have the start of race number round 3 here at Firebird. You guys ready for this? Where's my crowd at? Can you guys make some noise for me? Oh, come on, man. There's this. There you go. These are the kids. It's our first race. And we'll see Shane pull off at this time. And here we go. We'll see if we got to start. Watch the green flag right here as they come over the second jump down the front straight. Oh, green flag. They're already on the gas. We're going green. And if you're joining us live on the track feed, wait till you see the drone action out here. And we're pretty much lined up the way we start. The only change I see looks like is with the 21 car of Cash Martinez has picked up a position. But if I'm not mistaken, that car out front is Jackson Withrow in the 138 car. And right behind him, business as usual, Alexandra Easton in the 190A car. Oh, it's the expert now. Did I mess up already? My first mistake of the year. I've been calling it the beginners, but it's the expert class. So already messed up. That happens. It's all right. So Alexandra Easton now out front getting some pressure from Jackson Withrow. He's not just going to let her have it. These two have been battling all season long in rounds 1 and 2. And here it is, business as usual, seeing them here at round number 3. Race number 1, I've been calling it the beginners, but it's the 170 limited experts. And these two have been battling it out all year long. And either one of these racers have what it takes to get it on top of my box. But the real race going on right now is the 152 car of Luke Vale all the way back from row number 3. Luke finds himself there in 3rd place and now challenging Jackson Withrow as they touch going here into turn 4. And Luke Vale all over the rear bumper of Jackson Withrow. And is Alexandra going to claim the first prize of Withrow Construction? Oh, I can't wait to show you what's going on because the rest of the classes now are going to know once we give away what we're giving away. You have any clue what we're giving away? What do you think?
No, not really.
No clue at all? Oh, there you go. Luke Vale side by side. Jackson Withrow gets the pass. Can he hold it into turn one? And Stephanie now making her way back up here. So, in fact, if you can get off that seat, you got to let this young lady slide that seat on over. And we got a little tight grouping over here, but that's all right. We'll make it happen. It's all good. Well, that microphone is live right there. In fact, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you.
So, Stephanie, tell us a little bit about yourself as we're watching the race here. Alexandra Easton walking away with it right now.
I race in RS1 in the limited class, and this is my 5th year of racing. And yeah,
So pretty exciting. Just a few moments ago, everything was all wet, damp, and foggy over here, and it just burned off here to start off the race here in the Expert 170 class. So Alexandra, and now look at this, Luke Vale firmly making the pass, and Luke Vale finds himself in second place now.
okay. Yeah, I got like this, but like.
Oh, indeed. Oh, and we are making the change. Thank you, Glenn. All right. Well, there you go. So that is about you, isn't it? That one's not yours? She's like, mine's in here. Here, I got. We're gonna have to go back to that one too. They're identical. Jen Banta does a great job out here making sure that we got our race notes. Look at this. The goals out here coming up for Braden Craw. Look at this, Landon Morrow out here. We'll see these races, Carly. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's my sister.
Oh, very good. And there you are.
Yep.
So tell us about you. 16 years old. You live in Prescott Valley. And you guys originally from Moreno Valley, California.
Yes.
Haley Deegan with her main influence to get started in the dirt. Tell me about that. Haley Deegan, very controversial young lady, but
Yeah.
man, she really gets a lot of stuff and a lot of attention here in racing.
Yeah, she's pretty badass, and I've watched her since I was really little, and I'm still watching her now, and she's just amazing.
So what's she doing these days? She shows up a lot, very heavily influenced here as a content creator here on YouTube and a lot of the social sites. What's she up to these days?
She's racing her, the little, I don't know what it's called. They like go in circles.
So she's
But
circle
I
track
think that's
racing now.
pretty cool. I don't know much about that stuff, but it's pretty cool watching that.
All right, well, very good. Alexandra now feeling the pressure from Luke Vale, and we've got another change around Jackson Withrow. And I missed the number as we were going through, but I do believe that is the car of Jake Hill. So Jake Hill getting up there, if I'm correct. So right now up in the front, Alexandra Easton, Jackson Withrow going back behind Luke Vale. And we'll see that number, see if we can see it here coming into turn 3. Or see if I can see it on the screen.
Oh, that's a good battle.
I had it right, 170 of Jake Hill. So Jake Hill now inheriting the third position here, and Jackson Withrow just going a little backwards here in the 170 expert class. So lots of new first-time racers out here. Can you remember your first race?
A little bit. I raced the dirt series in my JR1, like in 2019, I think was my first race.
What are you racing these days?
In RS1,
So an RS1, that's a single-seater, full-size Polaris for the people that don't know.
yes.
And that's a single-seater as opposed to the same suspension, same engines, but just narrower chassis
Just
and
one
single
seat,
seat.
yeah.
And made by Polaris, is that correct?
Yes.
What size engine?
1,000 cc.
So a 1,000 cc full-size suspension, single seat. This thing is they gotta be lighter than the 2-seater or even the 4-seater.
Yeah, they are a lot
And
lighter.
man, I bet they're a blast to drive. Tell me about
They are
them.
a blast. They're fun to rip around, especially on these kind of tracks.
The short course tracks, I bet they're almost made for. I mean,
Yeah.
when they first came out, there wasn't a lot of places that were willing to put them on. But man, nowadays it seems like the RS
Yeah,
1000
they're
is.
everywhere
That's
now.
right.
Everyone's got one.
Everyone's got one. Keeping up with the Joneses.
Yep.
I say that Marty Jones is here, so she's busy doing her job. Otherwise, she would have said that I just said keeping up with the Joneses.
Yep.
All right, but back to racing. Now Jake Hill getting second place. Can Jake Hill get on Alexander Easton? We've got a race on our hand. Jake Hill
Yes, we do.
just working his way up to the first position.
Allie's in first, right?
Allie is in first. Unless there's been a change while I was talking here. So Allie is going to be our first recipient of our special giveaway from Witherow Construction.
Yep.
Do you know what it is?
I do know what it is.
Oh, okay. we can't say anything until we give the first one away.
I know. It's gotta be a surprise.
Pretty awesome though. Would you want
It
one?
is pretty awesome.
There it is. Checkered flag for the 190. Allie Easton. And Jake Hill doing a great job. And top three is going to be Luke Vale, the number 152 car. And Jackson Witherow just had to sit there and watch the rest of the racers come around him, and he did his best to get there on the podium. But top three, Allie Easton.
Well, they got the drone out there.
They do. And if you look right over here, Stephanie, you can actually see the drone footage.
Oh, that's cool.
And every now and again, we'll switch to it. And this is the main program. This is our overall drone. There's two drones out there. There's one 6-axis drone. I don't even think you can see it. It is, oh, there it is. You can see it right over there.
Oh, it's way up
It
there.
is. And it normally hovers over the track for the overall view. But now look who's on the program. If you look at the camera, it's me and you.
Yeah.
So this is the young lady I've been talking to, Stephanie. So out of Prescott Valley, and you're my co-host here for a little bit. Now you're going to be racing today, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Tell me about the class.
There's 17 cars. It's pretty packed. So it'll be an interesting race.
What do you do with that 17 cars? You get kind of nervous because you got to really step it up here for 17.
Yeah, you do.
And really try to keep it clean and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right, we're going to go down and talk to the winners. Stick around. All right, now, here's, if you want to do this, when I get done interviewing the third person, this is our next race.
Okay.
So if I'll say, hey, Stephanie, who do we got coming up next? You can say the 170 limited intermediates are coming up next. And you can even say top qualifiers or whatever you want.
Okay, I will.
Just have fun.
All right. Yup. Yup. Look at me.
All right. Luke Vale, man, what a race. You were putting it down. You got up to second place there, but Jake Hill just had a lot for you.
Yeah, I was just messed up that last turn, and then he came on my mistake.
Well, I mean, when you got
I think it's
racers
on,
like
yeah.
this behind you, you can't make a mistake like that.
Yeah,
All right, but that's all right, man. Tomorrow's going to be another day, and you guys can get it done tomorrow.
yeah.
All right, well, what are you going to change for tomorrow?
Just my driving way. I just need to do that turn better.
All right, well, you seem pretty poised and calm, and you got a good plan.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that got you here to the podium.
My mom, my dad, my brother, Lone Star Racing, Hoosier Tires, Specialty Paving, Will Lake Rock, and the Hills and Webster's. Yeah.
Wow, now this guy he's got his podium down pat. Well, good job. Well, congratulations. Third place, make some noise out there, ready, Luke Vale. Jake Hill. Wow! Where did you come from? It's like you were a man on a mission. You just were. There was like somebody was threatening you to get that done.
Yeah, we had a bad start, but luckily we could pull it together and have a fast car.
How many more laps would it take you before you would have caught her?
2.
He said at least 2. She had a. All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My dad, my mom, my sister, Zach, the Vales, Signature Propellers, Hill Marine, Redline Oil, King Shocks, Gates Belts, CMI, and everybody else that I forgot. Thank you.
All right, second place, Jake Hill doing a great job. And Allie Easton, wow! You just proved that you got what it takes to get it done on the first place here and getting it done. You did.
Yeah.
All right, well, tell us about the race.
I was pretty nervous because my dad was on the radio telling me how many car lengths second place was behind me, so I was really nervous that they were going to get around me on the last lap.
Yeah, but you held it. See, that's the poise that you have. You know, it seems like when you get more pressure, you just become the racer that you want to be.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom and dad, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Dynajet, Rockland Trailers, Rob Muzzy, Hoosier Tires, R&R Steel, AZ Networks, Power Glass, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
Well, I'll tell you what, this girl makes it to my podium. She just won the first race of the day. Now, I have one question for you. We hyped it up during the driver's meeting. We've been hyping it up over the microphone. Withero Construction, a special surprise for you on winning. What do you think it is? I'm just trying to see. What do you think they're giving away?
I don't know.
You don't know? No clue at all?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it was, where's my, I got to grab it or you're going to bring it here. Well, what would, you like video games?
I guess.
How about a Nintendo Switch for the winner? And that's right. That means the rest of the special prizes for everybody else is, look at they're already screaming. What do you think about that? Do you have one of those?
No.
You have one now?
Yeah.
How's it feel to win now?
Good.
Who do you want to say thank you to now?
Withero Construction.
Yeah, that's my girl. You guys make some noise. The expert 170, Stephanie. Let's tell them who we got coming up next.
We got the 170 Limited Intermediate with Brianna Walton, Cassidy Walton, Kyler Mendoza, Brooks Hopkins, Blaine Proctor, Jace Wilson, Leo Torres, Charlie McKay, Kyson Christensen, Riley White, and BJ Hathorn.
That was a dang good race. I'm so proud of you. And you got a Nintendo Switch now. Yeah. Give it some bucks.
I'm still running mod again today.
Oh, right on. Well, then, maybe you can win too. All right, Stephanie. Well, the cat is out of the bag. The special prize for any winner here in the 170 class is a Nintendo Switch. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? Withero Construction. Allie is excited. She says, I don't have a Nintendo Switch. I just thought being a kid anywhere under age 15, a Nintendo Switch is not only optional, it's mandatory. Do you have a Nintendo Switch? You probably do. Yeah, of course you do. My son's got 16 of them. All right, all right. Well, there you go. One race down. Who do we got up next? You said we got the 170 intermediates. Now, these are people that have been racing at least a full season, and they're ready to step it up a little bit. Their skill levels has changed, and now they find themselves in the intermediate, hence the name, and I don't even know where our vehicles are at.
They're lining up on the asphalt.
Oh, okay, so they're getting them staged, ready to go. And we've already introduced them. So Brianna Walton will be on row number 1 in the 190 car, and Leo Torres in the 307. Do you know a lot of these riders?
Not really. I don't know much
Yeah.
of the little guys.
Yeah, the little guys, some of them still fairly new in the off-road racing.
Yeah.
As I said, this is the intermediate class. But man, what a full class here.
Yeah.
12 or just under 12 cars, 11 cars, and we're getting ready to take the green flag. Kevin, our flag man, right here, and let's see if we got the green flag. What's going on here? All right, well,
There
we're
we go,
going.
green.
It looks like we got a car that's going backwards, a 471 car. He's trying to shake the wheel and figure out why he's having an acceleration problem. You can see Shane there right behind him to see if he's going to have to get him off the track. And that's fine. Shane will follow that. I'm afraid that car is probably going to have to check out because looks like there is a lack of speed there or lack of power. So maybe there's a problem. Back to racing into turn 2 as they come over the ski jump. We'll see who's out front. See if we can see it here on our monitor. Beautiful drone footage there. 190 out front.
That's
is Brianna.
Brianna.
That's right.
Yep.
Brianna Walton, and who she got up next behind him? Is that Leo Torres?
I think so. Yeah. Oh.
And tons of position changes early on lap number 1. And you can see a lot of swapping around there. The number 99 clearly seen right there. Brooks Hopkins in the drone footage that we have here.
The top 2 cars are kind of pulling that gap a little bit.
Now that's generally what will happen. You'll see the faster riders sometimes pull out early, especially in a very limited class like this. The idea in this class being limited is every car basically has the same power, same setup. They can change their shock settings and everything, and there you go. Car number 213. Blaine Proctor started on the 5th row all the way up to 2nd place. And the car number 23 of Kyler Mendoza in 3rd place. That's our top 3. And what a crazy place to be on the inside of row 5. Blaine Proctor in the 213 car and all the way up to 2nd place. That's got to be quite impressive when you're in the car, you're sawing on the steering wheel, and you're already at 2nd place chasing number 1.
Yes. Yeah, he's right there.
I like it. Steph, I like your announcing style. You let your emotion talk. Man, it's flying. Tell me about the microphone other than interviewing on the podium. Have you had a lot of microphone experience, or did you just want to come up here and hang out with me today?
Jen offered, I think, and my parents were like, do you want to do it? And I'm like, sure, why not?
So have you ever talked on a microphone, or we're being broadcast on the internet right now?
Yeah,
And I mean, what we can do here too is, I like to do this. Pull it up. If you are out there and you want to see it, it's about a 30-second delay. But let's see. Okay, and I got to put it on. Jeff Perry, I got to put it on his footage as well. Let's go back. There it is. There it is, all the way back to it.
Looks like Jace is fighting for that spot out there. What is that, like 6th?
All right, we do have a race on our hands. Look at this. Coming into turn 3, they make contact. They hold it, the 213 car inherits the lead from the 190, but look at that. It cost him something happened there on that bump. And he pounded on his steering wheel of the 213 car. Blaine Proctor all the way from row 5. And that's got to be a tough luck right there. They touched going into turn 3, and they're pounding on the steering wheel.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling.
Wow, you just take over the lead. Oh,
He's mad.
still pounding on the steering wheel. Oh, no.
Don't like that feeling.
Wow. That is one upset young man. I did see Shane trying to get him off the track. That's the only drawback to the way that we had to do the track today, is those berms, we have to get him out of the way.
Let's
But
see if he
one
can catch up.
Indeed,
he's got it.
23
I
now.
think he's got it.
Finds himself in second place, and that is the car of Kyler Mendoza. But to the outside, the 77, or is that 72 rather, BJ Hawthorne challenging for second place and takes over that second place position. That is the car of BJ Hawthorne. Oh, and right here, we can see the overlay. Hey, Glenn. So car number 213 enjoying getting started, but wow, Blaine Proctor, the hard luck trophy recipient, making a block there, and the car coming to apparently not running. And if you're Blaine Proctor's spotter out there, get Blaine over here. I'd love to interview Blaine at the end of the conclusion of this race, because inquiring minds want to know what happened there after that bump.
Yeah.
And Blaine's still one of the faster cars out there.
He is.
But up front for now,
He's ripping.
Brianna Walton. And she's going to have her hands full here.
BJ Hathorne made it all the way up from 10th.
Almost dead last. And BJ Hawthorne now
He's
hounding
now in second, I think.
all the way to second. You are correct. And the number 23 of Kyler Mendoza. But the top two leaders now pulling away.
Yeah, BJ is ripping out there.
Now, Brianna Walton is going to have to run a very clean race right now, because as we saw the aggressiveness of BJ Hawthorne getting around third place of the number 23 of Kyler Mendoza, Brianna's going to have to make every mark just perfect.
Yeah.
And right now, that Brianna's doing exactly that. But right now, right on her 6, one very motivated BJ Hawthorne. So she makes one. If she opens the door even a little bit, I think
she
BJ.
went a bit wide right there.
And that's exactly what I
That's
was talking about.
exactly, yeah.
Did BJ? They're side by side coming down the
It's a
front
drag
straightaway. We
race.
got a race. White flag flying. Does BJ Hawthorne take over the lead? Not at this moment. Brianna Walton's going to have to close the door right now. We've got a race. Where's my crowd at? Where is my crowd? They were
She held
drag
it. She
racing.
held it.
Wow. What about that now? That was a race.
That was a race.
Well, just a few more turns to negotiate.
We'll see if she can hold it.
You know, I've been talking about this core race. Oh, BJ to the inside, trying to take that inside line, but no, Brianna closes the door and says, "Not today, BJ." I hope the spotter was saying, "Tighten up, tighten up, tighten up."
Yeah.
And here you go, BJ to the outside. BJ trying to find any line around Brianna, and he is not giving it up. Brianna is literally going to have to make every single mark count. If she makes one slip up, BJ is going to be there to capitalize. Look at this. And we got a car off the track. Little bit of a misjudgment there into turn 4. But here we go, coming to the front straight rear. Brianna Walton, can she hold it in?
Here they come.
Little wide again. It's going to be a drag race.
No, Brianna's got it.
All right. Firebird International Raceway, you better make some noise. That is quite the race. And you can see there, place. BJ Hawthorne not upset about second place. Thank you, Anika. And wowzer. What a race. You can't ask for, in off-road racing, that is exactly what you see here in short course racing with these limited cars.
Yes.
If you open the door, that race will be right there. Now, in that case, if you're the one doing the hounding, what do? Do you try to take one of the lines away from it, or you try to keep it clean above all costs?
You just hold your line and try to pick the fastest. I don't know. Sometimes they'll just block you out, but you just gotta push.
Now, is that something you plan for, or do you just instinctively do it?
Like passing?
Yeah, like when you're hounding that position that you want, does it just kind of come natural, or is there a routine, like when you're off season, you're not racing? Do you think about what you're gonna do if you're giving that competitor a bumper?
Yeah, I always think after every race, like what I could do better and what I can improve on, and I just try my best to, meet my goals each race.
I mean, that's what they say. If you visualize it, it will happen.
Yeah.
Like if you you can literally
Yeah.
be sitting up here, all the way up here in race command, and you can feel the steering wheel. You know how the car handles. You know how the gravity puts in the car, your acceleration, your braking, and what position as you go into a wide corner like we have here in turn number 1. What do? Do you duck down to the inside, or do you go wide and keep it pegged?
Yeah, it just depends on how the race is going. You just gotta go with the flow.
And go with the flow. So
Yep.
there, I think it'd probably be more instinctive than planned, because you got to see, because every situation is an opportunity for a pass. Well, we're going to talk about the winners. What a race. Wow. BJ Hawthorne and Brianna Walton. I'm going to go down there and talk with them. And then, again, look at this race.
All right.
We've got a big race. So let's go down there
That
and
is a
talk
big
to them.
race.
And, wow. Crowd, you guys, that's what short course racing here at Core is all about. All right, Firebird, their helmets are off. What do you guys think about that race? Let them hear you. Or Kyler Mendoza, that's right. Grab that. That was quite a race, man. We're already only in race number 2 here, round 3, and you guys are already putting it down.
Yeah. It was pretty tough out there. I was not expecting BJ to come up on me that quick.
I don't think anybody was expecting BJ to be there, but right on.
I was like, oh, that was quick. So I was trying to catch up, but I screwed up a corner and I couldn't. But it was pretty fun out there.
I'll tell you what, that seems to be the so far, if you mess up out here in Firebird, man, whoever's behind you, they're probably going to capitalize on it.
Yeah. And then this is a wide track, so you could hold it wide open in all the corners. Well, all of the corners. But if you screw up one time, then...
Done.
Yeah.
Curtains.
Oh, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's hear about the people that make your race day happen.
I would like to thank JG Racing, Hoosier, Legion Tattoo for sponsoring me. Dexter Racing Gear for making this cool suit. Extreme MF. Yeah. And then, Withrow Construction for making this track beautiful like this.
All right, very good, guys. Make some noise. Kyler Mendoza doing a great job here in 3rd place. But another barn burner, BJ Hawthorne, all the way from almost dead last and getting here to 2nd place.
Yeah, that was a big fight. It was a lot of battling, a lot of ground made. It was a lot of the car too. The acceleration is great, and that helped me get around people in the corners.
I mean, for sure, a car setup with your driving style, man, that is equally as important.
Yeah.
All right, very good. The next race, you were pretty there. You got around everybody but Brianna, man. So are you going to change anything or leave it as it is?
We're gonna try.
All right, very good.
Yeah. So that's pretty much my strat. Trying to find her mistakes and then taking advantage of that.
All right, very good. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. It looked like you had a lot more to say there. All right, well, let's talk about the people you want to say thank you to.
My dad, my sister, and the Lord Jesus Christ for taking us or for keeping us safe out there.
All right, very good. BG Hawthorne, everybody, what do you think about that? Man on a mission. But Brianna Walton, victorious once again, man. Have you seen what we're giving away as the special prize?
No.
You haven't seen it yet? Okay, well, I got a surprise for you from Wither Road Construction. But let's talk about racing, man. You pretty much led it wire to wire.
Yeah. So when he was coming up on me, I thought I was about to lose it until I go faster and I stay on my inside. My dad said, no, because you're going to spin him out. So I go on my outside until I catch the speed. I go on my inside.
Then you guys were drag racing coming down the last straightaway there on the second to last lap. That was exhilarating.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Great to watch. And, man, the crowd went crazy. Did you guys like that race? I'm sure you guys liked that race. All right. Well, let's talk about the people that get you here on top of this podium.
TGR, GB Tires, Go Fast Grows, Impact, KB Engineering, Uncle Trey, Grandma, Mom, Dad, and family.
I love Uncle Trey in there. Well, check this out. Since you don't know what we got you, do you like video games? If you like them, look what you got from Wither Road Construction. Look at that face. You obviously don't have one of those, do you?
No.
But now who do you want to say thank you to?
You.
Oh, wow. I didn't give it to you. But thank you. Say thank you to Wither Road Construction.
Thank you, Road Construction.
I love it. You're a winner, Brianna Walton, everybody. Now, you'd figure that the cat's out of the bag and they're back there. Hey, dude, you got to win this because, hey, dude, or do this. You got to win this because you get a Nintendo Switch from Wither Road Construction. Look at that. All right. Make some noise, everybody. Coming up next, Stephanie, who we got?
We got the 170 limited beginners.
All right, hold on really quick. I don't want to interrupt. I forgot all about this. Man, first of all, come here, give me a big old hug, man. Let's talk about what happened there. You almost inherited the lead there and it bumped. What happened?
So I was trying to get the pass on Brianna Walton, and I kind of hit that turn a little too much on the inside. And that bicycle landing and the hit from Brianna, that just kind of knocked out my chain. I lost a lot of placing. I managed to keep it up. I still managed to place 9th, but
Blaine, you were on fire. Had that chain not come off, we saw the emotion there. You were really getting on that steering wheel, man. You were really upset.
yeah.
Well, you were on fire, and there's no doubt in my mind that Nintendo Switch had your name on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what are you going to plan for tomorrow?
I know that I have to be careful on passing on the insides, and I have to do exactly what I did today to put me on the top.
All right, very good. Blaine Proctor, everybody, our hard luck recipient right there, man. Too bad, but we'll see you on top tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right, Blaine Proctor, everybody. He almost had it done. Knocked the chain off going into turn 3 there. And Stephanie, didn't mean to interrupt you, but, man, that was quite a race right there.
It's all good. We have the 170 limited beginner class coming up. There's 20 racers stacked. First we have Carter Hodgeness. Then we got Cooper Hodgeness, Murphy McKay, Price Waddell, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Mason Dolgarian, Wyatt Dolgarian, Payson Waddell, Elliot Brook, Truly Espinoza, Stetson Wyman, Steele Hopkins, Brody Klein, Idalis Martinez, Keenan Maurice, Joshua Lehman, Carly Warapius, Jacob Lehman, Mason Atterbury, and Braden Lucas. Yeah, those were some hard names.
Man, you're pretty dang good at this announcing stuff. I think you're doing just fine. This is a big race, 5 laps here at the 170 limb. Now we're to the beginner class that I've been talking about.
Yes.
And a lot of these racers here are brand new today, brand new this season. And as you said, we've got over 20 racers here. This is pretty incredible.
Yes.
Hey, Glenn. I have the director screen over here. Can I have the feed screen? Like what? Can I just have the feed screen? Yeah, just the program rather. Yeah, sorry. Well, all right. All right, now, I've been saying your name all season, but how do I say your last name perfectly?
We're Apius.
I'm not even close. I wasn't even close.
How have you been saying it?
Well, not that way. Okay, say it one more time. War
Apius.
Apius. The accent is on the second half.
Yeah.
And it's right after war, so it's like,
Yeah,
you say the war.
Apius.
What the heck?
Yeah.
No, that's not how I've been saying it. So now I know.
No one gets it right. It's okay.
I mean, my name is Mark, so in other words, nobody screws that up. But and my last name is Wright.
Oh.
Like, you know, I always talk about that. I've always wanted, a good name, a fun name, like something that's nice and classy. My name is Esteban, or something like that.
Yeah.
But I don't have a name like that. I joined the Marks, the Steves, the Joes, the Mikes. There's all kinds of just kind of common names, and Mark's definitely one of them. But Warapius, that's awesome. See, that is a classy.
It's pretty unique. Yeah.
It's the first time I've ever heard it is out here racing, and obviously being an announcer, I've been an announcer for going on almost 30 years now. That's the first time I've heard Warapius. So that now hopefully I'll get it right for the rest of the year. So I might have to ask you again. Don't be offended. But all right, man, out front here on this one, the 8415 Carter Hoggeness. Now, that was the name that took me a while.
I know.
Had you said it that way? How did you say it?
I think I said Hodgeness.
Yes, I used to say Hodgeness, but I think the G is Hoggeness, yes. So just like it says. So
a lot of these names are confusing. I was like.
I probably am still wrong. It probably is Hodgeness, but I think it's Hoggeness. But okay, Cooper Hoggeness there next to him, and Murphy McKay, and Price Waddell will be the top 4 here on this race coming in here, the beginners. And a lot of racers out here about ready to move up to intermediate here before they get to expert, and the Hoggeness are definitely one of them. And I don't know why. I probably, as I was just talking about it, I just told you there's other names that I mess up. It's the biggest one that I mess up right now. So Hagen is the one.
That one and this one.
What did you see there?
The first name, I thought that was an L. It's like Idalis or something.
Right. If it was an L.
Yeah.
Idalis.
That one got me messed up.
I would probably say Idalis Martinez.
Yeah.
Idalis. I believe that the I and the Y make Idalis. See, now that's the crazy thing about, at least I don't call it English, I call it American, because English and American are two completely different things, even though we speak English. We've added our twist to it, so it's American now. But if you think about it grammatically, and I don't know about you, but I wasn't very good in English, But I was good in math, I was good in music, but boy, English and social studies, boy, I was horrible at. You don't ask me where New York is. I couldn't point it out to you. But if we're thinking grammatically, Idalis Martinez. So, and if you're out there, let me know. But I don't hear anybody screaming, so I think we're okay. Well, there we are. Look at us on the live track feed. Look at you. That's what you look like on the live track feed. Hello, everybody. And there they are held up there. Great drone footage once again. Taking it to the next level with our boys over there on the drone footage. And making sure we get everybody just right here. And today, I do believe we probably, and I'm not sure, Jason, did we pick the starting order from how they finished last race? Round 2? So season points. Okay, so very good. We had to not qualify today. Do we have a phone turned up? Is what?
That's mine.
Oh, jeez. What the heck?
Yeah, I think I ran it over last
Hey, I was
time.
gonna say, has this phone been through World War III or something? You guys see that over there? Look at that thing. It looks like it's been shot with a shotgun. And you know, and normally when I see these screens cracked like that, it's not the screen cracked; it's the protector that's cracked. So that old phone's been through a lot. And I'm a welder, and look at my phone. It looks like a girl in Scottsdale owns my phone. You ever lost your phone? Be honest. Have you ever lost it?
Yeah, I lost it last night, actually.
Oh, you lost that phone?
Yeah.
How did you find it?
Life 360.
Yes, I was gonna say. So, is that an Apple?
Yeah, it is.
Of course, it's an Apple. It's an Apple. Uh-oh. All right. Yeah, scoot over a little bit more. There you go. All right. So, it looks like there'll be a little bit of confusion there on the line. They're getting it taken care of. And it's going to be the Hogginess up in front with McKay in 3rd place. Waddell will be in 4th. And Ledbetter in the 5th position. Everybody telling us what to do. What the heck?
What's going on is we got the 170 beginners. It's a long-time, first-time drivers. They did a sight lap because our qualifying was compromised, right? And so we wanted to make sure they had a good sight lap to see what the course looked like. And because they're beginners, they're still learning. They get out of order sometimes. So right now they're restacking them.
All right. Jason just explained it to me what we're doing here. This is a beginner class, and there are a lot of first-time drivers out here, so we're trying to get the first-time drivers behind the faster drivers or the vets in this class, if you would. You try not to stay a beginner for too long. How long were you a beginner? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
Like in motocross, I think people stay beginners way too long. Like I was a beginner for 2, maybe even 3 years. And that's not because I was winning races. It's because I was actually crashing or, in beginner class, it's basically like controlled demolition out there in motocross. And I wish I would have known, but if you're not winning, you don't have to not move up because you're winning. In other words, if you win one race, you should move up immediately, in my opinion, because that shows that you have the skills to at least win a race. But if you stay stuck in the beginner hamster wheel, you're never gonna progress in your racing career. You're never gonna get better in it. And this is just my humble opinion. But you should only stay, in my opinion, you should only be a beginner for 1 year. And if you didn't learn the skills to move up to the next class, you probably don't have what it takes. So, and there's people that race beginners forever. And I will tell you this, I would rather be a last place intermediate than a mid-pack beginner. You know what I mean? So that's just my opinion. And I think a lot of racers out there probably see it that way. I mean, that's why I was asking how long do you think you were a beginner. But tough class.
I don't even remember.
And what class do you race now? What class are you racing today?
1000 limited.
And is that still an amateur class, or is that an expert level?
It's the stock 1000 youth class.
Okay, it's a youth class. Very
Yeah.
good. And that's limited to under 16 years old?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. All right, that's quite a bit. And that's a lot of car to hand to a 16-year-old, boy or girl.
Yeah.
All right. We still got water bottle issues? Well, they're telling us. Okay, they're telling us left, right. Okay. A lot of tubes behind us. Seems like with everything they're telling us, huh? You're in jail. Let me out. Let me out. There we go. How about that? Look at that. All right, very good. We're getting ready to get started. If you look down here, the grid is set, 20 cars strong. This is going to be one of our largest classes here for round number 3. This is race number 3. And this is the 170 Limited. Do you think the secret's out now? Everybody knows that they're racing for the Nintendo
Yeah,
Switch?
I think so.
Are you racing for it? Is it in your class?
No, it's not.
Oh, burn!
Yeah.
Do you have a Switch?
Huh?
Do you have a Nintendo Switch?
No, I do not.
No, I do not. I think the last video game console I bought was a PS4.
Yeah.
No, PS3.
I've got a PS4.
All right,
There
we're
they
going
go.
green. The 2114 car. And 8415 of the Haagenes. They're going to lead them into turn 1. And there you go. Now we can see the live track feed that everybody else can see. So everything that we say now is going to be featured on the live track feed. And that's where you say great drone footage right there. And if you're out there in the crowd, you can start watching it live, but with a 30-second delay. But checking out that great drone work. That's the overhead drone that will be featured here all day today and tomorrow. Great shot of the car number 56 coming into turn 3. That's Stetson Wyman. And every now and again a little glitch because you have to remember that drone is sending the footage wirelessly up here to the director. But the Haagenes now, both cars out front looking like they got the same livery, just different colors.
It's hard to see their numbers.
It is. Some of the numbers are hard. That's why I try to watch the screen here. Otherwise, the only way I can get them is where they're coming down the front straightaway. And once you realize the livery of the car, like the two Haagenes, of Carter Haagenes and Cooper Haagenes, is that, you know, I'll know them. So here they come, and that is going to be out front, the 2014 Cooper and Carter
They're
side by
battling
side
for
into
first
turn
out
1.
there.
Look at this. And there you go. You can see the livery for sure. The same, just different colors. One blue, one green. But thank God we have the overlay here. We can see the Waddell car. Price Waddell was the outside of turn 2, of row 2 rather. And Price Waddell still gunning for that third place. Just watching the top 2 cars check out though in this beginner class. And I would imagine that the two Haagenes, they have a lot of time with each other, either racing or practicing.
I would guess so.
Now, is that an advantage to knowing a sibling or a family member that you know their secrets? Is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, very good. Well, since you have taken the time to come up here and announce with us for volunteering, let's talk about your race program for a little bit. Who do you got on board here helping you out for 2024?
Hold on. I got Sneaky Side by Side.
So if you're out
Got-
there, you can
okay.
see us. There
Menace
she goes.
Racing, GVC Tires, FSP Motorsports, High Performance Helicopters, Sneaky Side by Side, PRP Seats, All Terrain Concepts, Wheel Pros, Go Fast Girls, Seal Savers, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Rugged Radios, the Baja Shop, and my Maga and Papa.
All right,
And
very
parents.
good. Stephanie Warapius. That's still hard to say, even though you said it over and over and over. Warapius.
You'll get it.
I think I got it, but it is still hard because the brain wants to say something different. Warpus or, yeah, Warpus. But that I is tricky. Warapius.
Yeah. The A's are two different sounds too. So
They are.
Yeah.
Instead of Wara,
yeah.
it's war with a long A. Warapius.
Yeah.
Is that Greek? What do you think?
Probably. I have
I'm
no
in
clue.
Greek or
I have no clue.
it doesn't sound Germanic. Doesn't sound. It could be. I don't know. Maybe
Might
we'll,
be Greek. Who knows?
maybe we'll have to see what Google says. All right. But back to racing. The Haagenes now having to deal with everybody in the back there. You can see that now we've got a stalled car. And the Haagenes still out front. Now Haagenes I'm pretty sure I've mispronounced it. Hogeness.
Yeah, I don't know. They're both up there, though. Hogeness?
I believe it's Hogeness. See, that's a name like yours. See, your mind sees it, has said it a million times, but your mind wants you to say it whatever you think the grammatic way is to say it. Lots of yellow flags flying in turn 3. The core crew doing a fabulous job. And that's one of the disadvantages to when the track's really muddy like it is. When the blade comes through, it ends up, when the blade comes through, it ends up making the berms that you see, making it very hard for the cars to be pulled off the track. So that's the only disadvantage to having it muddy like it is, because it makes the berms, if you will, to the outside of the track. But now it's not taking anything away from Kelvin, our tractor operator. He is an absolute legend in short course off-road racing.
Yeah, the track looks pretty good still. It's holding up.
Well, I remember sitting here this morning thinking it's going to be a mud bath, but we're already here at race number 3, and those cars are spotless. In fact, I might even venture to say it looks like we're going to have to add some water. You don't think? So very hard now to see the Hogeness. If you're out there and you're not watching the live track feed with the overlay of realizing who our leaders are. But Price Waddell and both Hogeness, both Carter and Cooper Hogeness, out front. Those are your top 3 drivers here, race number 3, round number 3. With a last-minute change to Firebird. Have you ever raced Vicksburg? Were you looking forward to that race, or are you glad that we're back here at Firebird?
Which one?
The third round here, we switched at the last minute to come out here to Firebird. We were all set there to race in Vicksburg.
Oh, no, I don't think I've ever been to Vicksburg.
Yeah, I've never been there either. Oh, look at this. One of the cars here in turn 1 going over the berm. But I'd never actually been to round number 2, Shorty's. That place was incredible. Absolutely a great place to have a race like this.
That's a great track.
You know, when I got there, Shane took me for a ride in the 4-seater, and I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be a demolition derby. I was thinking there's no way. I said there's not going to be any place to pass. It's going to be a train. You're going to have to get a good start. But you still got to get a good start at that track.
Yeah.
But the racing action was incredible. I look forward to going to Shorty's every time.
Yeah, Shorty's is great. Only, downside to it is it's not a passing track at all. So you got to get a good qualifying, or it's not going to look good.
And that's exactly what the mindset is. You think about that, and that's all I can think about. You're going to have to get that, like you said, good qualifying, good start, maintain the start. But
you got to be mentally prepared to race at that track.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was wrong. There were some races out there that were literally 2 inches apart the entire race. And just like you said, if they open the door, maybe a little rubbing, but man, it made some clean racing. And the track did what I call rail up. In other words, where the cars take the same line. But there was a lot of creative drivers that would find a faster line to the inside or the outside and stay out of that groove.
Yeah.
White flag flying for the 170 Limited Beginners. And the Hogeness now just taking it from start to finish. And having to deal with lap traffic. That's another thing. When you're out there on the race and you're the leader's top 3 and you're dealing with lap traffic, how do you deal with that?
It's kind of frustrating, but you just got to hold your line and know which line is faster. Don't let them distract you.
Have you ever had the leader you're lapping or the competitor you're lapping, have they made a mistake and taken you out?
Wait, what?
Has the lapped driver, there you go, checkered flag flies for Carter Hogeness. And Cooper Hogginess there in second place. And Price Waddell. I almost said Waddle, see?
That's what I said.
Well, this is only my third race announced, until I really know everybody. Like now I know your name.
Yeah.
So, Warapius. See, from here on out, it's going to be Warapius. No problem. I still have to think about it, but I got it. Hogginess, I don't care. It's going to take 5 more races. And I'm going to go down there and hope I got it right. I'm probably going to say it on the stage again, and they're probably going to get, dude, we're tired of you getting it wrong. But I can only imagine if it's not Hogginess. In other words, who else says it wrong? Their teacher? Do they say it wrong over and over? Oh my
Hogginess.
God! I said it completely wrong. So it's over here, right over here. Hogginess. So the O is long, and I kept saying it. I messed it up the first 2 rounds both times. So long O. Look. Look at this. Here's what we're gonna do. Hogginess. But I knew the G was right. It wasn't a J. I knew the G. So long O. The rest of it I had right. So look at this. So maybe I should make Marnie put the long O sign over it. Hogginess. Look. Boop. Is that what that means?
I don't know.
Yes, that makes it a long O. Hogginess. All right, well, we're going to talk to Hogginess right now. Sit tight. And there's our next race, Stephanie. For when we get done, you know the drill. As long as you're up. Ooh, I like that one. Huh? No, mine doesn't have the. I like that one. Mine doesn't have it. Maybe we should. Hey, and they have the umbrella, they just didn't bring it. She was like, yeah, I was wondering whose that was. I said, it's a $4 umbrella, I don't touch mine. All right. Woo. Cooper going up there. All right, big round of applause for these races. Great job out there. Prize third place. You can't be too upset with that. That was quite a race out there. A lot of people out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was more than there's ever been, I think. What is it, 24?
20, at least 20. And we got 20 strong.
All right, yeah, I mean, that was just a great race. I'm happy that I pulled off a podium.
Yeah. I mean, and you started as far back as, let's see, you were starting second row.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people to hold off.
Yeah, there were. Everybody was trying to pass me.
Now, how about the lap traffic there? How do you deal with that when you come up on lap traffic?
I honestly just looked at second place and did whatever he did.
So you were focused on the prize.
Yeah.
All right, these boys were pretty tough.
I know. They're always beating me.
All right, well, we got another day of racing, so tomorrow maybe you have something for them, but let's talk about the people that make it happen.
I would like to thank Bad Decisions Racing, my mom, my dad, my stepmom, Lonnie, and God for getting me through this all.
Woohoo! Make some noise out there. Price Waddell, but let's go back here to the Hogginess. You know, it is the hardest, Cooper, it's the hardest way to say Hogginess. You know I've been having problems with the name all year, but I think I'm going to have it down. Pat, tell us about your day of racing, man. You guys were 1 and 2, and you made it stick.
I was just trying to focus on not letting my brother pass me, and then on the last jump that freaking scared me because I almost nosedived and flipped.
Whoa! So you had a little bit of drama going on out there.
Yeah.
But you overcame.
Yeah.
And you made it happen.
Yeah.
And you stayed in second.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Do you know what your brother wins here for winning?
I don't really care about him.
Oh! So now wait a second. Is there a little rivalry between you guys?
Yeah.
Oh! Oh, you going to get him tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, and yes. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
2X Motorsports, my dad, my mom, Ryan, my brother's friend, and Uncle Kenny, and Opa. That's all.
All right, Cooper Hogan is everybody. Says he's got a little bit for his brother coming. Does that even scare you at all?
No.
No, I knew it wouldn't. He's like, nah, heck no. All right, well, let's take us from the start of the race and take us through your race.
Cooper passed me, and then right out that jump when it scared him, just went right past him, flew past.
So you just held it there and ran your own race.
Yep.
That's the way to get it done, man. Have you seen what's been going around for the winner yet? Do you even know what you're going to get?
No.
That's crazy. I figured by the third race, everybody would know. I think even the parents, maybe you guys don't even know. But first of all, let's get through the people that make your race day and who you want to say thank you to.
Friends, family, Wreck-It Ride, Jake's, my nephew CJ, my Cheesy, Mama Shelly, and Papa Jerry.
All right, very good. Make some noise out there, everybody. Carter Hogan is. Well, Carter, let me ask you a question. Do you know who's giving away the special prize today?
I keep forgetting his name.
Withero Construction.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to see what you got? Check this out. You like video games? How about a Nintendo Switch for you for winning? Look at that smile. You know, I love giving these Nintendo Switches away. Now it made racing worth it, did? Look at that smile.
Yes.
Who do you want to say thank you to now?
Withrow.
All right, Withero Construction. Make some noise for these kids. Did a great job. And man, you better tell the kids that are ripple through there. Would you want a Nintendo Switch? You have one?
No.
You want one?
Yes.
You better win then. I'll tell you what, today Withero Construction. Anyway, one more time for these kids. And Stephanie, who we got coming up next?
We got the 170 modified with 11 cars. First in position one, we got Allie Easton. Second, we got Samuel Gibbs. Third, we have Kyson Christensen. Fourth, we have Crew Hart. Fifth, Ryder Forrester. Sixth, Luke Torres. Seventh, Jackson Cotter. Eighth, Bryce Rimmer. Ninth, Luke Vale. 10th, Aiden Coots. And 11th, Jake Hill.
Another full field, man. Allie Easton back out there, and she's sitting number one because that's her points right now for the year.
Yes.
Samuel Gibbs been on fire all year in this class, the 170 modified, and Kyson Christensen and Crew Hart. Crew Hart already been out here in a couple races as well. Look at that, we got the whole field out here, 20 cars strong.
Lined up.
And look at those cars. So, did you start off in the 170s, or you started off in JR2
In a JR1.
or JR1? Now, what's the
Yeah.
difference between a 1 and a 2? Motor?
Yeah.
The chassis is the same.
I think so.
All right. Well, I worked for Lucas for like 6 years, and I never knew the difference. Nobody ever took the time to tell me the difference between a JR1 and a JR2.
Yeah.
They even made, a lot of people don't know this, they made the modified carts, as we know. But
They did.
But they also made an adult cart, a full-size adult trophy cart. Yeah, and
So
in-
like a trophy truck?
well, no, it's the modified engine. It had the big 450 Grizzly Yamaha engine, but the chassis was slightly bigger, so the adults were racing them.
Oh.
And there was a couple cars that would come every now and again and show up at Lucas and race those, but we got it going.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, you already got a fan there. So make sure you show your pretty face. All right, well, there's great drone footage. Looks like we're going to take the green flag this time around. This is the modified 170 class. Allie Easton, a very tough competitor out here. And she definitely has the target on her back, as you see. Samuel Gibbs way wide to the outside of turn 1. Maybe Samuel knows a line out there that nobody else knows about, carrying the momentum down the back straightaway. Now, this is the modified class, so this opens up a little bit more, not a limited class. What do you think the most important thing is in a modified class, suspension or engine?
Probably engine, I'd say.
So engine for the drag races, or now, if we're talking engine, we're talking horsepower, acceleration, and top end, bottom end, mid range. I mean, obviously, in off-road racing or any type of racing, you'd love to say, I want to have it all. But 9 times out of 10, if you got an engine that pulls hard on the top end, you don't have a lot of low end. Or you got a good mid-range, but sometimes top end will fall flat.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. If you got a low-end engine, you have no mid or top. It's very rare that you have all three. And I'm not saying it's impossible, because trust me, I have a full factory CRF 450. It pulls everywhere. But where would you want to be? Like, you like the top end of an engine, or you like the low end grunt or acceleration?
I have no
She says, I don't know, man. I climb in the car, I mash the skinny pedal, and we see where we go. Well, I guess for me, I love the low end acceleration, but I think I'm a top speed driver. Like, I like the higher.
I like top speed.
So
yeah.
there you go. So you're probably like me. I like the top speed. I feel more comfortable putting a car in a corner a little faster and maintaining the speed. So I think I can do better with a top end.
I like these kind of tracks better than desert and stuff. So that's kind of more top speed.
Yeah, I mean, these are
Like,
groomed. You heard one of the racers already say, man, I can just mash it and hold it all the way wide open around the whole track.
Yeah.
Well, Allie Easton taking command early. She's still out front. But Crew Hart now in second place. Crew coming from the outside of row number 2. And now, as you see there from the drone shot, Allie Easton's going to have her hands full with Crew Hart. And Crew Hart, another veteran in this modified class. This is only my first year, my third race here with Core. And I'm getting to have what it takes to get to Allie Easton. But as you heard, Allie on the podium, Allie has a very tight bond with her dad, and her dad might be her driving force harder than anybody. You know, her dad will tell her, get, inside, and she's like, I gotta listen. She even says that my dad, they're telling me what I gotta do on the radio.
Yeah, she's got to watch out. Crew's creeping up.
Right. But you know what? Whatever they got going on over there at the Easton Pit, it's working.
Yeah.
Because Allie now out front again, just taking these boys and girls to school. Let's take this time to thank some of our sponsors. HMD Graphics out here in Designs. They do a great job at all we got everything out here. Stickers, all the stickers. We get so many core stickers coming from HMD.
Yeah.
Our banners, the easy ups, everything. HMD, a big sponsor out here, and they're right here out of Tempe, so we can't say enough about HMD. They also do have you seen the trophies again? R&R Steel, getting them cut, getting them to us, and
I actually
HMD.
haven't seen them up close.
Yeah, they are, as usual for this.
They're
Look at them all the way
nice, yeah.
down there. They look incredible. And these are some real trophies, man, and they're awesome. I would love to have one of these out here. Cactus Splash pools out there most of the West Valley. If you guys have a pool out there, we got another, look at this. Crew Hart now, but now into third place. We know that livery of Luke Vale. And Samuel Gibbs just going backwards here. Samuel finding himself now all the way down to fourth position. And another name, check this out, Stephanie, another name making it seen up here, Jake Hill. In the number 5 car, and I'll bet you if we look at Jake Hill, I was just going to say, I bet Jake started way in the back. Well, not only did Jake start way in the back, Jake started in the very back.
He did. He's climbed up pretty good.
I mean, Jake's already picked off 6 positions from that hind start. Let's talk about that for a little bit. Where in the field, if you're a start and you didn't qualify well, you're kind of stuck with whatever you did qualify. Where do you like to be mostly? In the back, the mid? Do you want to be up front all the time? And during the main event, where do you find yourself? If you didn't qualify P1, where do you find yourself liking to start?
Well, this race, and I think there's like 17 cars in the class, and I just have to pick all of them off until I get.
Now that's got to be quite intimidating. You're sitting there looking at an entire field of cars in front of you.
Yeah.
And a few are going to make mistakes, and a few are going to have mechanical failure. So you already know you're going to probably pick up at least 50% of the crew, as long as you don't have any, or of the pack rather, as long as you don't have any catastrophic fails.
Yeah. Last time I was at this track, I think I was in like 15th, and I picked my way up to 4th.
Wow. That's impressive.
And then my car broke, so I didn't finish, but.
And then there was catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
Well, that's fortunately or unfortunately, that's why we still love off-road racing.
Yeah.
To me, there's nothing like it on this entire planet Earth. So, I mean, I just love off-road racing, and I would rather have a bad day of racing than a good day at work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
that does make sense.
yeah, I think I might have paraphrased it incorrectly, but I think I'm close enough for you to get the point.
I get it, yeah.
I figured you would. All right, Allie Easton's still out front. She's your leader. And Crew Hart right there. And Luke Vale now getting the white flag. And great drone footage. You can see the live feed there. You'll see that drone literally flying in the back window of Crew Hart and watching the lead there. And you can see the drone actually sideways right there, but going forward still. And Crew Hart now trying to go to the inside of Allie Easton, but look at this. Luke Vale trying to make a challenge for second place. The top 3, we've got a battle. Look at this, the last lap. Luke Vale to the inside, trying to get around Crew Hart.
Oh, Crew's coming up. He's fighting.
Luke Vale now. If Crew Hart opens a door like that, one more time, they touch going into turn 4 rather. And turn 5, Allie Easton's gonna have to keep it clean. If Allie Easton slips up, she can hand it over to either 2 behind her. I know she's feeling the pressure. And there they are, side by side, Crew Hart and Luke Vale. Who's it gonna be? Is that gonna shape up? They've got one more turn to negotiate. Going down the runway. They come back into the dirt. And I think that's where we're gonna end. Checkered flag flying for Allie Easton, Crew Hart, and Luke Vale. And that was quite a race right there. And Jake Hill, our driver that's been starting in the back all day, Jake Hill was able to get 5th place, and Samuel Gibbs just having it just out of the podium in 4th place after starting right next to Allie Easton. Now that's going to be good for those top 5. in points for this year. Now that's the next thing. When you go out to one of these events and you were talking about your strategy, do you race for the points or do you race for that day of racing? What do you think?
I would say race for the day. I think I just try to do my best every race. I don't really care about. I mean, I do care about the points, but it's got to build up. Like every race, you got to set goals. So.
I find myself agreeing with you again. I don't want to set my sight on the year because you might come up short. Set your sight on the intermediate goal of winning that day, and then see how you go at the end of the year. I think, to me, I agree with you. I think I would want to do that as well. Stay for that race, perform at your best at that race, and as you say, at the end of the year, everything will be as be.
Because
right.
if you have a couple bad races, then you can't base that off of your other races because you could still do better.
See, I agree, and that's another thing. The people that have the pressure of the championship, they find themselves coming up short because it's a lot of pressure. Well, all right, let's go down and talk to these winners of the 170 modified class, and I'll make sure you got that slip so we can talk about the 800 modifieds coming up next. I have a bigger hat back in the truck, it's a straw hat, but if you get that, that's a very expensive hat. So, I'm just saying. Well, all right, we're going to wait for Crew, but I'll tell you what, we'll get this started and we'll let Crew walk on by. What do you think about that? Man, you've been doing a pretty good day of racing today so far.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you were putting it in there trying to get that second place, and tell us about that.
Yeah, I just didn't have enough time.
If you, at the time would have permitted, where would your strategy have been? To the outside, the inside, or just trying to drag race down the straightaways?
On that, on turn 3, he kept going out wide, so I just stick my nose in there.
And you did the best you could to get it done. Crew, you coming up here? Well, Luke, man, did you see what's been given away here? Do you have any interest in a Nintendo Switch?
Yeah.
Man, you got any more class to race today?
No.
Oh, does that sting a little bit? But all right, well, let's talk about again who makes your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, Lone Star Racing, Brinkley Automotive, the Lord for keeping everyone safe, and Core for putting this on. All the hills, Calvin for the track, and anybody I forgot, I'm sorry, but thank you.
All right, you better make some noise out there. Luke Vale doing a great job. You're putting on a good race again. But Crew Hart, you had it all worked out, man, and I know you would have loved to have seen first place there, but, man, you had your hands full right there with Luke Vale.
Mm-hmm.
You doing all right?
Not really.
Tell us about it. What's going on?
Felt like I had it.
Well, this is racing, man. You gotta. This is. You give it your best. You give it everything you do. You didn't have catastrophic failure. You drove excellent. Second place is a lot better than dead last, and you were able to drive it here to the podium, so you got to be happy with that. Sometimes the intermediate goals are a little better than the win. Would you not agree with me?
I don't know.
He's like, no, I want that first place. But man, Allie Easton, she's been doing this all day, and she's been getting it done. So I think you did pretty good holding it down for second place. I'm telling you, I'm proud of you. Are you guys proud of him? Look at that. All right, well, let's talk about the people you want to say thank you to.
My mom, my dad, my brother, Todd, Hoosier Tires, God Upstairs, Muzzy, and Elka, Shocks, and Cruise Armor, and that's it.
Well, there you go. Well, you know what? You get it done. Come back tomorrow, and you got this tomorrow. What do you think?
I guess.
All right, come on, make some noise. Crew Hard doing a great job. He got it. All right, second place. But Allie Easton, what can I say? I mean, we've already talked to you once. You already know what's coming. You want a second switch. What the heck?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I got this. All right, well, take us through this race. This one's a little different. This is a modified class. Tell us what was going on out there.
I was really nervous because, again, my dad was telling me second place was right behind me.
Well, you know what? Hey, I had an epiphany because this is only my third time, but I've been talking to you every single race, okay? Number one, you're extremely consistent. So the thing is, there's either you're really good or he's really good or you're both really good together. Now, I know it's hard. I bet you, I could tell by your emotions that having your dad there barking at you on the radio, you get a little emotional. But, girl, you guys might be a stronger team than you think.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and look at this. You are on top of the box again. So I know your dad's probably pretty hard on you, but look at that. You got it done, and you're on top of this box.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there. Other than your dad, you already said thank you to him, but who else makes your race program happen?
Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Dynajet, Shelby, Tatum, Hoosier Tires, R&R Steel, Muzzy, AZ Dentworks, Power Glass, my mom and dad, and anyone else I'm forgetting.
I don't think you're forgetting anybody. Allie Easton on top of the box again. And do we got another switch for her? Man, hey, hold on. I'll give you $35 for it right now.
No.
He still said no. How about 40? I'm just kidding. Make some noise for these three doing a great job. I just wanted to see if Allie had a price. She said, heck no. 35, how about 50? No. We'll start the bidding off here at $45. Give me 45. Give me 45. Give me 50. $50. 55. 55. Give me 55. How much money would you give for a Nintendo Switch, Stephanie?
I have no clue.
I don't even know what they cost. Are they $100? Are they $200?
I don't know.
They're $500? No, they're not. There's no way. Do those things? Hey, where's the kids? $250? Okay, there you go. See, I knew I'd find a 13, 14. How old are you? 14. That's what I said. 13, 14-year-old. He'd know exactly how much they cost. If they're $500 at Best Buy, he says I get a $250 at his favorite video game outlet. You can get them used for $150. Get them refurbished for $175. So I guess if I could talk Allie into selling me one for $100, I'm still making a deal, right? Well. So some good racing going on so far, girl. Allie Easton on top of the box again.
Twice, yeah.
Now the thing is, you heard me announce them while the race was going on, because I kind of had an epiphany with her announcing the race. But you know, she talks about her dad, you know, being up there barking in her at the radio. But then I just had an epiphany thinking, well, maybe that is exactly a little bit of fire that a lot of people don't realize. Like, who's your spotter? Is your dad or mom your spotter?
It's my mom.
So it's your mom. So exactly what I'm talking about right there. And I'm sure you and your mom, you're probably two of the exact same girls. You know, you got your mom, your mom's part of you,
Yeah.
and your mom's who she is. So I'm assuming that you guys have a lot of the same idiosyncrasies about each other.
We do.
So does she ever upset you the way or like, in other words, you get emotional, you get hurt, you get...
When she's spotting me?
Yeah.
I don't really listen to her.
Oh, okay. Well, like,
be
you're
honest.
definitely like your mom. I don't even know your mom, and I can tell you are definitely like your mom. All right, so that's exactly what I'm talking about. So
I kind of just do my own thing and block her out sometimes.
yeah, now that can be good for you to, like you said, do your own thing out there. But do you need her for the, like, clearing somebody or careful there's a
Yeah.
wreck here?
Uh-huh,
So
yeah.
those you hear.
I do, yeah.
The cautions you hear.
Cautions I hear.
Okay. Okay, that's good then. Okay, and see, but that's where I was going with it. Now, that's still part of your program. In other words, your mom is a key, even though, like you said, you block her out for the most part, but you
Yeah.
take what you
I do,
you
yeah.
need from her.
Yeah, I do.
That's good. That makes it part of your race program. That makes it happen. All right, I'm over here and everybody's screaming at me. Well, we got the 800 Modified Open and Cameron Leeming out front. Olivia Woods in second place at Jackson Withrow and Logan Menster. Your top four in the 800 Modified and Open. Here we go. We're going green. I heard somebody open it up there. I'm going to see if we have an official start. And I don't hear the directive to give it a full course caution, so we've got to start. I got to go back there and eat one of these things. Hold on real quick.
Okay.
Stick around. Go ahead and take over, Steph.
Oh, we got a rollover. Who is that? Number 777 back on the track after a rollover on turn 3. We've got Withrow catching up to Leeming there. Went for the pass.
And I didn't get a comment, and we had to roll over there in turn 3. I was over there stuffing my face. Now, as we said here, the 800 modified and open. Cameron Leeming is the only 800 open. The rest are 800 modified, or vice versa. I forget how it goes.
Yeah.
But
It looks like that car's.
Cameron is in another class, so Cameron normally walks away with it, but this time Jackson Witherow of Witherow Construction out here in the 138 car out front. So Jackson taking the Cameron Leeming this time. They've been doing this all year long. And now Cameron having to let the Witherow car out front. And Olivia Woods all the way down to 4th place. And we got the French car, Witherow. And Cameron Leeming, the lone car out there in his class.
Looks like that car's having problems up there.
So indeed, electronical or fuel problems or some other problem, the car losing power. Stuck up there in turn number 2. So I know our crew is on our way. You can see the safety truck there parked in turn 2. No rush as there is no accident. Shane now on his way. The safety crew at court, top notch. And right there, ready to go to get that car. Now, luckily, that car is not in a very precarious position.
Yeah.
It's not going to cause too much of a disturbance in the rest of the racers. But Jackson Witherow out front. Perfect drift there into turn 4. And Jackson Witherow also great
Adrian
drone
Olivia.
footage right there. Tyler doing the overhead.
We got the caution out.
Three laps to go. Jackson Witherow out front. And Cameron Leeming out there, right here out of Chandler, Arizona of XTC Power Sports. XTC, some incredible machines they've got over there. If you get a chance here out of Chandler, Arizona, that number 1866 car, go there and talk to the Leemings. And you know what? I may have to steal your microphone real quick. Oh, and this is one thing I haven't been doing today, and I should do it today. Somebody had said earlier, Bree Cotter here on the live chat, I was saying her name right. I wonder who they were talking about. Your name. Bree Cotter. And then this is the live. This is the live chat on our thing. Shout out to Kinley Christensen for being the best little sister to the Kyson Christensen. Being there every step of the way. She deserves a switch. So Ashley Jensen out there on our Rumble feed. We got switches going out. Gotta love it. But okay, Jackson Witherow in command of this race last lap. The white flag now flying for the rest of the field. As I said, Cameron Lehman are only 800 open out there, and the rest of them are the modifieds. I think I got that right.
Looks like he's going through some lap traffic right now.
Now, this is where things get pretty precarious for Jackson Witherow. It's going to be Jackson's first place finish here for the weekend. But Jackson Witherow now having to deal with lap traffic, and we're finally getting that car out of turn 2 over there. And there we go, the crew getting to safety. With the white flag for the rest of the field.
There goes Olivia.
Kaya Sane, Blaine Proctor, number 213, being pulled off. Blaine just having all kinds of issues today. And there it is, checkered flag for Jackson Witherow. And that car there would still the way Cameron Lehman and Olivia Woods unofficially in second place. And Audrey French running off top 3. They are different classes. Cameron Lehman in the lone class in the open class. And Jackson Witherow in the first of the modified. Olivia Woods and Audrey French. And there you go. You'll see the top 3 coming up. We're going to interview. Yep. And well, Cameron is first in the open class. So the top 2 drivers that are see there are the first place respectively. We're going to talk with Cameron Lehman first. He's the 800 open, and the rest are the modified. Oh, Olivia Woods, though, is open as well. Okay, so we got a 1 and 2 finish here. Cameron Lehman. It's going to be Jackson Witherow first place, and then Audrey French in second, and Kaya Sane in third for the 800 modified. Now we got it. But I didn't know. I thought, like all year, I thought that Cameron Lehman was the only one. So, all right, we got it.
That's what we were trying to change.
Oh, it's okay. All right. What? It doesn't show me the class. Wow, got a rock star out in the audience. Connor McMullen is here. If you guys don't know who Connor McMullen is, you guys haven't been watching off-road racing. Connor McMullen, I used to interview him here in classes like this. It's Cameron and then Olivia, 1 and 2. And then Jackson Witherow first. Jackson, Audrey French, and Kaya Sane. 1, 2, 3. All right, get on up there. Cameron, I'll get you and Olivia. We'll wait for Olivia to get on up here. They're in the open class. Hold on, Jackson. Hold on. I know you're excited. But, yeah, hold on, Audrey. Where's Olivia? There she is. All right, now we got her. These are our, somebody's happy. These are our top 2 open. Big round of applause, Olivia. Wow. A lot going on out there. 2 different classes out there. You guys in the open class, but you're looking pretty strong out there.
Yeah.
How was it from your seat?
It was fun.
It's a fun track, right? A lot of braking out there, or what's your driving style like out there on that track?
Just like the straightaways.
You like the fast straightaways?
Yeah.
So are the corners hard for you, or do your car work good in the corners? Or?
See.
You couldn't see?
No.
So you're driving blind. You're just getting that car pointed and going down those straightaways.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, good job out there. You looked good, and you're poised, and you were still finishing the top few drivers. So good job. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, my dad, 2X, XTC, Shreddy, Rugged, Go Fast Girls, Casatech, and Apex, and Maco Tools, and Big Mac.
All right, well, that's a big list. You guys make some noise. Olivia Woods, get it done. But, man, Cameron, you got somebody out here racing with you now. But XTC Power Sports on top of the box again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about your day of racing now. Normally, you're the one that gets it down out front. But, Jackson, I know you guys are two different classes. But you know you love to be out front, don't you?
Yeah. He just outdrove me in the corners and stuff.
He looked good today.
Yeah.
He looked good. All right. You're on top again. What does this put you coming into tomorrow? What's your strategy coming into tomorrow?
Just drive harder in the corners.
Oh, very good. So your corners were lacking today. All right. Well, there's a lot of corners out there on this track. It's wide, and you definitely got to drive the car.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom and dad and my papa for coming out here. XTC Power Products, 2X Motorsports, GBC Tires, Rugged Radios, Simpson Race Group, Quick Lift USA, and everyone else who's helped me.
Jeez, I want to come racing with you guys. Jesus. Cameron Lehman, everybody, on top of the box. And the 800 open class, but we got the modified class coming up here. What happened? Oh, does he get one? Oh, he got the check. Oh, let's see what he got a check there. Is that check heavy?
Yeah.
He's like, you go out and buy some beer?
No.
No. I just want to see if I can catch him. What are you going to buy?
Probably some Capri Suns.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, well, there you go, Capri Suns. There you go. Big round of applause. Got the check. No Nintendo Switch for you. Good job. All right, well, let's talk about the 800 modified class. Come on up here, Jackson. Come on up. Hey, we got to talk with you again. I always tell people either break or win, and I'll interview you. So we're going to interview you again, twice. All right, well, let's make sure I got it right. Kaya Sane. Kaya? All right. There's no I in there, is it? Boy, I messed that clean up. Well, that's the first mistake I ever made. Well, good job, Kay. You got a smile on your face. Third place here in this class. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, well, it's my first podium, and this is my first season racing at Culver, so, yeah.
So what do you think? You feel good?
Yeah.
Does that trophy feel good?
Yeah.
And how about the podium? Are you nervous, or do you feel good up here?
Good.
Yeah. All right, you got a good smile, and you got a good attitude. Well, now that you've tasted the podium, what are you going to do tomorrow to make sure you get up here again?
I'm just going to push hard and see if I can get here.
Well, I like your strategy. That ain't too bad at all. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you over there.
Well, first I'd like to thank the man up above for keeping me safe. My mom and dad, my brother, Chris DeSosa Chris DeSosa Diaz for helping us with the car all the time, rebuilding it. And then for my whole family. And then my sponsors, I'd like to thank MRT Tires, Glenn Johnson Cooling and Heating, Less Plumbing, and Signs Unlimited, and any other ones I forgot.
What's her first time on a podium? You better make some noise for this young lady. Third place. That must feel pretty good. I bet you start progressing. Make some noise once again. KSA. All right, well, come on over here. Then another young lady out here getting it done out here representing, and second place. That was a tough race out there.
Yeah.
Tell us about it from your seat.
I was trying to hold Olivia back, but she got around me, but it's okay.
All right. Well, there's always tomorrow, and you can get it done and make up where you might have made some mistakes today. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
My mom, my dad, Rugged Radios, Shelby, Lone Star, Grandma and Grandpa's for always coming out, and friends and family.
All right, Audrey French, everybody, is second place. But this man of Witherow Construction, Jackson Witherow, finally getting it done today. Must have felt pretty good. I know you and Cameron been kind of battling, even though you guys are on different classes, but you got it done today, so that must have felt pretty good.
I don't know.
You don't know? It's like, I just do what I do. All right. Well, the car looked really good, and your lines were impeccable. I don't think anybody had anything for you.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, what's in store for tomorrow from you?
Beat everyone again.
Just do this again. This is what I do. I do this. All right. Well, let's get that long list of people that make it happen for you.
God for keeping me safe, Withero Construction, my mom and my dad, Jimmy for being my sponsor, and all the guys at Extreme Machine Fabrication, and especially Tyler, and Jaden, and that's it.
All right, well, he's been getting up here all day. He got it done. Jackson Withero. I got to come back down here. Man, oh, man. So the first race, you lost the chain going into the inside of turn 3 there. What happened up there today in this class?
You mean I didn't wreck?
No, you didn't wreck, but the car stopped though and stalled in turn 2.
It was stalling because I don't really know why. It was I feel like every time I go to turn too hard into a turn, it like stalls out a lot. So, and I would have caught 197, but if that didn't happen, I would have caught 197.
All right, well, it looked good out there, and again, tough luck today.
Good.
Jackson, what do you think about that?
Pretty good.
All right, well, there you go. You guys watch it right there. We got a lot coming up here. While we are stacking up the field, I am going to come over here and get that interview that I was talking about with Connor McMullen. Now, let me tell you guys, if Connor McMullen's name, if you guys are into short course racing, well, first of all, for about 6-7 years, this young man was very dominant over here in the we were talking about it, Stephanie. We were talking about the JR2, JR1, and modifieds. And this guy was just like these kids that I just got done interviewing. But now, if you pay attention to anything desert racing, any desert racers here? No desert racers? Well, we're going to talk with him anyhow. Good. See, now you're nobody over here. You're just young Connor McMullen sitting here again. That's what I used to call you. But check this out. Connor McMullen out here returning home to the roots, man. That's where it all happened.
Yeah, this brings back a lot of memories. Like 2000, I would say, shoot, ever since we started short course, this has been my hometown, my home track. So, yeah, it's cool to be out here and see all the kiddos out here doing really good, watching the younger generation move up. But yeah, it's good to be back out here. It feels good, and I wish we can go back in time and do this all over again, because this is where everything started for me.
I mean, indeed, but now we're talking two very different disciplines. We're talking desert racing. If you guys haven't been paying attention, this kid's winning everything. Overall Parker, the first Class 1 car at Mint, you were almost overall the Mint again. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we had a few issues at the Mint. It took us out, unfortunately. But, I mean, right there with the top 3 or 4 trophy trucks in the Class 1 car, and the Mario Fuentes guys behind us in the Jimco Class 1. So it's cool to be doing what we're doing in the Class 1 car and being up with all the top guys and being right there for the overall. So it's good. I'm happy to be in the sport. I'm happy to support the short course community, off-road community, and just everything in general. So it's great. I love being back.
Races you have won or overall, because have you done that yet?
I'm say it's probably overall maybe about 5 or 6. Pretty new with that, but yeah, a lot of race wins, a lot of victories, so it's awesome.
Connor, that's unbelievable. There are people that don't even finish these races, much less overall 1, maybe 2, but 5 or 6 of them overall, and 2 championships in the same class, and 1 year 2 different racing.
And the race community for putting me up there, and yeah, it's an awesome feeling, and continue doing this stuff for the rest of my life and enjoy it and be a part of off-road. That's the goal here.
All right, well, there you have it. Connor McMullen, check him out. Watch him at a lot of the Legacy races. We got you for the rest of the Legacy series?
Yeah, we'll be Legacy. We'll do a couple of best in desert races, but for sure all the Legacy stuff. So we'll just pick with that.
All right, very good. Connor McMullen, go check him out and watch the live feed. Hey, man, we got another race 70. Let's talk about it.
This is the 250 open class. We got 5 racers in this class. We got Landon Morrow, Declan Shields, Luke Torres, Wyatt Cotter, and Maggie Flores.
Hey, Connor. Casey Cade's up here going, yeah, last time I saw Connor McMullen, he was about that tall. I mean, and if you guys haven't been paying attention, and I mean, listen, I can't say enough about him. He really is winning everything right now. He's winning everything. If he doesn't overall a race, first spec truck, you did race Unlimited truck for a little bit with Brenthal, if I remember correctly, right? 1 or 2 races? All because of his dad's prep work? Well, I'll tell you, I wish I could say that, but he's quite the fabricator and prepper now. Hey, look at the track. We're going green. Well, let's get here. We got a top row. Look like somebody jumped the start. I hope we're going to have an official start. Let's get you on camera. Slide on over a little closer. All right, just because I don't know you yet, let's talk about who we got here. I know you're the Hoosier rep out here for Core Racing.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Jaden. I was one of the founders of the series as well, and recently stepped down beginning of or halfway through last year. And yeah, now I'm the Hoosier dealer and the UTV dealer for Arizona and the Core series.
Well, this is quite a series. You know, coming on, I used to do the Lucas series, and coming out here and seeing this, I was a little nervous that we weren't going to make a show out of it, but nothing but side-by-sides. But here we are, man. This is some incredible racing, and you guys are a huge part of this.
Yeah, it was. We pretty much went to every series, and we took what we thought was the best from everything and kind of made it into one, and we really focused on the youth.
And one of the beginner classes out here, and those are the next racers that make their way up into intermediate and find their way all the way to expert. So finding 20 racers out here and seeing how they're going to move up throughout this year or even into next year, that's quite exciting.
No, it's super cool to see, and just seeing these kids progress even from last year, it's awesome.
So as you said, you were one of the founders. Did you ever think they'd be out here at Firebird International Raceway here doing this like this?
You know, so starting last year, we came from nothing. None of us had any like managerial background in running a series. So to be out here at Firebird and for the Core to come out here, it's truly amazing.
All right, very good. Now let's talk about Hoosier. I was reading here, we had our specs here. We were talking about Hoosier having over, what's this 300-mile tester right here that was talking about the test wheel. Tell us about that.
So I actually wasn't. I actually didn't partake in this. I just helped with the UTV stuff, but I know they actually are coming out with it's more of a desert tire, so it's like a 32-inch, it's like a UTV knobby tire they have now, the 27-inch bite. So they're going to it's going to be like a 32-inch tire, and it's currently being tested right now too, so it's being ran at the off-road races.
Well, this is something that I read here that I wasn't too clear of.
Cool, and for them to sponsor a new series and to sponsor these racers and do a contingency, it's awesome.
Well, while we're sitting here talking, I don't mean to get off the race subject, but man, these two are battling it out here. Landon Morrow and Declan Shields, man, they are getting it down. Look at these guys. They're just fine. You see the drone footage. And Landon Morrow now out front of Declan Shields, and they're putting on a battle right now. And are they Hoosier drivers?
I believe actually they are. And just like on the straightaways in the back, they get around 48 to 50 miles an hour. So it's really quick in these little cars.
I mean, it is pretty impressive so far looking out there in the 170 class and even the 800. These things seem to be just blistering a pace out here. And you can see their lap times, a minute 16, a minute 15. And Landon Morrow just a little bit off the pace there, but out front. So that's where we can see a minute 16. Those are some of the fastest times out here right now.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, actually. And with these 250 cars, they're running all the way to the max on the verge of blowing up. So they get hot and they get run hard. So
well, and they're an open class, so not a lot of limited here. So go for what you want to go. All right. Well, what's in store from Hoosier Tires coming here in the future?
So next year we hope to back the races a little more, and so this year we're doing a contingency program where you get a free tire if you get first place, as long as there's 8 racers in your class. So just trying to give back to the racers because we all know racing's expensive.
Oh, that's why I'm not doing it. Look at me, I'm an announcer now. Announcing, even though I'm glad I get paid to blabber on a microphone, it ain't enough to go racing.
Yeah, it is crazy expensive, but man, it's fun to watch and it's fun to drive just for the adrenaline rush. It's worth it.
Last question, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't necessarily see Hoosier Tire at your Walmart or your Discount Tire. Oh, look at this. Landon Morrow now handing the lead over to Declan Shields with a slip-up in turn 3. I was busy talking here. Jaden, and then look at this. We had a lead change, so Declan Shields now out front. But where I was going with this is, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see Hoosier Tires at your Walmarts, your Discount Tires, or Tire Pros. Where can I buy Hoosier Tires if I want to go racing with Hoosier?
Yeah, so Hoosier Tire likes to hold themselves on a really high standard. As you mentioned, they are the biggest, really off-road. It's going to go off-road racing. We have drag racing going on in the background. They're all over the place. So they have their dealers. They hold them to a high standard. So yeah, you can at least for the series, you can buy them through me. And I'm kind of the go-to dealer for Arizona and the Core Series.
All right, so you see this young man walking around through the pits. You guys can see him on Rumble right now. But you want to go racing with, look at how close that drone is, literally a foot away from that car, as you said, moving a good 45, 50 miles an hour. And that drone was literally, I challenged him to actually fly a drone through the cage. But what he did pull off is he flew a drone head on a car going over the jump.
This is awesome footage that they brought to the series this year.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I mean, I've been announcing for quite a long time, and I've seen live track racing. We got a problem here in turn 1 now as well. I do believe we'll see which car that is, and I do believe that's the Cotter car, and that's going to bring out a yellow. And I wonder if that's just a local yellow. It is. So they're just doing a local yellow here at a turn 1, back to racing. But just want to make sure it is the Cotter car. I'm not sure. All right.
It might actually be the Torres car, I
It
believe.
might actually be the Torres car. That's correct.
Yeah.
But I think the Torres car just picked up a pace. So, all right. Well, we'll figure that out here in a second. But still some great racing going out there. Declan Shields now after a slip-up from Landon Morrow. And that's going to allow Declan Shields, and I think this is where we're going to, barring no problems or mistakes at this point, Declan Shields is going to be on top of my box. We have 3 laps to go. So once again, let's talk more about Hoosier Tires. If they want to get them from you, most of the tires that you have for any of the racing series that would be happening here in Arizona or California, do you have them in stock, or are they something they got to order?
No, correct. So I always bring an inventory to the races. So we have tires, obviously, for the 170 class or the 250s, and then we have the 27-inch bites. It's kind of like it's an aggressive pattern, like a mud type pattern.
Oh wow!
And that's what most of the 1000 cars, the 570s, you see a bunch of them running them out here. It's a really good tire. It's a sticky compound, and it's a really light tire, so you're able to get out of the corners fast, and it bites literally.
So you actually have a lot of inventory here at the race today?
Correct, yeah. I brought I probably have about 20, 25 tires here.
No way. Yeah. All right. Well, you guys heard that, and will they sell out here for the weekend, or do you have to go get more for tomorrow, or what are you thinking?
Typically, we actually the 170 tires in the last. We tend to sell out them pretty quick.
All right, and then let's talk about lastly, but who's some of the drivers that you help out here, or even full-on sponsor? Tell us about some of those.
Yeah, sure. So I actually, JG Racing sponsors a couple racers out here. We sponsor Kyle Mendoza, which you interviewed. He got third place earlier.
Sure did.
Yeah, and then we have Kyle Niner. He was in the restricted class, in like a full blue teal car.
Yeah.
And then Jackson Withrow we help out too.
Oh, Jackson Withrow, man, he's cool as a cucumber, man. He's up there on winning the last race there in the 800 modified, and here we go with another slip. I can always tell when there's a slip up by the crowd if I'm interviewing or talking about a story here. But no, indeed, Declan Shields now taking the white flag. Declan, look at that car. That car on rails today in the number 250 car, or 258, and now 250. Landon Morrow just going to have to watch Declan just drive this home to victory. That must be pretty disheartening.
It's super cool to watch these little cars that soar over the jumps. Super cool to watch.
So, indeed, you were right. That was the Torres car that checked out. Very unfortunate for the Torres crew. But right now, Declan Shields and Cotter made it back up. It's literally one notch away, one timing degree away from just scattering.
Oh yeah, you can just hear in the cars; they're just revving to the max. So
you can hear that cool exhaust tone. It is a little bit different from everything that's been out here so far. Like There it is. And you think about it, 250s. You know, everybody thinks about the two-stroke 250s of yesteryears. Look at that. There it is. Declan Shields on top of the box. And Landon Morrow just having to settle for second place after a mid-race slip up there in turn 3. We'll talk with them here in a second. But you think about these 250s, you think they're a really big engine. But when you put them in a four-wheeled, you know, basically a car no bigger than a quad, that 250 engine becomes really small.
Oh, yeah. Well, especially the power to weight ratio with these it's pretty intense. That's why, like I said, they go over 50 miles an hour on these straightaways.
Yeah, they're crazy. You can see
crazy.
so far they're actually been one of the exciting classes. Well, all right, great talking to you, and Hoosier out here for the rest of the year.
Definitely.
All right, very good. Good interview. That was really good. All right, well, we're going to talk with Landon and Declan Shields, and unofficially it is Wyatt Cotter. So I'm going to go down there and talk with them, and we'll see if Hoosier comes up. Make his announcing debut. All right. We're going to talk with the winners. Wyatt Cotter in third place. Landon Morrow, and then Declan Shields. A little bit of drama out there. So there's Wyatt. I was just waiting for Wyatt. Well, man, Wyatt, you were there mid-pack, and you didn't get to see a little bit of the drama that happened up here amongst the leaders up here.
No, I didn't.
What was your race like?
A lot of spinning out.
I was interviewing Landon over here from Hoosier Tires, so I didn't get to see the spin out. What was that? Was that driver error, or what happened there?
So I decided to try and put on some new tires that we had, and they were just way too slick.
Oh, really? So wrong tire choice. You're going to switch it up here for the next race?
Yeah, I'm going to put on my knobbies next race.
Oh, very good. All right, so tell us about the track then. So just wrong tire choice. Track more muddy or more slippery than you like?
It was more slippery. There was like kind of a lot of blue grooves, so.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
Hoosier, ATC, Dro, Andrew, Polaris RZR, my dad, Brad, James, everyone else helps me out.
Well, that's quite a list there. Make some noise out there. Wyatt Cotter in third place. But, man, this one right here, Landon You were out there, found yourself out front, a little bit of a faux pas there, and handed the lead over to Declan.
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
The race went good, but I made a few mistakes, and this is my first time in this car. My car wasn't doing good, so we just couldn't get right after the mitt. So I have to borrow a car. So huge thanks for tuning my car, PCI radios and sprocket specialists, anti-gravity batteries, GSP, my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma and grandpa, GBC. I think that's all.
Well, I'll tell you what, that proves to me. I was waiting for you to get that list done. All that proves to me is that you could drive anything fast.
Yeah.
And that looked pretty good, man. So hopefully next race, the results going to be a little different out there. But, man, still a great day of racing.
Yes.
All right, very good. Make some noise out there, everybody. You got to get it done. But Landon Morrow, but Declan Shields. Dude, once you got out there in that clean air, you were gone.
Yeah.
That must feel pretty good. You were there to pick up the ticket there after Landon's little mistake, but you proved, too, that you got what it takes to stay out front.
Yep.
And you did extend your lead.
Mm-hmm.
What was it like from your seat?
Landon, he was really fast, so I was just trying to keep up with him, and I was making some mistakes, but it showed that it was really hard for Landon to keep that car on four wheels, and I just tried to drive it as hard as possible. Landon made a few mistakes, and after that, I just tried to not flip and just keep the car together and be fast.
And that you did. You got it on top of the box. All right. Well, let's hear about the people that make your race program happen over there.
My mom, my dad, my sister, Dylan, Benchmark Performance, GSP, God Jesus, my grandma, my grandpa, and everyone else who helps me.
All right, well, very good. Once again, make some noise for these three warriors getting it done and having a great day here in the 250 Open. One of my favorite classes to interview. Who we going? What happened? Oh, do you know what you're going to win today? Do you know what first place gets here? Have you seen the prizes that have been given away? You have not. I figured, we've given away, 5 or 6 of them so far? Do you know Witherrow Construction, right? Well, Witherrow Construction is giving away the winners today only. This prize right here, the Nintendo Switch. You won a Nintendo Switch. I love the look on the face right there. And I was standing right in the way of our video feed. I'm sorry. Now that changes everything. Hold on. I have one more question to ask you. Now who do you want to say thank you to?
Witherrow Performance.
Yeah, there it is. We'll take it. Witherrow Performance or Construction. Witherrow doing a great job here. Thank you. And there it is, the Nintendo Switch. So, Clayton, you were asking me if you wanted me to ask you, do you want to announce the race? Do you want to state which race is next? All right. If not, I was hoping you were going to make your announcing debut there. Oh, there you are. How are you? Did I send you the feed? Did you get it? Let me make sure. Let me go check it out. I was wondering why. I thought I sent you. Thank you. It is an absolute unicorn. Oh, are we already at intermission? Wow, okay. Well, that came fast. And that's going to be more intermission before we get into the pro classes. So stick around. Coming up after this, we'll take about a 30, 40-minute break. Go get lunch. Go have a good time. And you guys can take a break from my voice. So, more racing action coming up here to Fuse. Sit tight. All right. If you guys are out there, we're getting ready to resume racing here very shortly here. And let me make sure I've got everything correct. Woo, what a catch. Did you see that? My ninja skills. Making sure it was right. 10 laps of the youth naturally aspirated restricted. And up here in the announcer's booth, let's get it on here. This is my son, Clayton Thomas Wright. And have you ever talked on a microphone before?
I have not.
You have not ever talked on a microphone before, so that was your debut right there?
Not publicly.
Well, I've interviewed you when you were younger. You used to come here to Lucas Oil. I've given you an interview, but it was just like that. And you got to hold the mic like this. If you hold it like this, it goes past it. But if you hold it like this, it gets it.
All right.
So now you know.
Yes, I do.
So let's practice right now since we don't have a race. Coming up here in the youth naturally aspirated restricted. Clayton, tell us who's here in this race.
So in position 1, we have Wyatt Cotter. Position 2, we have 190Z Zoe Easton. In position 3, we have 1866 Cameron Leeming. In position 4, we have 125 Ella Warmer. In position 5, we have 88 Landon Merrow. In position 6, we have 127 Aiden Coots. In position 9, we have 899 Rylan Bernstein. In position 8, we have 138 Jackson Withrow. In position 9, we have 155 Carson Greco. Position 10, 548 Harper McKinney. And in position 11, we have 531 Evan Atkins. And in the final position, position 12, 970 Jake Hill.
I think that was excellent. There you go. That's our first time ever reading out a race order. And I can give you some hints or some advice here. This is the inside row. This is the outside row. So you can always switch it up to in row number 1, Wyatt Cotter in the 1612 car, or 190Z Zoe Easton. And following up them in row number 2, the 1866 car of Cameron Leeming. And you can switch it up there. But I think you did a pretty good job there. And who knows, you might have some announcer in you. It's kind of in the DNA. What do you think?
I think, yeah, definitely.
Uh-huh.
Because you're an amazing announcer.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's one of the nicest things you've ever said to me. I appreciate that. I can't do the I love yous here over the microphone, but I love you, boy, and I'm glad you're up here. And look at this. Now you're live on the track feed. I can actually send this to your mom, or you can even tell your mom on your phone, hey, Mom, send her the link, because you know how to send links, right?
She found it.
Oh, she found it already?
Yeah.
And you already told her that you might be on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there you go. So that, and look at that, Marnie's even excited that you're up here, because this is history in the making right here, you announcing right next to your father.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a great idea. Now you can actually see us live on the feed right there. They adjusted the camera. You look good. You got your core on. And I actually like that hat better than mine. You know, mine's kind of plain Jane. Yours is fancy dancy. I like it. All right, well, let's talk about things in school. What do you do in school? What are your likes that you like? Let the crowd know a little bit about you.
So my favorite subject is math. I enjoy learning. Math is just a fun subject to learn and to get good at. And I enjoy playing basketball at school, and I play for my school.
Where's your school at?
It's in Tempe.
I mean, what's your school's name, and where is it at, and where do you go to school at?
I go to school in Tempe, and it's Tempe Preparatory Academy.
There you go. So it is a charter school. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So a lot of people don't know this, but there are a lot of charter schools such as Lincoln. There's a few up in Scottsdale. You actually get to play their corresponding basketball teams as we come up in your gymnasium. One of the really nice gymnasiums right down the street there on Southern, right down the street from your school at a church.
Yep. It's a really nice gym. It has tons of hoops, and it's really nice to play home in.
Well, let me ask you this. You mentioned basketball. Who's your favorite basketball player of all time?
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson. Now, is he a Klay or is he a Clayton?
He's a Klay.
Don't you think it's funny that you're Clayton Thomas and he's Klay Thompson?
Yeah.
Pretty close?
That's pretty close.
Man, if you ever become famous, you got to take care of your dad. Just make sure I can quit announcing. You go become a famous basketball player so I can stop doing announcing. How about that?
I will try my hardest.
I like your style. How about racing so far? What do you think about this racing? Tell me about it.
It's been very intense. All the racers here are amazing at what they do, and we've seen a lot of
we've seen a lot of mess ups and stuff, but after that, the racers who messed up just get back on their feet and go. And we've seen a lot of gaps being closed in that situation.
That's impressive that you were watching it that closely, because that's exactly what this racing is. No matter what kind of racing you're in, bicycle racing, motorcycles, here we got the cars out here. Now these are mostly, every one of these are side-by-sides out here. But that's exactly what makes the race, as you said, intense and fun to watch, is when you have competitors that are really putting it all together. They drive well. They got good equipment. Their equipment is ready to go. They don't have catastrophic failure. What that means is, they scatter an engine or a transmission, or as you've seen with Blaine out there. What was Blaine's last name? Blaine Proctor made an inside pass. He ended up hitting the car so hard he knocked his chain off. Now, he didn't have catastrophic failure, but knocked that chain off. You knocked the final drive off of the car. So we're getting ready to stack the cars and get back into the youth naturally aspirated restricted class. And these are going to be full-size cars, but with kids your age driving them. So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting. Cameron Leeming, as you saw, he was victorious in one of the earlier classes. Wyatt Cotter, he's been, as you see, he's in the points lead, and that puts him in row number 1. And Zoe Easton, as you've been seeing her sister, younger sister, Allie Easton, on top of the box twice already this weekend. Zoe Easton comes from a long pedigree of racers as well. Ellen Warner, she has the ability to do it. Pretty much all these names. Carson Greco, Harper McKinley, Jake Hill. We've seen Jake Hill start in this position all the way.
But I've never seen him race.
So you weren't watching? Okay, well, I mean, that's okay. The numbers.
Well, like, which one was it?
So Jake Hill was in the number, again, the 970 car. His other cars correspond, and he was very late to get up into the top 3.
So he did race today.
Oh, yeah, he's raced already. And see, that's what's beautiful about this format. I was worried that as Marnie and I, Marnie, Casey, we all came from the Lucas that you used to come to. But you were very young, and you were really... Man, I forgot what I was going to say now, dang it. Oh, well.
Yeah.
It'll come back to me. But anyhow, I was really worried that we were going to be able to put a show together of nothing but side-by-sides. But as you see, we have a lot of names that race multiple classes here, like Jake Hill, Wyatt Cotter, the whole Cotter crew. They've been racing quite a bit. Landon Morrow has already raced the race. The Easton clan, but this is Zoe, the older sister of Allie, Alexandra. She's Zoe's the older sister, and now she's got to uphold the Easton name out here as we make it in here to the naturally aspirated restricted class. So now this is a very restricted class. It has a restrictor plate on the engine, so this way the cars are theoretically only supposed to go at a certain speed, so we'll see how that goes. And this is a driver's race, and what that means is with equally prepped cars and equally restricted, these cars are governed and they can only go so fast. So at this point, it really boils down to the driver, where they set it up, how they set it up. Because the idea on a circuit like this is to try to find the shortest way around. And you think about it, if you think about that phrase, exactly what I'm talking about, the shortest way around, that's making this circuit the smallest. And that doesn't always mean go to the inside. Like obviously if you have a circle and you go to the inside, that's the shortest way. But if you go to the inside on this one, you're going to miss a faster line on the outside. So the idea of this is to choose the correct line, especially in a limited class where you don't have the horsepower or the suspension or any other of the race additives to make it faster. So it comes down to the driver.
Yeah. And another thing is like knowing where like to go inside or outside. Like there's certain situations where it'll be better to do either. So like if somebody's coming in the inside, you're going to want to go outside of them and then try to get down and cut them off and then get to that first place position.
Indeed. In fact, and we were talking with, as you heard us, we're talking with Stephanie earlier. It was like, what do you do? Do you plan for it? Do you sit and visualize? If you go to the outside, I'm going to tuck in, or vice versa. And I propose the ideology that you actually have to be able to do it in a whim, like really quick, right to it. Look at the drone footage right here. These drone, and there you go, checking out the drone.
Amazing.
Saying hi to Kevin, our flag man. And there it is. Oh, there goes a blade right into my eyeball. The reason why that's funny, last time we were here, our drone pilot was flying right above the crowd here, and you heard it go woo like that, and then you go woo pow. You heard a big, like a firecracker going off, and what that was, and I even announced it as, wow, it sounded like he lost a propeller. Well, that's exactly what it did. He spun a propeller. It actually came right off, and it crashed out there in the center field. So, all right, well, there you go, the naturally aspirated field. From that view right there, we've got 12 cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Look like a lot more. Look like about 20 cars there from that angle.
It definitely does, and there's a lot of white cars, to be specific with the cars.
Yes, white are always, when you're building a race, a lot of these racers, they don't come from a big, factory team. So a lot of these racers build these cars in their driveway, as I do, but I do have a shop. But as you know, my shop's not very big. So for me to race, I basically put it in the shop. That's it. Well, a lot of the racers, when it comes time to get it done and just painted, everybody paints their car white. So you'll see that a lot of the cars are white. But a race team that has it a little together, they're able to get the livery. That's called livery of, the colors of their team, what they represent. So as you see here at Core, our colors are gray and red. My two favorite colors are black and purple, so I like those two colors mixed together, and that's the livery that I do. You can see the patriotic car out there, and I do believe that's going to be a Van Beekum car, but I'm not sure. But as we know, oh, it's Greco? Okay, very good. So Carson Greco out there in the 165 car, and does that have R&R livery on it? Yes, it's an R&R car. There you go. So it is an R&R car, and driven under the R&R umbrella. So, and that wind comes up. I just got done taking off my my sweatshirt, and you put yours on, and I thought, how crazy, it's hot. But now we got a little bit of wind, so maybe I should follow in and put my sweatshirt on as well.
It looks like I've outsmarted you.
You did, as usual. I know you are a very smart young man. 12 years old, turning 13. The 29th is your 13th birthday. What do you want to do for your birthday, by the way? Your mom hasn't even called me, nothing. What's going on? What are we going to do? Are we going to go rent one of these and you go drive it?
That sounds amazing.
I like your style. Maybe that's what we got in store. So, all right, sit tight. Racing will resume shortly. We'll get started here in about 5 minutes. Right, this time around, we're going green, no side lap, they're ready to go. I got Oliver up here in the booth with me. Now, Oliver, you've got some experience, and check this out, Oliver. For the first time today, we've got in-car camera on the live track feed. That's got to be impressive.
Yeah, it's cool seeing Zoe Easton out there. Looks like she's door-to-door with, it looks like Warner right there, going into turn 2. See who gets it out of turn 2. It looks like Zoe Easton's going to have a slight advantage coming over to Hill. Still not clear yet.
Well, Wyatt Cotter, very easy to see here from the live track feed in that bright orange car with the livery and the 1612 car. And now I've got Oliver and Clayton. You did an amazing job over here. I wanted to say thank you, and we're not done yet. So once Oliver relinquishes the mic, we'll get you back on and you can help out. But man, Zoe Easton there in the 190Z car, the older sister to young Allie Easton.
Yeah, the Eastons have been killing it this year. I mean, you've seen them in all the classes. Zoe obviously just runs this class, but Allie's been running both classes. They've been doing really good. But I got to give a shout out to Wyatt Cotter. I don't know if you've seen what they've been doing during the off season. Well, not off season, just outside. I mean, they've been winning everything, whether it's desert, here. They have those cars too, as you see him coming by the flag stand right now. Got a good battle between the 125 and the 138. Now, for those tuning in at home, the 138 is actually one of those 800 cars that you saw earlier, and he's just running in the class for experience, very much like Cameron Leeming, who's in the 6th position in the 866.
Indeed, you were talking about the Cotters earlier. Actually was able to go do Parker and announce Parker for that other racing organization, and they too were out there. A lot of the racers that are running these side-by-sides, they definitely race a lot of different organizations, and Cotters are out there all the time in full force. I do believe that they finished up in the top of their class there at Parker. I can't remember it exactly, but what a great race that was. And here they are actually coming out here to court, and you can tell that they're in the points lead, as we didn't have qualifiers here today. They got their position by the points established here from earlier on racing.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like we got a good battle for third as Witherow has moved back to fifth, and we see Warner in third, and I believe
we got a slide out
Greco
right
in fourth.
there. Zoe Easton slides out on the tarmac, so can she recover?
Oh, and it looks like we got
another
Witherow climbing up
roll.
on the tires.
Probably trying to avoid Allie Easton. Well, one good thing is it's on the tires. I don't think there's going to be injury or harm on that one.
Yeah, luckily not. The tires should have been pretty soft, and it looks like we got a car stopping. Never mind, he's got going. We had a car stopped at the top of the hill over there as well. Looks like they're attending to that driver. We'll see if they pull out the full course yellow here in a second.
It's hard to tell from this angle, but I do believe, yeah, they're in the inside of the track, so let's see how this progresses. Are they going to pull out the full course caution? But back to racing now. That puts the car number 125 of Ella Warner now up in the top three, if I'm not mistaken. Ella Warner in second place, and the Greco car that we were talking about earlier now in third.
And it looks like after that mishap, Zoe Easton's right back in the mix, running fourth right behind him. It looks like Greco's trying to make a move to the bottom here. Not going to make it stick, but he'll be keeping trying, keeping Warner busy. This is the best we've seen Ella run this season. Her best finish so far being a third place, so running second right now strong. Looks like they're having a local yellow around that incident.
All right, that indeed is what we're doing. Just the local yellow here. We're going to keep racing. As long as the racers know that that car is there, they can get by under caution, and they'll get by with no problems. But there it is. Greco now making the pass around Ella Warner. But now can Zoe Easton get in on that battle? As you see, she's waiting to pounce right there.
And it looks like they're trying to gain everything they can, as it looks like our leader Wyatt Cotter is coming up on some lap traffic here, but lap car's not trying to let him by, as they will be having, for the first time today, a midway caution, which they have introduced for the bigger classes. Try to make it so if you started in the back today due to missing qualifying, you can maybe make your way up a little bit more. So that car is going to be fighting hard as hell to try to stay up front on the lead lap, as Wyatt Cotter is going to get around. Then Greco in second, Warner in third, Zoe in fourth. And then Aiden, or I believe either that is going to be Cameron Lehman in that 800 car in the top five.
All right, well, now let's talk about the mandatory caution that you just spoke of. A lot of viewers out there, we haven't done the mandatory caution since we did do it without qualifying. Take us through what a mandatory caution is.
So a mandatory caution, what they're going to try to do is since there's so many cars and we missed qualifying this morning, there's a lot of fast kids who maybe haven't ran the series so far this year yet. And unfortunately for them, they do have to start in the back. So what we're doing is we normally would do an 8-lap race. We're going to do a 10-lap race this race around, and I believe our limited NA class later today. They'll restack them. They'll put them single file, bumper to bumper, and then they'll let them go again for 5 more laps. And I mean, that should give everybody ample opportunity to, if you had to start from the back and get up front, it should give somebody an opportunity to make some passes and try to go for that podium spot at the end.
Indeed, and what that does is, if you're out there and you're wondering why a mandatory caution is adventurous or beneficial, it allows the field to stay more bunched together so you don't have a car run away with it from the start. Now, there's do's and don'ts to both. There's good and bad to both. Some racers say no, run it from wire to wire. Now, I'm a wire-to-wire guy. I came from motocross.
Usually, if you're leading races, you want to be wire to wire.
Well, you know, being wire-to-wire, and you do get the lead, I don't think it's fair that you allow the rest of the field to catch up. So, see what I mean? There's two sides of the fence.
Yeah.
It's been an ongoing argument since racing history.
Yeah.
You know, NASCAR has them. A lot of people have them. IndyCar has them. But those races generally get bunched up anyhow because they have several regular cautions. So, one more caution doesn't really matter. But when you're talking about a race of this intensity and it goes this fast, you could really lose, potentially lose a race because the guy that's 6 spaces back, he's actually running a faster lap than you, but since you're way out in the lead, they have no chance of catching you. But if you bunch them up, now they're going to catch you and pass you. So I don't know
I think it's also a view of being the difference of being a racer and then just being a pure race fan. If you're a racer, if you sometimes you feel like, dang, I caught a bad break, I want the midway, but other times you're like Wyatt Cotter, who's leading by a sizable almost 2 turns, where he's just like, he just wants this thing to go all the way to green. But if you're someone like Zoe Easton, who has now actually worked her way back into a podium position, she's going to want that midway to come out so she can give Wyatt Cotter one more run for his money. But as a racing fan, I like seeing cars close together, and I like seeing them battling. That's why I think NASCAR appeals to so many people, and maybe why F1 doesn't appeal to, the larger crowd. But there's also a huge group of people that do love F1 and love that the hardest car, the best engineer is what's up front. And we can tell that Wyatt Cotter definitely seems to have one of the best cars. It seems he got a car flipped over in turn 2. I can't read a number on that at the moment.
Well, let's see what cars we do have out there. Cameron Leeming's still out there. Leeming's out there in the XTC car, or is he? That is... the 2 white cars, 124 and 125. That's Ella Warner and
I believe that might be the 548 of Harper McKinney, or it might be, well, no, she's coming around the last turn right now, so maybe is that Evan Atkins in the 531?
Well, that's possible. Let's see if the drone footage here can be our telltale.
Well, no, because Evan's right there in the back of the line, right behind Leeming.
Now there
would it be? Oh, I think they got him flipped over. That looks like the 88 of Landon Morrow, I believe.
Boy, if you can see that, your eyes are definitely better than mine. Here we go, coming in here to turn 3. It is the number 88 car. You're incorrect. Landon Morrow now, after handing the lead over earlier to Declan Shields. Now another race for them that they're going to have to contend with. But we're going full course caution. And I think that was the smart thing to do there, because that car was precarious right in the middle of the track. And I think that's a safe call for a
yeah, and
full
I think
course.
it actually fell perfectly with our midway, because it looks like we're about lap 6 or 7. So, I mean, for his sake to stay on the lead lap, I think that actually was probably the best lap to make a mistake like that, because now I don't believe he's going to go a lap down. We even had a little battle, I believe, going on between Bernstein, Coots, and Hill there coming to the flag.
Well, and there you go. Then it's going to race back to the back, and they're going to have to get that car behind the pack there, and I think he'll make it. In fact, I would actually just cut the track there, like you said, on the main. Well, I'll catch him.
Well, he might want to practice that corner again, get a little bit more seat time in there.
And you see the rest of the field, they'll be coming through single file. Now, the way that they restack them is the way that they came across the line when the full course caution came across.
Yeah, and shout out to Landon Morrow. I know we saw him out here earlier in the 250 Open class. Same thing with Wyatt Cotter as well, was also out here, and Cameron was out here before. So a lot of these kids getting ample seat time, whether it be in multiple classes or with Leeming being the same car.
And that's exactly what I was pointing out earlier. Is I was always concerned when I first took this job. Is like, how are we going to make a full day of racing out of side-by-sides? Because there's only a handful of classes. But this is exactly how you do it. You get these teams out here that race multiple classes, and they put together quite a show. And as you said, some of the drivers get a lot of seat time. Wyatt Cotter, as we know, Cameron Leeming, this is his second car that he's racing. Landon Morrow out there, second car that he's racing, and they get a lot of seat time and able to put a very good show for us to work with.
Yeah, I mean, these kids classes, I mean, whether you want to say it or not, I personally believe that Youth in a Limited coming up later today with 17 cars, as much as I love the turbo guys, I think that's going to be the race to watch. And as me as a spotter who's spotting for Carson Sculf in that race, it's stressful when you got all those kids barreling into that corner. You never know who's going to do what. As I believe we are coming over to Hill and coming back to green.
We'll go green right this time around. You'll see Shane pull off there in the 4-seater. Now they got to keep it just kind of neutral. They can't jump or switch until the green flag comes out. Will they keep it in line? If they get the green, we're going green. Look at that. That was a great start right there. No jump. And you can see the 88 car of Landon Morrow already making short work, getting around the last car. He's got a lot of ground to make up to get the position back that he's got. But now Wyatt Cotter, can he lead it all the way in?
Also want to give a small little shout out to Carson Greco running a great race. A lot of people might not recognize Carson. It's been a few years. He was a 170 champion in the old Lucas Oil Regional Series and used to do a great job as a driver. He came back, wanted to hop in the RS1s, and we see him out here. I believe this would be his first podium finish back in quite a while. So be a pretty big deal for that team as we got one going up on the bike. Warner with a great save coming down the hill, leaning at her door, trying to look for an opportunity. As right now the top 3 runs Wyatt Cotter, Carson Greco, and Zoe Easton.
So I'm really loving this in-car camera right here. You can see that right there featured. And what you're actually seeing, those two, the knobs on the back of the car, those are the antennas that actually broadcast the video signal back up here. And the great crew over here at Core doing a fabulous job at making sure this production on the live track feed. To me, this is ready to sell to ESPN. I think this could go on ESPN right now.
Well, I mean, the hope is to get it on TV, right? We can grow this series enough and get more racers. And I mean, we're in our first year doing real short course. We're already at 130 individual entries. So the more it keeps growing, I know Glen Helen's going to be a huge event. And hopefully, you know, as time goes on, I mean, we've seen plenty of great short course stars reach the TV scene. You know, Kanan Baker with Nitro Cross and a lot of other big stars. So who knows? These kids probably will be the next big stars of off-road racing for sure.
Well, we talked about it earlier. You saw Connor McMullen here. Connor McMullen got to start right here, and a lot of the places that us three sitting here, we used to do, as you said, the Lucas Series. And Connor McMullen was a very dominating force out here in the mod cart.
Big-time mod cart champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's out here in the desert, and he's just dominating. I mean, this kid is winning everything, and I know his, or at least I don't know his mom's watching, but I know I could say, hey man, you might want to watch it. Connor got a lot of props here at the Core.
Yeah, I mean, we're even with him doing desert for the last few years, I always like to rep him as a short course guy. I like to give the desert guys crap, being like, yeah, well, our desert guys are going over there and kicking our short course guys are going over there and kicking everyone's butt.
You better watch where you tread. I'm a desert guy. But, you know, you hand a microphone to me, I'll announce anything. I don't care. I'll announce BMX racing if I have to.
I actually think we probably have a few racers here that are in the 170s that I've seen doing little BMX races outside of this right down the street.
Nothing wrong with that. When I was racing motocross, I would always cross-train on the BMX because the racing was just as intense. But here back to the racing now. Wyatt Cotter now still holding on to that number 1 position. But Greco now in second place. And, man, not only on the podium, but might get a challenge to Wyatt Cotter.
Yeah, and Zoe worked her way back up. We got a great battle going on for 4th between, I believe that's Leeming, Warner, and Atkins in his Youth NA restricted debut. We see him a lot in the 570s. Decided to move up, get a little bit more power. Not quite going to make the pass on Warner, but almost there as we see Wyatt's coming over to Hill. Yep, I was correct. It is the white flag lap, so one more to go around here this time by.
Well, what's great here, as you were talking about Cameron Leeming, the XTC sponsor car, they're right here out of Chandler, Arizona. They're Power Sports. They've got some incredible products over there at XTC. But Cameron will be just short of the transfer position onto the podium here for the 3rd place, as Wyatt Cotter just simply checking out.
Yeah, it seemed to be that way for the majority of the season. I know Zoe won one race earlier in the year. I think she won the first round, and Wyatt ever since then, I think, got a chip on his shoulder, has wanted to dominate the rest of the season, and he's trying his best. But I know Zoe tomorrow will have something for him, and from the looks of it, it looks like Greco is going to be one of our front runners here in this class. We'll also see him later in the limited in a different car.
Well, just a couple turns to negotiate, and Wyatt Cotter is going to be on top of the box as he comes down the front straightaway, coming off what I've been calling the runway. If you look at it from the drone, it looks just like a runway. If you can see the runway right here where the tarmac ends, there it is, your winner, Wyatt Cotter.
Coming to the flag, it looks like they've actually caught Zoe Easton as Carson Greco passes for 2nd place. It's going to be a drag race, it looks like, to the flag between Zoe Easton and Cameron Leeming. It's getting close here at the end, and it's going to be Zoe Easton by a nose.
Wow, very good. Matt Oliver, I got to tell you, we did a little bit of interview here last time you were here. I like your announcing style, energetic, fast-paced, and we get it done. Well, we're going to talk. So I'll go down there and talk with Wyatt Cotter, Zoe Easton, or let's try it one more time. Wyatt Cotter, Carson Greco, and Zoe Easton.
That was really good. I try. It's partially my job outside of this.
That's what you were saying. Let's make our way down there. These guys and girls are fast getting out of their cars. Zoe Easton out there. And, wow, Carson Greco out there in the R&R Steel. One of the R&R Steel cars. Been pretty hard. Back out at Shorty's, the Van Beekum cars are having a lot of issues out there. So it's good to see that R&R Steel. There you go. You can see Carson's father out there high-fiving already. So let's go down and talk with these leaders. I wish this weather would make up my mind. Now it's hot again. Just a second, it was blowing like the Arctic. And now it's hot. But I'm going to suffer through it in my beautiful core hoodie pullover. By the way, everybody, on that note, don't forget to get your core swag. Our swag is awesome, awesome, awesome. And a great job, we're all talking about it, of HMD Signs and Wraps and Tinting right here out of Tempe, Arizona. Making us look so good here at Core. Do our wraps, our signs, the graphics, event tents, our banners, the apparel, and promotional products. Let's talk with these winners. And there you can see if you're watching us. Carson Greco getting some love there. And Zoe now. And Wyatt Cotter back there. Showing some sportsmanship. Giving the fist bump to Zoe. And we'll talk with Zoe here as soon as she gets out of that car. There she is. All right, there you go. You guys make some noise for these Warriors doing a great job out here. Zoe, again, I can see the emotion. We love watching you race, though, man. When you get fire and you get motivated and driven, you are just on fire. I think you did a great race out there.
Not really.
I think you were fabulous. And, you know, that was a tough team out there. There's a lot of people out there, a lot of competitive drivers.
Yeah, and I just want to say I'm sorry to Jackson Withrow. I accidentally T-boned him because I thought it was clear.
That's okay. Hey, mistakes happen there. These races happen within inches of each other. Sometimes a mistake. I don't think there was any malice or ill intent. Is that correct?
I don't know.
No, for you. You didn't hit him purposely.
No.
That's okay. So it's a racing incident. That happens, honey. Go ahead. You're fine. I don't think they took it that way at all. It was just a mistake. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Well, put that smile back on, and you. That's right. You're very passionate. She's a very passionate racer, and that is good. And that is concern for your fellow drivers. So, in fact, I'm gonna give you a high five instead of, because see, that shows that you care and that you definitely did not had any ill intent. All right. Well, great job. You were still here. You got it here. Tell us about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom and dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, Hoosier Tires, Method Race Wheels, AZ Dentworks, Rugged Radio, Rockland Trailers, and Jimmy for spotting for me.
All right, but very good. You guys make some noise for a very emotional Zoe Easton. Did not mean to take out the Withrow car, then that's okay. I do believe that's a racing incident. But, man, look at this. This young man, Carson Greco, getting that R&R Steel car. Man, I've been announcing 2 of these races now, and I'm going to say it while Bobby's right here. There hasn't been a lot of R&R on my podium. But here you are.
Yeah, it was a fun race.
It looked pretty good from us. Take it back and tell us about it from your seat.
Well, it was hard to keep up with Cotter, but I did my best.
Hey, it was a great race to watch, and Cotter is hard to beat, but, man, you did a fine job keeping the rest of the field entertained.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
My mom and dad, R&R Steel, and 2X.
All right, very good. Just short and sweet. That's who I want to say hi to, and thank you. Make some noise, Carson Greco. But this man, Wyatt Cotter, man, it's tough to beat over here at the Cotter pits, man. You guys just are top of a lot of the races that you guys attend.
Yep, thank you.
All right, how was it like out there? You know, pretty much wire to wire. Do you like to be that way, or do you like to have a little more competition out there?
It was really fun out there, just sliding these corners. Thanks to Sneaky for setting up my car for this.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the other people that make it happen out there.
Hoosier, Sneaky, RZR Polaris, Rugged Radios, ATC, Gates Belts, my dad, Brad, James, and everyone helps me out.
All right, Wyatt Cotter, everybody, man, a few words. Make some noise. And Zoe, I promise you that's okay. I don't think you meant that to happen. I know, man, this young lady, I don't know what to do, you guys. That happens. It happens. She's very emotional. All right, big round of applause one more time. Oh, they keep, hey, Mark, more to give away. All right, let's see what you got there. Did you check that out? What check is that? Is that a heavy check?
Yep, $200.
Yeah, make some noise. Wyatt Cotter, he got that check. And look, you got to hold that up now for the picture. Yeah. Hey, man, lots of prizes given away. Withrow Construction giving away switches, giving away checks, giving away money. R&R Steel out here, our title sponsor, making sure and making it on the box for after a little bit. Hey, it's good to see you. In fact, let's talk with this young man. I haven't been able to talk with him all week, and I might not get a chance. Bobby, it's good to see you out here again, out here back at Firebird after us not making it out there at Vicksburg. This has got to be pretty fun to be home.
Yeah, it's great. We love it here. Firebird's everybody's home track, and it's great that we can see the youth that we've been supporting out here on top of the podium. Well, second place, good enough. Just on the podium, speaking of which, we just love to see all these youth out here. They're doing such a great job. And look at the job that Core's doing, man. It's just crazy.
I love it being out here. We've done this, we did it for 6 or 7 years out here with Lucas, but now being out here reviving a short course series, I always said it, and when I heard that you were here too, I said, man, we're getting the band back together.
Yeah, I think, I hate to say it, that's wrong with what we did before, but I think it's more like family now. You don't hear the bickering and firing we had before. Yeah, a little bit, but nothing much. I mean, look, we got a young lady crying because she bumped another car. It's just amazing, the hearts that we have with these young kids. I'm just excited to see it.
I agree, and I mean the Eastons over there—they're just very passionate, and very emotional, and that just shows, like you said, they're genuine concern for others.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to make sure that everybody here's out here have a great time this weekend, and if your kid even don't make the podium, they'll make it sooner or later. I promise you. Just keep practicing the kid, and don't worry about the cars. The practicing the kid.
Hey, we're back to green. Let's go see who we got out here. I'm not sure. I better get back up there. But I know that with these classes are getting faster and faster as we go. I got to run up there. I was just interviewing Bobby Van Beekum. But Clayton, if you're up there, Clayton, turn that microphone on and tell us what class we got out there.
So we have the amateur NA class. And in the class we have, in the number 1 position, we have 64Y Ryder Van Beekum. And in position 2 in the front line, we have 727 Alex Young. In line 2, we have 237 Josie Watkins and 13 Thomas Bach. In line 3, we have 915 Terry McBroom and 113 Andrew Cotter. In the last line, number 4, 498 James Cummings.
Very good. A 498 car. Boy, I better get my glasses on. But 498 James Cotter. But right now out front, the 64Y of Ryder Van Beekum. And Ryder going into turn 1 out there, already extending the lead within 1 lap. And that is the 727 car. No, I'm sorry. That is our 3rd row, 915 of Terry McBroom finding himself or herself. I'm not pretty sure it's Terry, young man. But Terry McBroom trying to chase down and reel in Ryder Van Beekum. Now, not trying to jinx anybody at the R&R Steel crew. You heard me just talk to Bobby Van Beekum. It's been really rough for the Van Beekums to get some people out from the R&R stable up here onto my podium. But now, if we finish the way we got it right now, we got Ryder Van Beekum, the son of Bobby Van Beekum, out there on the course right now. And, Ryder, I used to interview him when he was your age, the voice of you, but now he talks a little deeper. He's much larger than he used to be, and now he's out there racing and finds himself out front.
I'll get to that point eventually.
Yes,
It'll
you will.
happen.
You're already tall as get out. I'm hoping that you got your Uncle Tim in you because Tim's really tall. Your grandfather was very tall. I never got to meet him. Your grandfather, your mom's father, outstanding young man. He was very tall as well. So hopefully you got that in you from the Otis side.
In this race, there's very big gaps. There's no close calls or anything. Very big gaps.
So since we did not do qualifying today, I do believe Marnie or Glenn, we're going to have a mandatory caution on this one as well. Is that right? A mandatory caution on this one as well? So, all right. Well, I'll have to find that out, but I do believe we're going to have a mandatory caution here around lap 5. And don't quote me on that if you know it out there. I did not catch exactly what classes we're going to have a mandatory caution, but we're going to find out here in 2 more laps. But right now, Ryder Van Beekum just checking out.
And here we see number 13, Thomas Bach, trying to get a better place. He's trying to catch up to, I don't know who that is, but he's definitely trying to catch up.
So Thomas Bach in 4th place, just 1 spot from the transfer position. And Terry McBroom enjoying 2nd place. Terry McBroom in the 915 car, but you can see how big the lead is now. The Ryder Van Beekum almost a full straightaway down the backside. As you see the drone footage right there with Ryder Van Beekum.
Alex Young definitely keeping his place. He's putting up a fight for Thomas Bach.
That's indeed correct. Thomas Bach in 4th place, and Alex Young in 3rd place will secure the 3rd spot on the podium with me. Now, you may see a car out there, the 727 car. This car is a very interesting car. If you're looking at the Alex Young car, that's which one we're talking about. That is a Yamaha-powered Arctic Cat. So that car, one of the different manufacturers that we have out here in the amateur naturally aspirated race. And there's a great shot of Ryder Van Beekum. And you can actually see the drone shadow on the car.
Van Beekum holding that 1st place position. Definitely he's keeping it pretty steady out there. We're still seeing a battle between Terry McBroom and and Alex Young. Those two have been battling the entire time. It looks like it's going to be the way the whole time. We see Terry McBroom making the gap even bigger. The gap between them is very big now at this point.
I have plenty. Ryder Van Beekum just enjoying the clean air out front, coming in here into turn 3. And there's a great shot of our second place, a 9:15 of Terry McBroom, and 7:27 of Alex Young, a very interesting individual, and we'll be able to talk with him if it stays this way.
We see the gap close between Van Beekum and McBroom.
Well, I don't know. Ryder Van Beekum, though, saw out front that even if that gap slows down, Ryder Van Beekum at this point could get out and stop and take an eat a sandwich, get back out there, and still win this one.
Look at that gap right there.
Well, we're talking, that's Ryder over there.
Yeah.
He's now 2 straightaways ahead of Terry McBroom. That's Terry McBroom right there. And Ryder's all the way into turn 3. Ryder has checked out, just straight up checked out. With 3 laps to go. And Ryder just dominating this race. And if there's no mistakes or no catastrophic failures, we're going to be talking to our second R&R Steel driver. That's Ryder, our leader, but he can. Oh, white car, it's behind him. The white car's in gravel down. Very easy watch. He just takes a stop. He doesn't have to get gravel. He's already so far in the lead.
He's at least lapped him once or twice.
Yes, that's a lap driver. And there it is, Ryder Van Beekum with the hands forward. A lap driver. Ryder Van Beekum able to get around now. But back to second place now. Can Alex Young bridge that gap? As you see Alex Young car, little different setup coming over the ski jump. White flag flying for Ryder Van Beekum in the 64Y car. And Ryder Van Beekum with a little mistake here coming into turn 1. I missed it. Must have got on the bike there, almost threw away the race. And I wonder if we had that on the footage. I didn't get to see it. I was too busy looking at the monitor over here as he goes over the ski jump. I took my eyes off for a second. He was almost going backwards. But now we'll follow Ryder Van Beekum as he negotiates turn number 4.
It seems to me as we go longer in this race, Van Beekum just gets faster and faster.
And that indeed can be the case as this track does. Conditions will change. You saw at the intermission we were able to water the track, and now that the water sits in and starts getting traction, indeed, if you got the right tire selection and that's your style of driving, you can indeed get a fast lap. There it is, checkered flag for Ryder Van Beekum and Terry McBroom. The rest of the field will get the checkered flag. But that's going to put the 498 car of James Cummins 1 lap down. But that's where we have to finish after the checkered flag flies. The rest of the field gets the checkered flag. No sense in James Cummins going through one more lap. And here is your second. Look at how the gap. You can see Ryder already off the track. And there it is, the 915 car of Terry McBroom. And who is in third place?
Third place is going to be Alex Young, the 727.
That's very good. Look at that. Now you're starting to use the overlay. That's called an overlay. Good job.
And then in fourth, we're going to have 13, Thomas Bach.
Thomas Bach a great job. I think you can see the number 13 on the side of that car. He, too, will always also come through. It looks like we're entering the track. We're taking the whole field down, and I've been wondering why we've been doing it today this way. But that'll give us an opportunity. And look at that car. I mean, that car, Ryder Van Beekem, the R&R Steel right there, that is a poised-looking race car for sure. I dig the black and white livery of our Union Jack right there. Stars and stripes. It's not the Union Jack. It's the I said it wrong, didn't I? The Old Glory. Wow. Oh well. I just love the American flag. What do you think?
I do like the American flag. It has a lot of things in the American flag.
Do you know what they stand for?
A lot about our country, and it stands for the 50 states and the 13 colonies.
Hey, high five. I might have a little patriot right here myself. Okay, this is going to be the next race when I get done interviewing these drivers. You read that off, and I'll pass it off to you when you're ready. Clayton Thomas right up here, my son, helping me announce. All right, we're just waiting for Alex Young. Come on, Alex. There he is. Alex Young, one of the only other manufacturers featured out here today, along with that Yamaha that I see out there. And speaking of Yamaha, your car's Yamaha powered, isn't it?
It is from the factory, Yamaha.
Yamaha powered, and it is a little different manufacturer. Tell us about that.
It is an Arctic Cap, which different suspension, it's different all the way around. It's heavier. It's much heavier.
And to get it done and get it here onto the podium, that's pretty impressive. That's a pretty good stacked field here today.
It is. I learned a lot from Blythe. My dad, my spotter, helped me a lot with the track. The first corner was a little slicker than I thought it was.
You really set it up in that car.
I'm trying to, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make things happen for you, Alex Young.
My mom, my dad come out here and supporting me. Speedworks, rugged radios, PRP seats, Raceline wheels, blood lubricants, ready ice. I'm forgetting a whole bunch, but everybody else that supports me.
All right, Alex Young on my podium once again. Make some noise. The lone Arctic Cat out there. But Terry McBroom able to hold on there to second place. He had a little bit of challenge there from him. He actually was getting it down to you.
Yeah, this young boy right here gave me a run for my money.
Well, you ain't kidding. He's a Van Beekum. His pedigree runs deep in that family.
Oh yeah, he's dead good. I'm proud of him.
Very good, man. But a great race for you. All you had to do was keep the rest of the field behind you, and you got here to second place.
Yeah. I just want to thank my family for coming out, my sponsors, Apex Trucking Cattle Company, DBA Construction, Metro Traffic Control, Rendstorm, Metal Fab, Sneaky for doing my tune. Yeah, there's a lot of other people. I want to thank Core for putting on the race, and the Core people and the Core sponsors. And one thing, I want to thank the guy that brought me all my Bud Light today. That's Rick. I appreciate that.
Hey, Rick, I need a friend too.
Thank you guys very much. Daryl, thank you. Keith and Vincent.
That's the way to do it right there. Look him right in the face. Say, Keith, thank you. Anybody else you miss there?
Everybody. Thank you.
All right, you better make some noise, Terry McBroom. But this young man, Ryder Van Beekum, I need no slip for this man rider. After the catastrophe that was going on back there at Blythe's second race here, it is great to see a lot of these R&R cars out here on the podium.
Yeah, last race we had to use one of our spare cars because we didn't have our cars done in time, but the car is awesome, and I love it.
Man, you guys are definitely making a showing, get it done here back. We're home. This is basically your home track, man, and you're showing it good and getting it on top of the box today for R&R Steel.
Yeah, this track's basically been the same for the past 11 years that I've been racing here, but it's awesome to be back here after the 4-year hiatus.
The hiatus, I always called it as, we got Marnie, we got Casey Kane, we got a lot of the people from the original days. I said, we're getting the band back together.
Yeah, it's nice to see all of them back out here again.
All right, well, very good. Let's get that long list of people you want to say thank you to.
I want to thank Lord for keeping me safe through the race. I want to thank my mom and dad. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. I want to thank Matt for spending hours upon hours this week preparing my car for me. I want to thank Rob for helping me build my motor in my car. R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy Racing, Yaw Power Suspension, and 518 at XMF.
All right, very good. Ryder Van Beekum on top of the box. The R&R Steel get it done. Alex Young, third place, and Terry McBroom in second place. Are you guys enjoying this?
Yeah.
What's your favorite racer? You don't know yet? How about you? Who's your favorite? Are you enjoy the races? No. How about you? You enjoy the races?
Yes.
Who did you forget? Who's on your shirt? Just look at your shirt. You don't know? Who's your favorite? I can't wait to hear this one. Who is your favorite racer?
Connor.
Oh, Connor who? McMullen?
Connor, the one that works for 2X Motorsports.
Oh, very good. There you go. Now you got it. Now look at this. Look at this. Who's that? Who's your favorite? You don't know? He's like everything went sideways there. All right, who's your favorite racer?
Elliot.
All right, there we go. We finally got one. How about you?
Elliot.
All right, Elliot again. Now you guys went. Who?
Trey.
All right, I love the kids. Good job, everybody. Well, Clayton, are you up there? Tell us who's racing next.
So, in the Youth NA Open, in line 1, there's going to be 951 Brian Willett and 1032 Nolan Bishop. In line 2, there's going to be 610 Mason Cotter and 149 Jackson Juargi. Sorry if I got your name wrong, Jackson. In line 3, we have 237 Josie Watkins and 622 Kason Cummings. And in the last line, line 4, we have 87 Mark Lee Queen.
Oh, maybe. Oh, out on the track? No.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Unless I got Pro Turbo and SR1, but I did not get. Damn. Wait, you said Youth NA? No. No, I know. She was asking me if she printed it for me. My mic's off. All right, if you're joining us on Rumble, got my son here, Clayton Thomas, right up here, my co-announcer right now, doing a fabulous job. I think you're actually doing good. You're poised. You got the mic. You got mic control. Get it a little close to your mouth. But let's talk about it. Youth Naturally Aspirated Open is coming up 10 laps. This promises to be a barn burner. We got some, as you said, there are some names up here that might have been out here. But the one I recognize right here is Mark Queen, Brian Willett. Nolan Bishop will round off row number 1. In row 2, Mason Cotter in the 6'10". And, it is, Jorgie. It is, I actually think it's different. That's what I used to say. Something like that.
Yeah. Again, Jackson, especially sorry.
All right, Jackson. Yeah, we did have that name down there. There's one more name. But here we go. Looks like we're going to go green this time around. Kevin, take us to green. We're going green.
Here it goes.
And let's see if I can get the live track feed here. I actually wrote that name down in my other book. Again, let's see if I can get to the live track feed quickly.
Brian Willett and Nolan Bishop starting with the early battle.
And if you're out there on the live chat, feel free to chime in out there. We had a couple people out there last time. And if you ask me a question out there, 75 people watching right now on the live track feed. And if you guys are out there, go ahead and type it in on the live chat. Any questions out there or statements? I guess it would help if I push play out there. So once again, if you have a question for me, type it in. 77 people now watching, and a great shot there. You can see, I call that the runway. And indeed, that 610 car, Mason Cotter well out front.
We got Mason Cotter and Brian Willett in the front now. Big change.
Now, Brian Willett, the way that we qualified today is instead of qualifying because of it being wet and the really poor conditions on the track, but now you can see it's made almost a perfect track. We did it by points through the season. So Brian Willett, our points leader there in second place. We got a challenge here for third place coming into turn 3. The 149 will take it over. That's that car, you know, and I know they told me how to say that name.
Mason Cotter still holding his place in first. And he has Brian Willett close to him. Not too much of a gap.
I had a problem with this name the same at no. It's actually not even close. It's like Requiem or something. But all right, back to racing. What a great shot there in the 951 car. Brian Willett almost flying that drone right into the cab with him. What would you do if you're out there racing at 30 miles an hour and a drone just flies right in?
I would be like, I think I would be pretty scared, but at the same time, it depends on where it hits me. Like if it hits me.
Well, you know, you got a helmet on, you've got a fire suit, you got gloves, everything. You're wearing a whole suit.
If it doesn't hit me below the head where my helmet is, then I'm going to keep going.
Right to the neck?
But if it hits me below my helmet,
we got a problem.
I think we got a little bit of a problem, just a little bit.
Well, great imagination there. We got a problem with the car here going over the ski jump. Some sort of electronical problem. And that is the car belonging to...
Here we have Mason Cotter holding his place in first. With Brian Willett at 5 seconds behind.
And Nolan Bishop and the Cummins car, Casey Cummins, not able to complete any significant laps here. But Mason Cotter from the Cotter corral over there, if you will, the Cotter Racing team out front early and just look like, again, going to check out.
Mark Queen starting at the last position and is now at third. Big position change there. Another big position change is Nolan Bishop. He was originally in the second positions, now at the fifth.
Well, Nolan Bishop, I just saw Nolan going over the ski jump. I do believe is having car problems. So I think Nolan Bishop has already pulled off. So Nolan Bishop indeed is off the track. You can see Nolan there off on the after the tarmac, not anywhere where it could harm anybody else here in this race. So Nolan just having to watch the race from the sidelines now. But I do believe our running order, and that will give it to Mark Queen, as you said, and Mason Cotter still out front. And I'm not sure, but again, I find myself asking if we're going to have the mandatory caution. All right, so if you did hear me say that, we've been implementing a mandatory caution here, but this class is not going to have the mandatory caution.
That is going to play a kind of a game changer compared to the other classes, since it'll prevent some other things from happening.
Indeed, there's a lot of strategy there, and to talk about the mandatory caution, do you race, all the way, all out, both before and after, or do you play it easy before and come race the second half, or do you race the first half and just cruise on home? There's so much strategy into a mandatory caution, but I think the number one choice that people make on the mandatory caution is, I'm going for it. It's do or die all the way.
I agree.
So once again, if you're out there, 91 people watching right now on the live track feed. If you're out there and you have a question for me, go ahead and get it on the live chat. I actually have my phone up, and you can tell me any questions you have for me or Clayton. Any questions at all out here, but racing related, or last time we were talking about it, we were talking about the Super Bowl. We were out in Blythe at Shorty's, and I said, who's going to win the Super Bowl? And I just remembered something.
Niners lost.
Yeah. I just remembered something. Oh, well. We'll get to it. But all right, Mason Cotter just checking out a full straightaway away from our second place of Brian Willett.
Not far behind, we have Mark Queen catching up to Brian Willett.
Straight, not like this. Man, and I know that name right there of Jackson. It actually, the name is completely different. I was saying it Jericho, but that's not how to say it. I know I'm not even close. So Jackson, I'm sorry that I don't remember how we said it out there at Blythe. A lot of names out here in Core that are a lot different than they're spelled. Great drone work out there.
Mark Queen once again slowly filling in that gap between the two.
And sometimes when you see this this type of runaway like this, you got to make sure that it's called hitting your marks. You know where your fast line is around the track. Hit those marks, get it just right, and you can still extend your lead. As you said earlier, sometimes you get faster as the race goes on. Well, there's a multitude of reasons that can be happening. 1 or 2 laps, you'll learn the track, you'll learn the fast line around. As you see, that was a perfect turn 1 there performed by Mason Cotter. Watch these two go into it as well. Set, accelerate, perfect. And no problems on each driver able to pull out there. And Mark Queen, a veteran, long-time veteran in short course racing, coming out of retirement now to race Core.
This is a very interesting race between Willett and Queen.
It's where the real battle's going on right now, but I don't think either of those have enough steam to catch up to our leader, to Mason Cotter. There's the field now. White flag flying for Mason Cotter in that 610 car. And just going to enjoy basically a parade lap, a full straightaway and a half away from second place, the 951 car of Brian Willett.
Here we have Brian Willett playing it very safe against Mark Queen. I think he's playing very well against him, and he's keeping his place in a good position.
Well, if Mark Queen's going to have anything to do it, if he's going to try to take it away, he's going to have to do it now. He's had plenty of opportunity to watch his lines and study where he's going. Can Mark Queen find his weakness right here as they come into turn 3? Mark Queen to the inside, trying to make the pass, but the door was closed by 951. Brian Willett showing you why he's our points leader. As they come into turn 4, Mark Queen now right on the rear. And Brian Willett with a little bit, end to the inside. Mark Queen, can he pull it off? And I just don't think Mark Queen's going to have enough. They got 2 more turns to negotiate. And there it is, your winner, Mason Cotter. But now here it is, the race. We're going to have a drag race. Oh, there it is, Clayton. Our second place of 951, Brian Willett, and nothing for Mark Queen. He's going to have to settle for third place on the podium.
Hey, but third place is a good spot.
I'll tell you what,
Great
I
spot.
wouldn't be mad at it. You get on the podium, any day that you get on the podium, take home some hardware of racing, it's a lot better than school or work. Would you? Loving what we're going to, just some great pictures going to be for Core. Stick around, we'll talk to the winners right after this. All right. Ooh. All right, let's get these winners up here, and this is our last check. One more check after this. This one for this one. All right. All right. All right, ladies, let me through, girls. Let me through. Hello, guys. Hello. Mark Queen, get it done out here. Third place out there. Tell us about that race, man.
It was really fun, and I was about to pass him. Second place.
He was definitely working for it pretty hard. I don't know, man. You had your hands full there.
Yeah, not really.
Not really. Come on, man. I got this. All right. Well, still a great race to watch, and you guys pulled it off, and it was very exciting.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about the people that make it happen over here at Queen Racing.
Queen Racing, K&N, Shock Therapy, MRT.
Well, race line. K&N.
Yeah. K&N. I don't know.
All right, well, very good. You did a great job out there. It was very exciting to watch. How about you guys make some noise for Mark Queen? All right, Brian Willett, always exciting out here to talk to you. We talked out there at Blythe, and here you are again. Second place. It's not a bad day of racing.
Yeah, definitely a good track. One of my favorites. I really like the turns. At the end, he started catching on me. He came out of nowhere, which is pretty cool.
He was hounding you there.
Yeah. Just try to keep in front of him, and in the end got second.
All right, that's still a good day of racing. I've been telling everybody, man, a bad day, and I'm not even saying this was a bad day, but I always say a bad day of racing is still better than a good day of work.
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make the race program happen there.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Willett Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, and that's all.
All right, very good. Make some noise, Brian Willett out there. But Mason Cotter, get it done for the Cotter crew over there. Got to make that Cotter name pretty proud.
Yeah, it was a really fun track. The sneaky power really got me up there. Really big lead and just managed my gap the whole time.
Man, you really did. That gap was just getting just picking up 3 or 4 every lap. And, man, by the end of the race, you're a full lap and a full straightaway and a half, rather, over here with Brian. So you definitely had everything dialed and just about perfect.
Oh, yeah, the start was I was a little nervous on the start, because starting third. I was hoping I could make the passes early, which I did, and just managed my gap.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make things happen over there.
I'd like to thank Sneaky and all the guys at Sneaky, Hoosier, Ben's Asphalt, Gates Belts, Rugged Radios, Method, my dad, Brad, and everybody else who helps me.
All right, well, very good. Do I have one more prize for this young man? Check this out. Not only did you manage your gap, but I hope you know how to manage your bank account with a check of $200. Get it done, Mason Cotter, and the rest of these boys did a great job here. And we got another race coming up. Lex said, hey, Clayton, I think I have the slip. I think I took the wrong slip. So this is the one you need, because I do believe the next race is this one. Oh, no, this was... Oh, Marnie, you just messed me all up. I got the Pro NA here, but we'll get it coming. Hello. You got it again? You want to say a big shout-out to somebody? Who do you want to say hi to? You're on live. You're on the internet. You can say hi. Who's your best friend? Well, what's your name?
Angelina.
All right, you got to say hi to Angelina.
Hi, Angelina.
All right. All right, so I do have the next class. So, Clayton, I'm going to read it as I'm walking up there. The Pro NA, in fact, Marnie was just asking me, do I have it? On row number 1 on the inside, car number 33 of Jonah Bishop. Right next to them is the 295A of Michael Bernstein. At number 2, row 2 to the inside, we got Trenton Collette and the 922. And Robert Van Beekum in the 64 car is going to be out here. And Brian Farrell in the 946. And Landon De Souza Diaz. Boy, I almost messed that one all up. We'll round off row 3 and row 4. Kyle Arkenau. That's what he made me say it correctly. So I grabbed this one. I didn't grab the one I needed on that one, but I think I pulled it off. So that's the race we have now.
Here, just put that one under this one.
Now that's a race start right there. The Pro naturally aspirated. These are the pros. Bobby Van Beekum, our title sponsor for Ardar Steel out there. You can see him. in the patriotic car, but well in the back, and he's going to have his work cut out from him because Robert's going to have to cut his way through all that traffic if he's going to find himself to the podium. Lots of bumping going on early.
Lots of changes going on in the early start
But
of the race.
That's Bobby Van Beekem right there. That's our title sponsor that just bumped into the 33 car. Wow. Wow. And the banging started early. I thought the patriotic car was Bobby Van Beekem, but it's not. It's the number 33 car. Let's try to get number 64 car out front right now, Bobby Van Beekem.
Here we have Jonah Bishop in first. Pretty big lead at the start. And Brian Farrell coming in from 5th position all the way into the 2nd position.
All right, well, I got to tell you, I'm completely confused here. We got the 64 car there and the 93 car of Kyle Arkenau. There it is. There's the update I was looking for. And finally, the overlay, we got it correct because I am leaning heavily on the overlay to help me out. So Jonah Bishop in the 33 car right behind Bobby Van Beekem. And Trent Collette is your top 3.
The one in first.
All right, that's Bobby. Yeah, he probably broke his shot hitting that car. So something developing here on Bobby Van Beekem's car. If you look, it's flying a little crooked here off the jump, so he might have a shock problem. Indeed, you can actually see and let's see here how Bobby's car is jumping here. Weird setup, but the car seems to be fine as it goes into turn 1 with no problem. But Jonah Bishop right there. And now the third car of Brian Farrell.
And in a pretty respectable 4th, we have a Kyle Arkenau.
Arkenau. Kyle Arkenau, he came up to me and made sure that I knew how to say his name. Arkenau.
Arkenau is definitely in a good place for where he started.
I have to agree with you. He was in the back of the row, inside of row number 4, and now he's in 4th place, finds himself in a position where he can make the final transfer spot to the podium in 3rd place. Can he get it done? Can Arkenau get around Brian Farrell in the 946 car? But right now, Farrell doing a great job, and here we go. Bobby over the finish line jump again, flew nice and straight that time. Look at the angle of that drone. Now these are the pros if you're looking out there, and these cars much, much faster than the rest of the classes. And you can see a very tightly bunched up group of drivers, not a lot of gap between first and last place. These guys are pretty close. They're all on a lead lap.
Yep.
And these 7 cars are just doing battle, you'll see, and it still could be anybody's race. And I'm not sure we're doing mandatory caution on this one. But are we doing mandatory caution?
battle here is looking between the last 4 places. Everybody in the last 4 places battling it out to see who can get to that 4th position.
Like that, you're bypassing. I want to hear you. I like hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
All right, Bobby Van Beekem well out front, though. Now extending that gap we were talking about over Jonah Bishop. Well, let's take some of this time to talk about some of the sponsors out here. Witherow Construction. Witherow Construction been out here all weekend giving away all those switches, giving away checks. Witherow Construction is a land development company based out of Surprise, Arizona. Jason Witherow established Construction LLC in 2017 with his wife Ashley and assistant support. With a very tiny budget, allowed the business to develop and thrive in the heavy civil construction industry. Witherow Construction is a high-tech land development or tech-driven development company that provides using project plans and procedures that are technology-focused to keep ahead of their competition. They maintain and update their fleet of highly technological heavy equipment, Caterpillar and John Deere, regularly to ensure superior services and high-quality performance. Their projects are carried out with the accuracy and efficiency of flexibility needed for today, and they have state-of-the-art such as drones, GPS, and what else, Clayton?
They use GPS equipment from Trimble and Topcon, which saves money and produces a more accurate final product to finish projects faster. Witherow Construction uses a DJI Maverick 3 Enterprise drones to map topographical data and to take high-quality project images and videos. Project managed by Witherow Construction are completed with precision and efficiency and within budget by ensuring that all deadlines are met.
That's incredible right there. And on a side note, in 2019, they began competing in UTV races with their daughter, Serena, who is now 18 a few months later after she started. Their son, Jackson, took up the sport, and now they enjoy and support all forms of motorsports and are extremely thankful for the opportunity of a sponsor here in Core. And I was just pointed out that we got a car that has spun out. We got a car out of the track. That is our Jason Bishop. That is our 2nd place. So now that hands the lead to our Farrell car. Brian Farrell now, you'll see the update, and I do believe the Bishop car is going to jump out. So let's see the update on the overlay. You guys got the overlay as well. And note that the Bishop car, Jonah Bishop, still out there, so I said it backwards. So
once again,
let me
battling
correct.
it out between the 3 last places. Want that 4th position so they can get up to maybe 3rd or even 2nd.
You know, I was noticing that somebody just pointed out that we got a bent suspension component there on one of the cars, and you can actually see the wheel in the back there. And I think that's going to end the day. But right now, they're still running it in with 3 wheels.
Let's see what it does when he jumps.
And you can see the car coming through here, still not losing a place. The 922 car. And I'm wondering what the spotter said, Trenton Collette. You can see big suspension problems on the Collette car. And I'm afraid, and he pushed it, but I'm afraid that's going to do it for Trenton. But out front, we're going to have, if we have no other problems, we're going to have our 2nd Van Beekem on top of the box today.
Yeah, and right now the places are going to be 1st Van Beekem, 2nd Bishop, and 3rd will be Farrell.
Woo! White flag 5 for Bobby Van Beekem.
Let's see if he can hold this spot.
And I said it earlier, I thought it was our number 33 of Jonah Bishop, but Jonah Bishop enjoying 2nd place. As long as Bobby just drives that car on home, he's got it in the bag. And there it is, your third place.
I think the first 3 places right now are in really good positions to get the first 3 spots.
I have to agree with you. Barring no other problems, they're going to be just fine.
I agree, unless some of them happen to slip up, which it could happen. But with the pros, it's kind of hard to do that. So I think we're looking at a pretty predictable race for now.
I have to agree with you. Bobby Van Beekem doing a great job up there. And they just really got it done. Can you believe this, everybody? My son actually being a co-host with me right now, I have to tell you, my life is complete. My son up here, you're doing a fabulous job, too. Maybe you are going to be an announcer when you grow up.
I enjoy it.
Well, just enjoy it. Don't do it for a living. Do not. Remember, you're going to be better than me. Don't do this one. You just do it because you love it, not because you're getting paid, okay? So let me just tell you, unless you get paid a lot of money. What if you're a really good announcer? All right. Well, there it is. Bobby Van Beekem now on top of the box. That's got to feel good after everything that happened down there in freaking Blythe. Man, oh man. But got it done now. And it did. Wow. But bringing it on home on 3 wheels, the number 93 car of Kyle Arkenau.
Kyle Arkenau, definitely, he really wants the spot.
We don't need no stinking wheel. Yeah. That again is an R&R steel car. A lot of wheelless cars out there too. A lot of carnage out there. Look at that. That's where you can tell these cars are all-wheel drive because that car is just pulling it in like it's not even losing a wheel.
Kyle's going to take the 5th spot without a wheel. Very impressive, in fact.
I have to agree with you, man. These cars, that shows you how durable they are. Well, we're going to talk with Bobby Van Beekem, Jonah Bishop. Hey, it's called never give up. That's the heart of a racer. You know, racers are one type of breed. We'll talk with Bobby right after this. Stick around.
That was an amazing race, even towards the start and in the middle and in the last part. Amazing race in general.
All right, guys, come on. We got to get up on this podium. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Save the bench racing after the podium. Let's go. Bobby Van Beekem, come on. Brian Farrell, come on. Jonah Bishop, come on. They're bench racing already. What the heck? All right, all right. Well, Brian Farrell, great job on the race out there. Lots of carnage, man.
It was a good one, man. Starting in the back, it was fun. There was little bumper cars going on, but you know, it is what it is. And I want to thank Sneaky for tuning my car, getting it prepped, TPR, FS Productions, FSP Motorsports, all my friends and family. Thank you.
Well, I think you did a great job out there. It was a great race, and man, it was a pleasure to see you out there in third place.
It was a good time.
All right, make some noise out there, Brian Farrell, third place, locking it down. But this man, Jonah Bishop, I got to apologize to you. There was a car that went out, it was blue, and I thought it was you. So my apologies. If you go back and watch the live track feed, like, hey, I didn't get checked out. But man, great race out there. Bobby's hard to beat, man. When he gets out front, he's hard to catch.
Yeah, he's super fast. I've been racing for just about a year now, so it's cool to be up here, and hopefully we'll get my car a little faster so we can beat him next time.
Well, I mean, he's only been racing for about a year and a half, so you're right there with him. So he's just as new as you are.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just saying. Well, great day of racing out there, and you're dang right. If you can get it down there, Bobby's the one to make sure. If you do get him, hats off to you, because he is a veteran. And he's been doing this for a long, long time. So
For sure. I'd like to thank my parents, first of all. Sneaky Tuning, car's running great. Bikeman Performance, HER Suspension, GG Lights, Victory Heating and Air, Rancho Engine Machine, OG Racing, and Chris at Sparko.
all right, Jonah Bishop, everybody, second place, get it done. But this man, second time, man, we go from Blythe to not one Van Beekum on my podium to 2 first places. Bobby, that's got to feel pretty good. You're the title sponsor, and you're on top.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been, as we know, we've been coming here, all season long. And, the first lap here, first season, I qualified first, and then we lost a motor. So I just thank God that my son and Rob Muzzy put this motor together this week. We got it done, got it in the car at 10 o'clock on Thursday night. It wasn't even running when we got here. I went out this morning, took it home, thank God I live 20 minutes from here, and tuned it and clutched it and came here, and it just rocked, thank God. But first of all, I want to thank all you guys for being here, and thank the Lord most of all for being here with us here and being safe. It was a safe track. We could have had some massive cars losing wheels, and I just want to thank for everybody here, and I want to thank Core for putting on this great event, and all the other guys who involved in it. Thank you.
Bobby Van Beekum, I got nothing else to add to it. Make some noise. Our title sponsor here, R&R Steel, for Core, standing for Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and that is Bobby Van Beekum. It's got to feel pretty good to be on top. I mean, it's one thing to put the money in to get this done. It's a whole nother to come out here and win a race. It's kind of crazy. Back in the old days when I'd interview Bobby, I'd look out into the crowd, and you actually would see Rob Muzzy out here. So I looked out into the crowd. I do kind of miss you, Rob. So good to see you out here still represented, and Bobby Van Beekum. So Clayton, tell us who's up next.
Here we have at one of the last races of the day, sadly, the Amateur Turbo. And in the first line, we are going to have 760 Ryan Denny and 64Y Ryder Van Beekum, another Van Beekum. I think we've seen Ryder today. In line 2, we have 912 AJ Burke and 153 Trey Hart. And in line 3, we have 733 Andre Tomey.
Yes, indeed, you are correct. Ryder Van Beekum, he was on top of the box earlier in another class in the amateur naturally aspirated. And now let's see if he's going to get it done in the open class. Or no, rather amateur turbo. Now see, there's also a pro turbo class coming up. Stay hydrated. I agree. I completely agree.
Reminder to stay hydrated out here. We're in the desert, so you guys want to drink your water, drink whatever. Stay hydrated. Going into this race, we have another 5 people in this race. We've seen this before, but it's going to happen again.
Well, 5 racers or 10 racers. The action here continuing at Core Off-Road. If you're joining us online, you can see there that you are coming through. Hey, I'm watching it live here, too, if you're out there on the live chat. You guys want to see it right there? I can see. Start giving me some live chat. You guys have any questions out here? You want to give a shout out to anybody, any of the racers out there? Go ahead and give it to me on the live chat, and we can answer your questions. Hopefully we can get it done. Got my son here, Clayton Thomas, right up here. I don't know why I'm calling you Clayton Thomas. I don't even call you Clayton Thomas.
I have a question for you guys.
Shoot, come on.
Do you guys think it's cold out right now?
Well, I guess I will see if anybody. There you go. Is there anybody out there in our live track feed? Are they? Do you think it's cold out there? Or tell us, or chime in. Let us know where you're from. 72 watchers. Do me a favor out there in the live track feed. Drop a line. Let us know where you're from. Let us see who's watching from the farthest. Once again, if you're out there in the live chat, but let's see. Let's put it this way. I'm originally from California. You may not know this, but your dad's originally from California. It doesn't get very cold there, but it gets cold. When I came out here to Arizona, I actually am so crazy. I love the heat.
You know, I've always been in Arizona, so I hate the heat. And when I get older, I want to move to a place with snow.
Oh,
I love snow. Snow's amazing.
You can have it. I'll come up and visit once.
Snow's underrated. I'll visit you 50 years.
Well, vice versa. I'll come when it's not snowing because I'm not a snow guy.
Summertime.
This is why I moved to Arizona. Yeah.
What if I move to Alaska though?
Oh, well, I still want to go to Alaska because I've never been to Alaska and I want to come to Alaska. I want to see Alaska because they say the days last like 3 or 4 weeks.
Northern Lights.
Yeah, I want to see the Northern Lights. I would love to see that effect. I want to see a grizzly bear and I want to see a bald eagle.
Of course, you want to see a grizzly bear and a bald eagle.
Well, they're beautiful. I mean, we had a
bald eagles are amazing.
Well, believe it or not, they're not indigenous to here in Arizona, but they have
They're
been.
not?
They do have recorded bald eagles out here in Arizona. I just don't think they're indigenous to our area out here. Well, I know they're out here, but I don't necessarily think they're indigenous. So they migrate, right? Doesn't indigenous mean that this is their originated? Connor McMullen, we'll see you later, brother. We'll see you at the next one. Are you coming to the frontier? All right, very good. Great to see you out here and good to have you back home. You know this is your home, always will be. And great things coming from that young man. And Class 1 again. You're Class 1 for the rest of the year? I might have heard rumor, and I'm just going to, and I got to watch it because I know we're online. I might have heard rumor. I heard you were at the Geyser Brothers the other day. So that's a rumor, or is it a? Oh, Connor McMullen in a Geyser-built trophy truck. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be, wow. Okay, well we'll see it at the next round. We'll see it when it gets done. Kelvin is still doing the track. I did notice that Kelvin had help out there, so I bet you that I'd be willing to say that I bet you. Withero Construction donated another driver out there. Believe it or not, I used to help Kelvin. We'd come out here on Thursday, and Kelvin would teach me how to drive the tractor, so he'd let me move dirt, to where he needed it. That's about all I could do. I couldn't do the grading that he does. Kelvin is amazing.
I will say they do not have much time between these breaks between the racers coming out here, and somehow Kelvin and everybody else makes it look amazing before the races start.
Well, Kelvin, as far as I know, this is all he does is drive tractor. And he went back when the Lucas days when we were out here, back when Connor was talking that he was out here racing, he was your age and younger. And again, I can't say that Connor's just he is just a straight up legend in off-road racing and desert racing right now. But Kelvin has been out here during that whole time. And the same thing, he would turn this track into just perfection as you see it. Off-road racing is very hard, and you heard some of the racers talk about the Blue Groove. In fact, I was actually surprised that Kelvin did not tooth turn 1. He normally tears into turn 1 and gets rid of the Blue Groove. So you can see the Blue Groove on the landing of the ski jump. Turn 3, you can see it is now fresh. And I mean, like I say, Kelvin just knows this track, unlike any other tractor driver. So, all right, if you're out there, once again, if you're out there at the live chat, you have any questions, let me see what you got. Give me the questions, and I will answer them here. Stay hydrated. And apparently right now there's a replay. I'm going to let it refresh here. That I was trying to say. Open up the chat once again. All right, if you're out there, once again, chime in. Let me know where you guys are from.
So, Dad, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
So, last time it was a pro turbo, last race. This time it's an amateur turbo. What do you think the main differences are going to be between the two?
So that's a fabulous question. Normally, if you're out here, and it basically boils down to the skill level of the driver. And when I say skill, not necessarily, if you put a comparable car in an amateur or a pro, then it just literally comes down to the very subtle driving techniques. A pro will outbrake an amateur and out-accelerate an amateur. They can be an identical car, but the amateur would lift his foot off the pedal just a little bit earlier than a pro, and a pro will set it up in a corner a lot harder. So basically, it comes down to the skill level and what each driver has learned. Now, the real definition of pro is profession. It is your profession. So meaning, you can be a pro plumber. You can be like, I'm a pro welder. I'm a professional welder. When you're a professional off-road racer, this is how you make your money. So the pros will come out here, put up their money, their entry, and part of that entry goes into the pro purse, and that pro purse in the top three is divvied up accordingly. So pro makes money. The amateurs are just doing it for a trophy.
So as we looked at these races with earlier races, and we looked at the amateur, intermediates, beginners, we've looked at all these different types of races. I noticed that every single part of the race is different. The start is different. They'll be different with the amateur. They'll be different with like the intermediate. They'll be different with expert and all those, and the pro. And notice the main change between the two, pro and lower the pro, is on the turns. The turns for the pros are crucial because they know when to go outside or inside, which is one of the main things when it comes to off-road racing.
I have to agree, and I have to tell you, it's very observant that you noticed that. That is exactly what I was talking about there. And I'll tell you, with most races, when it comes down to the straightaways, when you're in a position, you're just mashing the gas down in the car. At that point, you're just at the mercy of the car. Well, we're going green this time around, but the pros will set a car up differently and hold it down. Races are won in the turns, not in the straightaways. But we'll find out right here, as you said. We got a pro here, a pro-level car out here. These are the turbo cars, and these are the amateurs. Now, what's really cool, we talked Ryan Denny out there, a young lady and long-time racer, the whole Denny family. And she's raced against Ryder quite a bit.
As we see right here, a main difference with the two pro and amateur. The amateurs start out with no bumping or anything. Amateurs go far away from other cars. And it looks like in first place we have Ryan.
That's going to be Ryder Van Beekem out there in the 64Y. And Ryan Denny right behind Ryder Van Beekem. And this indeed is Amateur Turbo. That is correct, Amateur Turbo. And Alan Burke. All right, tell us what's going on with the SR1 class, says Chris Senkow. So, Chris, as I'm trying to watch the race too, Ryder Van Beekem checking out early, but Ryan Denny is not giving up, not going to allow Ryder Van Beekem just to check out. And wow, what a difference that car makes. The turbo out there of the 912 of A.J. Burke. A.J. Burke, I was talking to A.J. at the Blythe track at Shorty's, and what a difference the setup of that car now. Working way better, but A.J. Burke got his hands full with the car belonging to the 153 of Trey Hart.
Here we see the places stay almost the exact same, other than first and second being switched.
And we got a car out already. There it is from the drone, 733. Out early, Andre Tomei. So that's bad luck there for Andre Tomei, but
we are down to 4 remaining.
That's right. But here we go. Ryder Van Beekem out front. The number 64 car and a 760 car of Ryan Denny. Wow. AJ Burke, what a difference. And I'm just wondering if there were no changes to the car. Oh, there you, well, and I think I spoke too soon.
Whoever is in, I think it is AJ Burke in the pink and black car. They can drive. They can drive for sure.
So, that is exactly where I was commenting there. Is AJ Burke, and I was commenting on the car back in Blythe when it didn't seem to work very well. But man, I don't know what happened, but AJ Burke either got a whole bunch of turbo or set the car up way better.
AJ Burke, he knows what to do on these turns. After the turns, he goes on the outside and goes straight back into the inside. It's amazing watching him.
Well, now it's probably too, and I'm only going to speculate. This is just a speculation. This isn't in my opinion, but it does sound like that AJ Burke, this track might be a little more AJ style, but the car again, like I said, I must have spoke too soon. I've always said that car is just way too soft for short course racing.
But it is amazing out there watching him drive. Battle between the Trey Hart and AJ Burke down in third and fourth place. Who wants the third place position more? It's up to them too.
That's right. It boils down to those two right here. And Trey Hart definitely trying to find every way around AJ Burke. AJ Burke, though, staying fat and happy and keeping the door closed. But I think they open it up right here. Can AJ go to the inside? No, we got an inside move. Trey Hart to the inside. Getting around, they touch as they come out of turn 5. And now
Trey Hart goes into third place. Let's see if AJ Burke can reclaim that spot.
my man Shannon out here, PCI Race Radios of Baja Racing.
But Trey Hart, that's hard to stop.
Well, Trey Hart now getting around AJ Burke. That's going to spell things a little different. Well, let's talk about some of the vendors we have out here. What about the core merchandise? We got hats, event shirts, umbrellas, logo, drinkware, and sweatshirts. And man, you got a flashy hat by Core. I'm loving the Core swag that we got here. The Core vendors. Shannon Monahan out here. There he is.
Let me just say, guys, the Core merchandise, amazing, super comfortable and everything. It's amazing.
Man, the last time we were out here, the shirts, the Firebird shirts, they sold out so fast, and I knew I should have got one before we sold out. Man, they are gone. They are
There's
gone.
no surprise in that.
They are awesome, man. Our shirt manufacturer out here for Core, top notch, again, second to none.
Stay hydrated.
Well, Shannon Monahan out here from Team Baja Racing Gear, PCI Radio Dealer, the official radio and communication sponsor of Core. Radio installs, parts, and accessories, PCI merch, hats, and all kinds of stuff going on there. Well, right now, looks like we're going to have Ryder on top of the box for his second time today. But this time here in the amateur turbo class. And Ryan Denny doing a great job, though. But Ryder is starting to gap second place.
That gap between Van Beekum and Denny is just getting bigger and bigger. I think Van Beekum is playing it very well, and I think he's going to take the first place home.
Well, indeed, barring no mistakes or catastrophic failure, Ryder Van Beekum will just drive that car home. But I also know Ryan Denny, she is not just going to sit back. She is driving all the way home.
I just want to point something out. I've never seen a suspension like
AJ Burke?
AJ Burke. It's like soft. It's
Well,
really soft.
I think it's too soft, and I made that comment back at Blythe. I had actually mentioned he made it to the podium, and I was like, man, I don't know. It might just be me, but I think rebound's got to be adjusted there, and like I said, I could be wrong. Now,
I think it just depends on the situation, really. Like, if you have a smaller jump, I think it'll definitely be helpful. But if you have like a bigger jump to gap, I think it'll definitely hurt you in the end.
well, I agree, and I think setup is everything. It's very important, and if you notice the short course cars, they have they're a little bit lower, and they're not really set the travel numbers that most desert cars are going to. So I tend to think that AJ Burke's car is more set up for a desert environment or a bumpier environment. But out here in short course, with a perfectly groomed track out here, I don't know that suspension is very beneficial. It is soft over some of the landings, as you did point out, but watch as it goes there in the back straightaway here, especially over this jump. I think a few clicks of both rebound and compression. Watch, see how it unloads. So I don't know, and it could be preference. Preference also comes into play of how you like your car to set up.
I think really it's just on this track especially, it's an amazing track. I think you should have an all-rounder build. Like, you should have good suspension and good tire, like good terrain tires and everything. And I just think you should have like an all-rounder, not really like a more suspension or a less suspension.
So I can't say I disagree with you on that one, because you're absolutely right. You have to have the balance of everything. The suspension has to be right. The tires have to be right. The engine has to be right. If your engine's too fast, you're not creating traction. You're not going forward fast enough. If your tires aren't gripping the way that you want them on a certain setup, you're not going fast. If your suspension is not set up correct, you're not going fast. Any one of those problems or all three of those problems, you're struggling really to get that car up on the box. Now, get them a little closer to be dialed in to where the driver doesn't have to drive that hard, and kind of suit your style. That's why I said preference comes into play. Some guys like their cars super hard, so they can drive it a little harder into a corner. Some teams like their cars a little softer as they come into a corner, so that way there's a little more room for error. So it really comes down to a lot of preference.
I agree with that, and it's honestly, if I were to drive better with the higher suspension, I would probably not use a higher suspension, really. But if I were to drive like really good and really like it felt nice, if it feels nice driving on a higher suspension, I definitely would go on a higher suspension, because then I feel more comfortable and I can get into those straightaways and the jumps and everything.
You're absolutely right. So it is a little softer. It is a more plush ride. And you are absolutely nailing it when you say what you said. It's a plush ride, and I think that's great for trail riding. But when it comes to racing, you better have everything set up and dialed in just right. Like this man right here, just a couple more corners to negotiate, and Ryder Van Beekem is going to be on top of the box for the second time today. Ryder Van Beekem coming down the landing strip. And here he comes, Ryder Van Beekem, R&R Steel, your winner of the Amateur Turbo. And Ryan Denny with a fabulous run. And AJ Burke was going to be there, but instead we are going to be talking with Trey Hart.
Now that was an amazing race. It's not over yet, quite yet, but the best part of that whole race was the battle between Trey Hart and AJ Burke. It definitely came down to who was who was getting to the corners better, and who was taking the right turns, and who was like just being a better driver overall.
There you go. It comes down to the driver the majority of the time. A good driver can definitely auto adjust with some of the ailments that the car is not quite dialed in right, but I think they got it just right. So that's right. Stand up, sit up. Let's talk to him. Man, look at this. Quickly, come on over here, and you got to be pretty proud of the girls right now. Slide on in here. And good day of racing.
Girls are doing good. Zoe had her incident in the turnout here on the asphalt, and she was pretty upset about it. We went and talked to Withrow. Everything's good. Wasn't intentional. It looks like she hit his tire, or her tire hit his kick out. He overcorrected and went in the tires. It happens. you know, she felt bad. She didn't know what happened. It happened so quick. So we're good.
Well, she's passionate about this race, and as you know, and man, she was pretty saddened to buy it up on the podium. But we'll talk with the drivers. Stick around.
Yeah, she's good. We went and talked to him. She was upset. She thought she hurt it.
All right. What you guys think about that race out there? It was a good race. Well, Dre Hart, you had your hands full with AJ Burke there, but you got it done.
Yeah, that was a battle. Just had to hold on to it and push as hard as I can without spinning out. Track was slick.
Man, you were definitely holding it there, and you were sticking it in. You were trying to get that nose in, and just so that way the door wouldn't be closed on you.
Yeah, I was doing everything I could do to get around him.
It looked good. It was fun to announce out there. My son, he's joining me up here today and announcing he's 12 years old, but he was a big fan of your guys' race.
Nice.
All right, very good. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
I just want to thank Dave and Connor at 2X Motorsports for letting me come out here and race a car. PCI Race Radios, Lone Star, Podium Suspension, Simpson, Can-Am, and everybody else that I could forget right now.
All right, very good. Trey Hart, everybody, third place. But a young lady who's no stranger to my podium. I get to talk to her almost every time she shows up at a race. Ryan Denny, what a great job, man. Second place. Ryder just checked out. I mean, everything's on point with the Van Beekums this weekend.
Yeah, he did so good. Right off that start, he was just gone, and I was just playing catch-up the whole time.
Well, that's when I announced it. I said, Ryan Denny, she doesn't just let, anybody buy her, and she's gonna race all the way to the end.
Oh, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make the program happen over here.
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa, 518 Designs, Torco Fuels, Bronson and Calvin for all their hard work on the track, and Core for all their help.
We love having you out here. Ryan Denny, second place. But for the second time on top of my podium, Ryder Van Beekum. Wow. We go from Blythe. We had to do everything except pull some teeth, and we were almost getting ready to do that to get you guys on the podium. But now, first, that's 3 number ones over there at the Van Beekum crew.
Yeah, it's definitely good. It's been a while since my dad's been on the podium, so it's good for him, and it's good for us, for his race team.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think you care. Oh, yeah, I'm on first. We did it again. 2 for you, though. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. Feels great because we did pretty bad last race. Can-Am, no forward drive, so we got everything fixed, and hopefully we'll go good tomorrow, too.
Well, it's doing good so far. All right, well, you get to do it one more time. Let's hear the people that make your race program happen.
I just want to thank the Lord for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom and my dad, Matt, Kevin, Arnar Still Racing, Yaw Power, Injector Dynamics, and XMF.
Woo! Just like that. Let's get it done. Your winner, Ryder Van Beekum. There it is. Trey Hart, third place. Ryan Denny, second place. And Mama, we go from Blythe to this, and now I was saying it's feast or famine over there at the Van Beekum pit.
Yeah, that's the way it usually is. Checkers or wreckers?
Checkers or wreckers. They make that phrase because of the Van Beekums.
Uh-huh.
Indeed. Well, there you go, Mama Van Beekum right there. Meredith doing a fabulous job seeing it. There's my man Fonz. Man, sometimes I look over and I forget there's a camera in my face. Well, we got a lot more coming, so stick around. That was a great race right there.
So going into the next race, we have the Youth NA Limited, and in the first line we have 886 Jackson Leeming. We've heard that name before. Next line, or actually still first line, 258 Declan Shields, and in the second line we have 952 Brian Willett and 1610 Mason Cotter. In line 3 we have Y2 Cash Hart. We've heard that name. And 119 Cole Warmer. In line 4 we have Tatum, 195 Tatum
Forrester.
And 401 Carson Scalf.
And following up in row number 5 of the inside the 717 car, Vincent Riccatelli. And right next to them, Jack Wilson. And the number 522 car. Car 623, Stephanie Warapius. I got it. So we got it. Stephanie Warapius. I had to make sure I said it right. I said it in my mind over and over and over. And right next to her, the number 999 of Kyle Niner. Now, Stephanie, she was up here co-announcing. She had your spot up here with me for the early morning. Warapius is a very excited and energetic girl. She was awesome up here. Car number 155 in row number 7. Carson Greco in the 155. Jackson, man, I wish Jackson would come up here. I hope Jackson gets on there in this limited class so I can get that last name. That's correct. That is what it is. I did do it. It's in that other one. So Howdigi, that's correct. I was trying to remember how it was spelled. Howdigi. That is exactly how that is. Howdigi. Because there it is, Jackson Howdigi. You actually got it right.
I didn't get that.
Who put it down there though? She's like, hey. So Howdigi is exactly how you say it. And row number 8, Carson Farrell in the number 916 car. Mikey Childress. Now I got to tell you something. Mikey Childress and car number 844 or 84 rather. During the drivers' meeting, I thought that was Mikey Childress out there, and I was like, oh, goodness, that is an off-road racing legend right there, Mikey Childress. Jaden Manchester will end off in the car number 923 and row number 9 to the inside. So full race out there.
17.
Woo, that's right. I was just going to ask you.
This is going to be a very interesting one in my opinion. It's the most cars we've seen out here tonight.
Well, so let's look at this. Now, we were talking about
and we have a lot of familiar faces.
That's right. Now, here's some of the faces we got to talk about. Jackson Leeming, the older brother of Cameron Leeming from XTC Power Sports out here. And Declan Shields, you already seen Declan on top of the podium after Landon Morrow made a mistake, and Declan Shields. So Declan Shields has the ability to get it in. Cash Hart has been out here earlier, and Cole Warner.
So has Brian Willett.
Yep, Brian Willett, a very fast, very fun driver out there.
Indeed.
And Howdigi, God, I'm so glad you got that, because what's funny is that's exactly how I spelt it, like that, last time. So I know how to say Howdigi. That's exactly how I spelt it in the other book, and it is that way. But a man we haven't seen on the box, and I'm glad to see Mikey Childress out here. Mikey Childress, an off-road racing legend. So hopefully, being an announcer and doing a lot of the races that I have been able to do, I've been able to talk to a lot of my, a lot of the people, the racers that I admire throughout my career, and I have to say it, Mikey Childress is one of them.
Let me ask you, have you ever announced?
And Connor McMullen. Well, you got to think about this. Number one, I've known him. He's like family to me. We've all known Connor McMullen here. We know the name. We know everything. Connor's been with us since I started. But Connor McMullen right now is winning everything. He is by far the fastest desert racer on the planet Earth right now. He is winning everything. He's overalling a lot of races. I asked him today, I said, how many races have you overalled? He said like 5 or 6. He's had to overall 5 or 6 races that I've announced personally. And he was actually here today. So that to answer your question, Connor McMullen was here today. Mia Chapman, normally a young lady that I used to interview here, she is my co-host if you're not here. So Mia Chapman, by the way, Mia Chapman, she's out racing at the Scramble right now out at the Dunes. So, good luck to her and all the other racers. It's quite a thing to also get the kind of numbers that we get out of average 130 racers out here with a lot of other races going on. But yes, so I have interviewed, in fact, several of the kids that I have interviewed are now professional and very predominant, especially Connor McMullen in off-road racing.
That's really cool to think about. Just like imagine, you've talked to Connor McMullen, and now he's like one of the best desert racer in the entire world.
Yeah, he is number one. What I find most amazing about Connor McMullen and his career is it's one thing to be a fast driver, but it's a whole nother thing to keep your equipment together, over a 500-mile race. Well, we're going green. There ain't wasting no time. I hear the engines spooled up. Look at this class. A stacked field of 17 cars. We're going green.
Here we go, getting into the Youth NA Limited.
At a clean start, a lot of racers out here that is finishing it up. The Leeming car of Jackson Leeming of XTC Power Sports into turn 3. And Brian Willard right behind him in the 951. Now you see these cars. You're thinking, well, these are the same cars we saw earlier. But this time, they are limited cars, and they did the modifications that they needed to do to race respective classes. So these drivers get to race multiple classes throughout the day.
Here we have Jackson Leeming keeping his spot in first place. See if he can hold that to the end of the race.
Well, 10 laps to go. This still can be anybody's race here at Court.
Indeed.
At Firebird International Raceway, and there it is. Brian Willett now having to step back. The 1610 car of Mason Cotter now in second place. Well, back to racing right now. Jackson Leeming still out front, the 866 car. And Brian Willett showing his veteran experience there in that car in third place. And Cole Warner rather, waiting for that top 3 to one of them make a mistake. But I don't think you're going to see these guys. Jackson Leeming is going to have to run a very clean race.
Mason Carter making it from 4th all the way to 2nd right now. Cole Warner from 6th to 5th. And Jaden Manchester going from the last place all the way to 11th place, which is a really big place movement in the places.
Whoa, they touch! We've got a lead change! Wow! Jackson Levy, they touch, push Jackson to the outside. And Mason Cotter making the pass now. And I don't think they touched intentionally, but now Jackson Leeming all the way down to 3rd place. Brian Willett was able to get around as well on that mistake. But now Jackson seeming to drive a little more aggressively, trying to get that coveted 1st place back.
And here we see Cole Warner trying to catch up to 3rd.
Cole Warner right there in the 119 car. And if either one of those drivers, there it is, Jackson Leeming already back around Brian Willett. And Brian Willett, what a great shot right there. You see them coming down the front straightaway.
And there we go, Jay Leeming.
But I don't know if they let Mason Cotter check out. They're not gonna. And look at this, a pass now. Cole Warner got around Jackson Leeming as well.
And as just said, Cole Warner was originally in 6th and now is at 3rd. Really fighting for that, or it's in 4th now, but he was in 3rd.
Well, there we have it. The updated overlay, if you look at it. Mason Cotter, the 1610 car. And if you give Mason Cotter the lead, I don't think there's no getting it back.
Mason Cotter is keeping a steady lead in D. And I think it's there to stay that way. See Cole Warner taking that 3rd place spot, and Jay Leeming going closer to the 1st place spot he was originally in.
Well, we're going to see how they're shaping up as they come around right now. There is the Cotter car, but we've got a full course caution. So we're bunching them back up here. And this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Brian Cotter, sorry about that. Mason Cotter out front, and Brian Willett in 2nd. And now Jackson Leeming within striking distance now that we have this caution, the full course caution.
And we see that Brian Willett came back from 4th all the way to 2nd now, passing Jay Leeming and Cole Warner.
big question because it says up there it's on a 7.
I don't think it's been separated. Oh. Oh my goodness.
All right. Now we got this full course caution.
Here we go, almost starting it back up.
And they'll take the green flag as they come this time around. Out front, Mason Cotter in the 1610 car. No stranger to being up front. And Brian Willett showing why he is our points leader coming in here to round 3 here at Firebird International Raceway. But Jackson Leeming, the older brother, of Cameron Leeming. I don't know why, I just had a little brain action there. But Jackson Leeming and Mason Cotter with a bump into turn 1, handing the lead over to Mason Cotter. So Mason Cotter capitalizing on it. And then Brian Willett was a casualty as well, but now we've got it back into it. Mason Cotter out front, Brian Willett in second, and Jackson Leeming. It still could be any one of their races.
And we also see Mikey Childress and Jaden Manchester making a big position change. Down, Mikey Childress is all the way up at 7th, and Jaden Manchester is in 8th, which they're originally in the lowest spots.
Well, I told you Mikey Childress, an off-road racing legend out there. I am stoked to see him, and I thought I recognized him out there in the riders meeting, and I wanted to say hi, but this time we're going to take Kevin back to our flag, man. Can we keep it in one line? Everybody's got to stay in one line, and there it is. And Cash Hart trying to take advantage of this restart. But now you can see the rest of the field a little hungry out to the top 4 cars. And there appears like there might, and I'm just saying, a little bit of chatter coming out of the Cotter car. And we'll see if my eyes are deceiving me. And I do believe they are. But Brian Willett now in second place.
Wants that place. Cole Warner is fighting for that place.
Well, you know, you were talking about it, and I was talking about an off-road racing legend, Mikey Childress. Now, look at this, Clayton. Mikey Childress.
Those two are amazing. I don't know how they start that low, and now they are almost first.
And there it is, Mikey Childress in third place. He got the job done, and he is firmly right behind Brian Willett. The only one that I think that could give a run for the money to Mason Cotter is that third place car of Mikey Childress. And now Mikey Childress putting the pressure on Brian Willett, our points champion, our points leader rather, not our points champion, maybe our champion. I don't know who won last year.
You know, guys, I got my money on Mikey Childress. He is showing amazing things out in this race today. And here he goes for second. Him and Brian Willett, he got second.
Look at how excited you are, my son. Dude, it looks like I'm losing my job to my son. Who would have thought that my son would be a great announcer? 2 for 1 today. There it is, white flag, Mikey Childress, though. I was going to tell you, Mikey's fast, but he is not going to catch Mason Cotter.
You know, now here we go into the last lap where the positions will really take place now.
Well, I mean, Mason Cotter is going to have to have some sort of big mistake right now because he's pulling up almost 20-car lead right now. And if you can see it live from my vantage point here from race control, well, it gapped it a little bit there. Maybe brought it in without to 10 or 12 cars, but there's only 2 or 3 more turns to go. I don't think Mikey Childress is catching Mason Cotter.
Mikey Childress going from 16th place all the way to 2nd is absolutely amazing.
Mikey Childress on the bike trying to get all the traction out of that car. And there it is, your winner, Mason Cotter. And Mikey Childress all the way from row 8 to the outside, almost dead last.
That is
to 2nd place. I was trying to tell you in the beginning of the race, Mikey Childress has the ability to do it. And unofficially, Brian Willits. And boy, that cold air coming off that lake right now. Oh,
amazing.
Oh, you like it? I don't like it.
I love it.
Good. Go live in Massachusetts or something. Go live in Wisconsin. We're going to talk with the leaders and the winners right after this. I'll whip it out at the last thing.
In the back, so I couldn't watch any of that, right?
Sun City? Can you believe that?
Tell him go Suns.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? How are you? Yes, indeed. All right, come on up here, gentlemen. Let's get this talk and come on. Mason Cotter, come on. Oh, I know. That was a good race. Where's Mike at? Dude, Mikey doesn't fall far from the tree, man. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Mason. Come on, Mason. Come on. I'll get there in a second. All right, Brian Willett. Man, racing is racing, and man, if you can get the podium up twice, that's some good deal, especially with a packed field like this.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. I was able to stick to Mason a little bit better than last time. Felt pretty good.
I have to agree, man. It was a great race to announce. When the racing's close like that shows, good mix and good posture out there, and it's just awesome. You got to feel pretty good with this performance.
Yeah, there was at the beginning, it was definitely a fun battle with us three at the top.
Well, you're definitely showing that you're a force to be reckoned with out here. I think you are coming in as the points leader out here, and it definitely shows that you got that points lead.
Yep.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people one more time that make your race program happen.
I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, my parents, my family, and my girlfriend.
All right, Brian Willett, everybody out here, third place. Now, this young man, I know his dad, an off-road racing legend by himself, man, Mikey Childress, but man, I was just telling your dad, it doesn't fall far from the tree, man, and look at this, you're out here getting it done as well.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting that. Started dead last, so I was kind of hoping for a top 10, but somehow we pulled this off.
Yeah, top 10, man. If we would have had one more lap, I think you would have got Mason. Now, I'm not saying pass him. I think you just would have got him and a good battle.
Yeah, no, a few more laps. I think me and Mason would have been battling there for a little bit.
It's exciting to announce and very fun to watch, and that's what makes a good day of racing for me. Well, all right, Mikey Childress, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my Uncle Clamp for getting the car together with us a couple nights ago. City Service Paving, Mountain High, Sparco, Seal Savers, MPI, Coin Motorsports. What else am I forgetting? Fuel Factory, and all the other people that helped me get out here.
Well, like father, like son, and my son was asking me, do I get to interview him? Yes, I do, so hopefully you can follow in your dad. Make some noise, Mikey Childress! But this man, Mason Cotter, no stranger to my podium at all. Race number 3, and here you are back on top again.
Yeah, that was a fun race. The beginning there, I came into Jackson on accident. It was came into that corner a little hot, and he hit the brakes, and I slammed on him and slid into him. But for the rest of the race, I was really just managing my gap. After that, the caution, I wanted to get a 3 to 5 second gap and just hold that pretty much the whole race, and I was able to. Those last few laps, I see Mikey in my mirror, and I was just managing I didn't want to throw it away, last few laps, I didn't want to get pressure and just full throttle everywhere. So I was pushed a little bit on that last lap, but I was able to get it done, and I'm thankful for everybody that helped me. I'd like to thank Sneaky, Hoosier, Polaris, Rugged, Method, my dad, Brad, and everybody else who helps me.
Well, all right, man. I was going to give him a little more, but, man, this boy is tired. He's been on top twice today. Mason Cotter, your winner. Hey, I almost forgot about something. Did you win anything in the last race? What did you win?
A $200 check.
$200? Wouldn't that be great if I had another check for $200 right here? What the heck? Dude, what? That's got to feel pretty good. Who do you want to say thank you to now?
Everybody. Thank you to you for giving me this check.
He's like, dude, I just happen to have it, and that's the last one we got to give away. Make some noise, Mason Cotter, your winner. Once again, another $200.
And here we go with the Pro Turbo getting into this second to last race. And in the first line, we have 14 Steve Hoffman and 93 Kyle Arknow. And in line 2, we have 48 Jason Weller and 64 Robert Van Beekum. And in line 3, we have 19 Connor Maxwell and 704 Dan Kelly. In line 4, we have 10 Jaden Gerber and 1994 Tyler Herlock.
Well, just a few more races to go, and round number 3 is history. So we'll see what we got. Clayton, what race did you say this was? The Pro Turbo. And I think we only got one more race right after this, and that's going to be, the SR1 class.
Again, this is the second to last race, people. So enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm from here, born and raised.
I have to agree with you on that one. We had that conversation earlier. All right. So this is going to be an interesting last two races here because we've got a returning name out here in off-road racing. You've known him for a long time, Jason Weller, in the Pro Turbo and his Can-Am. After a bad wreck at Shorty's, our last track that we had, Jason Weller lawn darted really bad off of the ski jump, what we were calling the ski jump. I don't know what they call it out there at Shorty's, but I was calling it the ski jump. This jump was a step up. It was a step up, step down. So in other words, I know that sounds weird what I said, but it could step up and you can land flat, or you could launch the whole thing. And I guess it was still a step down. No, step up, because you had to clear the tabletop and you landed on the back side of it. So, but anyhow, Jason Weller got a little throttle happy and he lawn darted really bad, just demolished the car. Thank God he was okay.
Yes, that's
so
the most important
we always
thing.
talk about that first, and I am very glad he was okay. He didn't get hurt. He was fine. And here he is, apparently. Now, they've got a lot of cars over there at Weller Racing, so it's going to be interesting to see what car he brought out, if they might have built a whole new chassis and rebuilt the car, or even repaired the one. Now, I didn't think the car could be repaired. So, it is the same car? You're kidding me. So there you go. Nick just informed me it was the same car. And I didn't get to see the car directly because they did their job and didn't want me looking at the car. But by the pictures, that car looked like it literally was broken in half. And I mean, I'm not kidding. So hats off to Weller Racing. They had to work feverishly pretty much to get that car back together. I guarantee that. I guarantee you guys put a new bulkhead on it. There's no doubt. Yeah, it had to be the whole front half. Because like I said, the pictures that I saw, there was nothing salvageable from the front. So great job out there by Weller Racing and able to get Jason back up here. But the rest of the field out here, as you announced him, Steve Hoffman, he's our points leader right now in the 14 car. And we heard this name here earlier, Kyle Arkenau. And Arkenau here, he makes a long travel to come out here. And there's that name again, Robert Van Beekem.
Van Beeken.
So can Bobby Van Beekem, man, we would talk, they came from Blythe, and not one of them could get it done. The rider got on the podium, but I don't think he was the top podium position. Dan Kelly, he's another name in off-road racing in the 704 car, and Connor Maxwell in the number 19 car. So we'll get them all going again. And Jaden Gerber and Tyler Herlick will finish this Pro Turbo. Now these are the pros, so you'll start to see those little nuances that are different from the amateurs. A little bit harder in the corner. The lines will be very heavily protected, and you will see them try to choose different lines that the amateurs don't actually choose.
Another thing is they'll be way faster on the straightaways. They will step on the gas on the straightaways, and you notice them hitting the brakes as soon as they get to that turn and using their brakes as well as they can.
and knowing when to go on the outside and inside like we talked about this whole time.
Hopefully they can get it done, because that's exactly what's going to take to get this race. That's a big stacked field of a lot of off-road names. Now, I'm going to look into the SR1 class. Somebody earlier had chimed in on the live track feed and said, hey, what's the story on the SR1? Well, the story on the SR1 is, as far as I know, this is the first time the SR1s have raced with Core. This is the second year that Core has come out here and raced. And why that's really important, these cars, there are 7 SR1 cars, and this is the first time, this is the third race that I've announced, and we got SR1, yes, Scott Webster, the old man, and Corey Weller, wife to Jason Weller. I wanted to see if Jason was pulling double duty and had an SR1. But this is the reason why we go racing, waiting for the green flag. Here we go, Kevin, we got a green flag.
Here we go.
Now, Clayton, we were talking about here your money's on. This is a stacked field. Bobby Van Beekem out there. But I got to go with Jason Weller. Can Jason Weller get that car back out front?
I'm going Dan Kelly.
Dan Kelly, huh? Number 704. Well, that's not a bad number to choose at all, Dan Kelly. Look at that on the bike of the 93 car belonging to Kyle Arcana. Bobby Van Beekem getting bumped around, him and Jason Weller. Bobby's going to try to return the favor, but Jason checked up and was able to avoid the bump. And that goes that pro level we were talking about. Jason knew to check up. Is that Bobby Van Beekem out already? Indeed it is. And I just got done, and I was trying not to jinx Bobby Van Beekem, but that is that going to do it? No, that is not Bobby, actually.
And Dan Kelly is going to take the first place spot. Dan Kelly.
What the heck? My son just pulling a number randomly and saying, I'm going with Dan Kelly, and look at this. Dan Kelly out front in the 704 car. Now, my son earlier said, Dad, I'll come up and announce the races for you, announce when the race is coming up. And he said, but don't ask me about the races. Well, I told you my money's on Jason Weller, and he said Dan Kelly on a whim, and look at this, he's up front. A lot of pushing around Jason Weller and Kyle Arcana.
Dan Kelly with a pretty big lead right now.
Dan Kelly spinning out.
Kelly spins out. Oh my.
And I wonder what's going to happen here. Does he lose a position?
And he gets back to second off the spin out.
And that was a pretty brave move there. Jason Weller out front. The two drivers that me and my son have chose to be out front, now they got to battle it out. But I have to say, you give Jason Weller that lead, it's lights out. Race is over.
And Dan Kelly's right there.
Well, they're definitely going to have to run the race of their life, because Jason Weller, a very, very tough competitor.
Here we go in third, Kyle Arcana.
Kyle Arcana getting his hands full with Maxwell, Connor Maxwell in the 19 car.
Now Connor Maxwell is going to take the third place position, passing, almost passes Dan Kelly. Dan Kelly going for that first place position.
Wow. This is the difference between the pros and the amateurs right here, folks. You heard us talking about it. Dan Kelly again having a hard time out there on the tarmac.
Here he comes.
Kyle Arcana right there, though. If either one of them make a mistake, Kyle a little too overzealous into turn one. And look at this. Dan Kelly now going backwards. Something's wrong with the car. And he is dead down the back straightaway. Oh, tough luck. But now look at this. Connor Maxwell now inheriting second place, and Kyle Arcana now. And wow, something was going on with Dan, but it looks like the car came back to life.
And he's going. Dan Kelly, after that short break, is going.
Well, that's what happens. You get out there, something happens to that event, and man, you just get possessed. You just become something and just really hungry for that win. Well, here we go. Jason Weller out front. Business as usual for the car that he lawn darted in Blythe. And the boys and girls over at Weller Racing doing a great job getting this car back together.
Here we go with Jason Weller in first place. Connor Maxwell with that second place position. And Kyle Arkanon not far behind. Here comes Dan Kelly battling for the fourth place position.
Dan Kelly up on the bike. They're coming into turn 3, and Dan Kelly didn't lose a lot of positions on the stall into turn 2. Comes on the bike in turn 3 and back after Steve Hoffman. And what a call on your behalf, Clayton, about Dan Kelly being one of the tough competitors out there on the track.
Here comes Dan Kelly. Can he take the fourth place?
Dan Kelly having problems again here. I'm wondering if that car is going into limp mode. I don't know what is going on with that car. And I'm wondering if Dan Kelly's going to retire this time.
Dan Kelly and the car are battling it out.
Yeah, and the car. That's correct. And I do believe Dan Kelly, nope, not quite going to retire that time. He could have pulled off the track right there, but he elected not to.
Dan Kelly had it very locked in at the start.
Man, tough break for the crew over there at the Kelly pit. But here we go. We're going to bring out the caution this time because I don't know if that was for Dan Kelly or if that is the mandatory caution that we're going to have here. Either way, yeah, I don't think that was because of Kelly. We're going to bunch him back up. All right, Clayton. So now you've seen the field. Dan Kelly not going to be very competitive. Whatever's ailing that car is not going to allow Dan Kelly to get back on front. But Jason Weller up front, and a great race out here by Connor Maxwell in the number 19 car.
I'm going to re-evaluate, and I'm going to say Kyle Artna.
Now, Kyle Arkanon, a very tough competitor, makes the trek all the way out. I do believe he's up there, one of the Minnesota drivers, and he comes all the way out here to race Court. So that is not a bad bet. But my attitude is, and has always been, you get a Weller, and when I say a Weller, I mean Jason Weller or Corey Weller. You get them out front, it's good night. That's all there is to it. Yeah. Jason Weller, a seasoned veteran, but Jason Weller only to be outdone by his wife, Corey Weller. So that's the way it is. In fact, I was telling Corey, well, let's put it this way. I've never talked to another racer more in my racing career more than Corey Weller. And what I said was, as far as I know, that Corey Weller is the winningest short course racer in short course history. So, and we figured out if she's not the winningest, like won more races than anybody, she's at least one of the most decorated. In other words, has top 3'd, has podium more races than any other racer.
I feel like consistency is key.
I agree.
When it comes to racing.
I have to agree with you. But here we go. Now, Jason Weller and Corey Weller, they were quad racers there for a long time. In fact, I believe that's their story and how they met. So they came out here, and they are the producers of this class that we're going to end the day on. If you guys haven't seen this, stick around for the SR1 class.
SR1.
That's right, the SR1. These were based on a Rhino, a Yamaha Rhino chassis. They were based on it originally. And Jason Corey Weller developed this class with a car affectionately known as Honey Badger, who has been sold. So Honey Badger still out there. But Honey Badger not around anymore. And let's see who we're going to be. I'm going with Jason Weller. He's got this in the bag as far as I'm concerned.
Kyle Arkna.
You're going to stay strong with Kyle, huh?
I think Kyle can do it. I've seen what he can do out here, and I have faith in Kyle.
Well, I think you're going to have a mistake from Connor Maxwell and Jason Weller because those two, when they got clean air, they're gone. Green flag, we're going back to racing.
No, Kyle.
Connor Maxwell to the inside of Jason Weller. They're going to get a touch, then not. They kept it clean going into turn 2. Coming up short now, but Kyle Arkna right there. Jason Weller into turn 3. And Steve Hasselhoffman, or I forget what they were saying, what Hoffman's crew was calling him at Blythe. I'll have to see if they remind me what they call Hoffman. But there's a great view you see of Kyle Arkna there. And Jason Weller now on the tarmac. And Connor Maxwell doing a fabulous job drifting that car on the pavement. And now out of nowhere, challenging for a little bit of this is Jaden Gerber. Jaden Gerber in 5th place. And that car sounds like it's got what it needs to get around Steve Hoffman. Back to the top 3, Jason Weller looking good. And Connor Maxwell doing everything he can to catch Jason Weller.
You know, I think Connor might take. I think Connor.
Wow, we got a race in our hand. Connor Maxwell
now in first place.
You were just talking it, Clayton. You just said it. Connor Maxwell has what it takes to get around Jason Weller. You just said it.
Not far behind, Jason Weller, big competitor when it comes to out here.
You're absolutely right calling it that way. Jason Weller, a veteran in this sport. And I don't think I've ever seen Jason put up to this type of, I mean, he straight up got passed. And by the way, I was just told by the score girls that Connor Maxwell just set a track record for today. And you can see here Jason Weller showing you that he is one of the veterans of this class. Jason can pull it off. He's the one that can do it. But I think Connor Maxwell is going to do fine staying out front. Clayton, what do you think?
I think he's going to stay in first, but I think Jason will definitely put up a fight.
Well, Jason's trying everything he can to find any part of this track that will give him. They just got one more turn to go. And I think
Connor does it.
Here we go. White flag. What happened? Oh, no. I have nothing to say right now. What? Oh, you can see Connor Maxwell banging on the steering wheel. Oh my gosh.
Dan Kelly now, Connor Maxwell.
Oh, look at that car. Look at the hands. They are so mad.
This happened with Dan Kelly. Now it's happening to Connor Maxwell. A very unlucky situation. They were both in good first place positions.
Well, you know what? That's going to make for a very interesting podium.
Yeah.
Well, here we are back to racing, and one more straightaway. Your winner, Jason Weller. and I do believe that's going to be your boy, Kyle Arkna, in second place. And look at this. The Hoff. the Hasselhoff. He sure did. So we're going to talk with these boys, Steve Hoffman, Kyle Argonaut, and Jason Weller. Let's talk with them coming up. And, hey, ladies and gentlemen, stick around. We are talking about side-by-sides.
SR1.
SR1. If you don't know what that stands for, these are side-by-sides with 200 horsepower inline 4 street bike engines out of a Yamaha R1 1000.
Quick reminder, after this race, go buy some merch.
Yes, right. Go back to merch. That's exactly, man, you are a good announcer. Hey, guys, don't forget, get your merchandise. The vendor row right over here, get all the core. Get the hats, get the sweatshirts, get the T-shirts, get it all, because I do know that the hats and the swag, look at this.
Get everything.
Get it all. Sell it out today so nobody can get it on Sunday. We're going to talk with the leaders here in a moment. Well, all right, what a podium this is. All right. Well, Steve, we're going to start off with you, man. He's like, oh, I love talking to this guy. Steve, great job out there. A lot of carnage going on, lots of lead changes, man. Connor Maxwell out there pulled the fastest lap out there, and he scattered his engine all over the track.
That's not good, man. I don't wish that on nobody.
No, heck no.
But, yeah, it was a pretty fun race, but from practice yesterday to today, man, the RPMs dropped off almost 800 RPMs, and I could not get the thing to pull, so I was just salvaging everything I could to stay out and stay with these guys as much as I could. I wasn't too bad, but hopefully tomorrow's a different deal.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it still looked good out there. You got it to third place, just out there and making sure of the drive. But, all right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen over there.
First of all, I want to thank Core. This is a bitchin' track. You guys put on a hell of a deal here, so thanks to you. HSD, CNS Racing, DPR, TB Racing, my wife, most of all, can't forget about her. And then just everything, my boy Michael, everybody that came to watch. My parents showed up here late, got to catch the last part of it, I guess, so that worked out pretty good.
All right, very good. Well, that's a pretty long list out there.
Yeah.
All right, Steve Hoffman, Everett. What were we calling you, Steve Hasselhoffman?
It was Krasselhoff.
Krasselhoff, that's right. I had to get it right.
Not this weekend and not last race either, so I'm hopefully strobing that off.
All right, big round of applause, Steve Hoffman. I can't call him Krasselhoff, but Kyle Arkanon, we got you. And look at that. I said it right. Can you believe it? It only took once on your name. I don't know what the heck. Hey, you were right there, third place. There was quite a battle going on with Jason and Connor out front. I know that had to be disheartening, but, man, Connor scattered that engine. You were there to pick up that tab.
Yeah, it was just dumb luck on that one. I was just happy that my car itself could hold together all the way through the race.
Yeah, that was a good race to announce, too. I mean, lead changes and battles are one thing, and then a little bit of drama in there. That makes for a really exciting race. You got a little bit of everything, man, and you were pretty much consistent the whole time.
Yep, I was trying to drive the best race I could.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
All right, yeah, I'd like to thank the Van Beekum family and R&R Steel Racing. They wouldn't be possible without them. I'd like to thank God, Danger Zone Off-Road, Arkansas Landscaping, G-Force Racing and Suspension Technology, CA Tech USA, PPEI Tuning, Injector Dynamics, and all my beautiful girlfriend Peyton for putting me up with me while I go away and race, and all my friends and family, Arkansas Landscaping too, that make this happen for me. All right, Kyle Arkanon making the trek all the way from? Indianapolis, Indiana. Oh, my goodness. And Toronto Tech. Thanks, Grandpa.
Yeah, they're on TV. They'll call you out on it. But this man, I thought I wasn't going to be able to talk to him on top of this podium there for a second. Make some noise, your winner, Jason Weller. Jason, dude, that was a straight-up pass, and I mean, I was going to harass you about it, but now I can't harass you about it. It's about the best I can get it done there. But Connor Maxwell put the move on you. Man, I thought I was going to be talking to you in second place.
Yeah, I left it open right there. I was having a hard time with it pushing, and I went to hit it, and it just pushed, and he had it. So I think he blew a belt or something in the last lap and gave it back to me. I run a stock engine, stock clutch, stock injectors, everything, and these guys all have pump motors and all this stuff. So it's cool to come out here, and it just shows you reliability that Can-Am has for stock, every time. Just get to the finish, and that's a huge part of it. But I crashed that car pretty bad the last race, and if it wasn't for these guys, Tim and Nick and Braden and all the guys at the shop and Can-Am sending me parts, and Corey dealing with late nights and prepping her car, and it was a ton of work getting that thing back together. And I feel like to come out here and just we got a couple laps yesterday, and then to come out and have the confidence in it to send it like that, these guys, this is all for you guys. So thank you guys, and all the guys at the shop, and I got family here, and everybody here supporting it. So awesome, these local races. Can-Am, Weller Racing for sure, Full Throttle Battery, Demon Axles, Raceline Wheels, Corey for spotting for me, and all our fans that follow us and cheer us on. Thanks.
Man, I was going to bring it up. I knew the boys worked hard. Make some noise, your winner, Jason Weller. And is that a check in his hand? He's already got the check. Bam, just like that. I'm getting out of the way. Congratulations to your winner, Jason Weller. And that was a big deal. I was trying to talk about. I know the boys worked very hard. I was going to say they had to have worked on the car all the way from the last wreck. I mean, the whole front end was off that car. So the fact that it even resembles a car right now is amazing. And you can see the car. They were able to put it back. They could come on across. That's all right. That's all right. That's one of the boys there. And the fact they were able to get it done. But check this out. We got another Weller coming up. Corey Weller, as you've heard me talk about, one of the winningest drivers in off-road short course racing history. Can she pull victorious at SR1? Stick around to find out.
Here we go into
SR1 class coming up next.
Into SR1. And in line 1, we have 9, Chris Redden. And 10, Charles Etheridge. And in line 2, we have 18, Corey Weller, and 35, Brandon Kilgore. And in line 3, we have 42, Scott Webster, and 71, Sammy Nino. And in line 4, we have 174, Robert, I might butcher this name. Dad, can you pronounce his name? Line 4. 174, Robert.
174, Robert Gutierrez.
Thank you, Dad. And here we go into SR1, the final race of today. Sit down, enjoy this final race.
Well, all right, if you've been out here all weekend so far and you want to see the race of the day, I have a feeling this is going to be it. These cars are just like the side-by-sides that you have seen out here all weekend long, but these cars have a Yamaha R1 1000cc engine in them. These are fully custom-built chassis based on the older Yamaha Rhino. I don't even think the Yamaha Rhino is in production anymore. So this chassis was one of the original race chassis that got side-by-sides into racing. So these cars, fully custom with the same dimensions and same pivot points as the early Rhino Yamaha chassis. The only difference is that big Yamaha engine that I told you about. So you're going to hear these engines sound just like a street bike that you always hear the kids on that do wheelies on and stunts and super bikes, and these engines are right out of. There's only one car that I knew that had a different engine in it. Brian McCormick, he had a Honda engine in one, and I think the SR1 crew over there at Weller Racing were able to get it. So you'll see when these cars start, they sound a little different. And this is going to be the race of the day. Can Corey Weller pull it off, or will the old man, Scott Webster, come out of retirement and take it down, or will Brandon Kilgore be your winner? Oh, yeah.
These cars sound amazing, I will say.
I told you they sound a little different. And that's right.
That's crazy.
And car number 10 out front, that's Charles Etheridge. And Charles is sporting the Weller logo on the side. And the white car, I do believe that's going to be Brandon Kilgore. If I know my man, Brandon, he has the ability to win this class. And where's the old man, Scott Webster? There he is, rounding off the back end. And Corey Weller in 4th place off the start, chasing the number 9 car of Chris Ridden.
We get Brandon Kilgore.
And Brandon Kilgore off to the track already. Wonder what's going on with that. And that is not a great position.
That is not looking good.
Brandon Kilgore, a very uncharacteristic start. So it's gonna be interesting if we can get that, because they have only got 1 minute before the rest of that pack is able to get back around. They literally have 1 minute.
And here we have Charles Etheridge in 1st place. Oh, and the 1st place spots gets taken. I do not know who.
Well, look at this race we got now. Finding herself out front early is Corey Weller. I really cannot tell you how excited I'm going to be to interview Corey Weller again. I have interviewed her more than any off-road racer in my career. Can you believe that? Pretty much 6 years of every race announcing Corey Weller as a winner.
And here comes Kilgore speeding through the track.
Oh, he's going to drive like. Now, are we doing the mandatory caution on this one? Yes, we are. So, well, let me tell you what's getting ready to unfold here, folks. Keep your eye on that white car right there, Brandon Kilgore. And the number 10 car, Charles Etheridge. But the reason I'm saying keep your eye on that 35 car, Brandon Kilgore, when they go to group them up again, he stayed on the lead lap, but he is in dead last.
He is not going to be, I will predict it, he is not going to be in dead last.
I'll bet you he makes it all the way to 2nd place.
I bet you first.
Well, you wouldn't be a bad bet on that. Scott Webster, the old man, getting caught up there behind. I do believe that's the 71 car.
Look at
Whoa! They tangle into turn 5.
holding first, Corey Weller. Here comes Kilgore, still speeding through the track.
Brandon Kilgore with a long way to go to catch the leaders. Brandon Kilgore is going to be one of the drivers that takes advantage of the yellow, mandatory yellow.
And Corey Weller with an outstanding lead pretty early on in the race. Let's see if she can hold that position.
Well, Corey Weller, more than a seasoned veteran in the SR1 class. She is, like I said, at least in the SR1 class, she has more wins than any other person, guaranteed. Let's talk more about our sponsors, our corporate sponsor, our main title sponsor, R&R Steel. The Van Beekums out here for Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Making it happen, R&R Steel. PCI Race Radios, the official communications of CORE. Making it so good that we stay in touch. Cactus Splash Pools. Bring on the splash out in your West Valley. You guys want your pool clean? Support the racers that support the races. Cactus Splash Pools. Bring on the splash.
Look out. Here comes Nino, trying to take that second place spot from Etheridge.
Well, Sammy Nino right now enjoying third place, but the old man right on his tail. A very seasoned veteran in this SR1 class as well, like the rest of this field. And Robert Gutierrez in that very, Robert Gutierrez with a little slip up into turn 1, but Brandon Kilgore, look at how Brandon knows that turn very well. So as we end the 5th lap here, I do anticipate the full course caution coming out here. Corey Weller airing it out. And the car flying kind of funny. I just love the sound of these cars in the back straightaway. Corey Weller right now extending her lead. All she's got to do is drive it home. So now this is where things are going to get interesting. Clayton Wright. This is where we're going to regroup. And you see Brandon Kilgore already getting around Robert Gutierrez.
Kilgore passed.
That's right. Now here's why I said things are going to get really interesting. Brandon Kilgore now will have an opportunity to get up here in the top 3. And Brandon Kilgore, another seasoned veteran in this class, as the full course caution comes out. Both Sammy Nino and Robert Gutierrez and Scott Webster, including Brandon Kilgore, will race to the yellow flag, and you'll see we'll restack them in the order that they finish right here. So it's going to go Corey Weller, Charles Etheridge, Sammy Nino on the 71, the old man, Scott Webster, and Brandon Kilgore was able to pick off Robert Gutierrez. So Brandon Kilgore and then Robert Gutierrez. Now, why this is important, if we have a fair start, I anticipate Brandon Kilgore being in the top 3 within 1 lap.
I would agree. I think it just depends on how he starts off. I mean, really right now, it seems that in the SR1 class, it's really about how you start. And like from start to, from the early to mid and even to the late. I mean, the mid and the late race don't really matter. It's really the start. And then if you can get that early lead,
it'll do you really well.
I would almost agree with that up to the point that these cars are not a limited class, and these are not sealed engines. So you can tune it the way you want to tune it. You can gear it the way you want to gear it. You can do a lot of things to this car to suit your driving skills. So these cars can be different. Now, where I see the difference out there, Brandon Kilgore, a long-time winner in SR1. The old man's won a couple, Scott Webster, but they don't race these like they used to back in the day. And these things are a handful. You are tired after racing these things, a full day of racing. Now, Corey Weller getting a little older. The old man getting a little older. Brandon Kilgore still fresh. Brandon Kilgore still races side-by-sides to this day. So if we're talking, I don't know the other drivers, but Brandon Kilgore, I don't know Charles Etheridge or Robert Gutierrez or even Sammy Nino, but I do know Corey Weller and Scott Webster and Brandon Kilgore. I do know those three. So it's going to come down. But like I said, my prediction is that Brandon Kilgore will get it up in the top 3 here within a lap.
Even if he doesn't, he has made an insane race. He is a great competitor and has challenged every single racer on the track right now.
I have to agree. So we'll see how this is going to shape up. And I have a feeling Corey Weller is going to have her hands full with a Brandon Kilgore train coming up very quick.
Yes.
Can she do it? I think so. Well, here we go. Cars are stacked and re-racked. Yeah, I mean, Corey Weller, though, just like I said with Jason, you get him out front, he's very hard to pass. You give him clean air, gone. Same thing with Corey. She's the one that started it. She gets out front, you better have everything just right to get around that veteran.
And another thing, when you're in first place, you don't have to worry about all the other racers, and you can just speed through the track. That's why I mentioned getting an early lead out in the start, because then you have that space between all the other racers, and you can just zoom past that track and get a really good lead.
I agree. A great start there for Scott Webster, able to get around the Sammy Nino car. So Scott Webster now, and look at Brandon Kilgore to the inside. I told you already, pick it up. Start getting side by side. The old man showing the old man no respect. Brandon Kilgore now, as I told you.
Kilgore already in third.
What did I tell you? Not even half a lap. And now Kilgore setting his sights on the number 9 car of Chris Ridden.
I think he's going to pass him up.
Or excuse me, the number 10 car of Charles Etheridge. My apologize. The 9 car is out right there in the middle. So Brandon Kilgore right on the bumper, trying to find that open lane to get around Charles Etheridge.
I think Charles Etheridge is really blocking Kilgore's way to catch up with Corey.
And that's part of racing. You got to be able to get around you're right in front of him. But Brandon Kilgore now on the podium. They touch going into turn 1. And there goes some of that experience that you were talking about going into turn 1. He was able to push it that deep and barely get a little nudge
Kilgore
into Charles
on
Etheridge.
the turn. Kilgore takes second place. Oh, no.
Not yet. Can he make second stick? Brandon Kilgore to the outside. That's a very challenging line. They touch again.
Wow. Kilgore is not giving him an easy time.
Trying to find every way around Charles Etheridge, and Charles Etheridge doing a great job holding up Brandon Kilgore. The race is for second place. Brandon Kilgore to the outside, barely missing the tires coming out of turn 5. Just 3 laps to go. Brandon Kilgore's got to make the pass if he's going to challenge Corey Weller to the inside as they drag race coming down the front straightaway. Brandon Kilgore to the inside.
Here he comes.
Well, and that's what's happening. Corey Weller totally unaware of the battle happening behind her between Charles Etheridge and Brandon Kilgore to the inside in turn 2.
It's an illusion.
Georgia? So I was just told that Charles Etheridge all the way from Georgia.
Kilgore.
And there it is, Brandon Kilgore to the inside of turn 4 rather. And he made the pass stick to the outside again.
Kilgore taking second place.
And I just don't think, and Scott Webster sliding out, trying to get in some of that action. But here we go. Corey Weller over jumping the finish line jump. And she better step on it because I don't think Brandon Kilgore is going to catch her, but I told you Brandon Kilgore is second place.
I think he might. He might. Look at that. He's closing the gap.
Well, you know what I love about this race the most? I don't need to take my slip down there. I know these racers personally, so I got to go down there and just talk with them. Charles Etheridge all the way from Georgia. Brandon Kilgore right here from Arizona. Corey Weller right here from Arizona. Just one straightaway to go, and she is. Welcome back, SR1, Corey Weller. And Brandon Kilgore, as I estimated, second place. And Charles Etheridge all the way from Georgia.
Now, let me just say, that was insane.
Well, Clayton, stay up here, or you can come down there with me. In fact, you should come down there with me because we'll sign off. That was the last race of the day. Bring the microphone because you and I are going to sign off down there. You stay out in the crowd, and we'll sign off on the video feed. And we'll talk with these drivers. And what a great race here. And we'll talk with them here. Stick around. Yeah, do it first because once I sign off there.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Hey, while all of our racers are getting up here, I just want to take a second and I want to say thank you. What a fantastic race. That SR1 race was everything I expected and more. Fantastic job. The whole day was packed full of exciting racing. Want to thank every one of you for coming out, and let's congratulate these folks.
Big thank you from Jason out there, our race director. Well, let's get into it right this. What an incredible race this was, and hopefully SR1 will do it. Charles Etheridge, man, all the way from Georgia. You got the Georgian accent?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I sure do. Well, then I'm going to want to hear, tell me about the race from your seat.
Man, I don't know what to say. I got to thank Corey. She's helped me out. I don't know how much. Jason, got the car from him. I mean, I call him all the time. This is only my third time racing ever.
No way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So anyway, I'd like to thank my wife, Tammy, who's always helping me. Man, Drew back home. He's always fixing my shit. But anyway, thank y'all.
Straight up from Georgia, third place. He's emotional, and he is very thankful to the Wellers. Charles Etheridge, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, man, but this, man, I was calling it. I said, we got some veterans out here, and I know this, man. I've interviewed this, man. I got to tell you, it feels good. I've been talking about it. I said, we're getting the band back together. We truly got the band back together. Brandon Kilgore. Man, dude, just like old times, man, you get it done. But, man, you got stuck there in turn 4, and that must have been pretty heartbreaking to watch the rest of the field just pull away.
Yeah, it was. I definitely gave it way too much to begin with. We had no idea. I kept thinking we were going to get a spot lap, and then it just went. So I was like, oh, go. Here we go. Yeah, and then.
Well, you know this track, so that's not very. You know this track turn for turn.
No, but the track, the different layout's awesome. I wish they would have done that years ago. This is so much more fun, and it just brings a whole nother aspect to different turns and different, just so much more of a driver's class.
Hey, you've been busy on the off season. What the heck's going on here?
Yeah, a little bit. And we saw you, just 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, out of Parker.
Yeah, something like it's been a little bit busy, but no, we're having a lot of fun. And yeah, this came about 2 days ago. She treats me well, I treat her well, so I gave her an oil change. And
ooh, boy, you really went well out of your way to take care of that car.
I did, and we're prepped and ready to go. So we'll do it again tomorrow. So I'm stoked on that. I'd like to thank my family. Having the kids out here, everybody else, Branson's Resort, my brother, my mom, my wife, everyone, Dad for spotting for me, even though we have radio issues every race. I think it's about time we change it out. But anyways, yeah, great. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. The core series, you guys are doing an awesome job. Thank you.
All right, Brandon Kilgore, a veteran in this class. But I have to tell you, man, you heard me say it. We're getting the band back together. I have never interviewed another racer more than this young lady, Corey Weller. Hold on. Come here. I need a hug. Oh, this is home to me. Corey Weller, as I said, I have never interviewed another racer more than you. You wanted here, you come out here at Core, and you still got the beans.
Man, I was fighting for that, too. It was, none of us really have a lot of time on this track. I think me and Charlie have a couple more laps than these guys, so truly they were just thrown into it. And the track changes, I mean, they're big, but like Brandon said, they're super fun. You got to think about what you're doing. It's tricky in the two-wheel drives, because, man, it's really easy to give it way too much gas in that pavement corner. So it was super fun. It was fun battling it out. I knew something happened to Brandon because he's usually faster than me. He probably was still. He probably turned faster laps than I did today. But so I was just going. I just pedaled down. I was running as fast as I could go.
I think I announced it that way. That I know Corey he's back there.
I was going as fast as I could. And I was like, okay, how many laps are left? I think I'm okay. So don't spin out. So it was really fun though. It's really cool to have these guys out here. Thank you so much, Jason and Core, for bringing us out for this weekend. And it's it's a beautiful weekend. I think tomorrow's gonna be just as good. The track was amazing. So many people out here. It's so much fun to race in front of fans. Thanks for sticking it out the whole day. Huge shout out to Jason, Weller Racing, the whole crew. I mean, honestly, the SR ones don't take a lot of work, but it took a little bit of work today. We had some CVs to replace and did a little maintenance that we haven't done in like 3 years. So, but I appreciate it. Nick and Tim and Braden and everybody. Nate cooked for us. Jason spotted for us. We were doing the whole running around switching thing. So, no, awesome. Congrats on your win too. And looking forward to doing this again. I'm so glad you guys all made it out. And yeah, it's a blast. Thank you.
One of the winners, off-road short course drivers in history, Corey Weller. What an incredible day of racing. What an incredible weekend so far. Where's our cameraman? We got to wrap this up, and you guys and girls can help me if you want to stay in the background. We're going to get the camera on over here. And Clayton, man, it was impromptu that you came over here to grab a microphone and announce with your old man. Well, let's talk about this day of racing. What stood out the most for you this weekend?
Really just the difference between like amateur, pro, intermediate, and expert. Everything like changed when the skill levels changed. Like there's a big noticeable change. And
well, indeed, that's a big difference between the classes, and that's exactly why we have them. But, man, topping it off with the SR1 class, these cars are fast. As you heard Corey talk about them, they're a handful in the turns. That's got to be a great progression. The classes just kept getting faster.
And they sound amazing.
All right, well, very good. Well, I'm Mark Wright.
And I'm Clayton Wright.
And this young man's going to walk right by us at our sign-up. That's going to do it for round number 3, Saturday race. Round number 3, and that was the end of the race, and we'll see you guys here again tomorrow. Check it out on Rumble. Good night.